Play Radio, a blast from the past.
Okay. Wow, we're back here at CRX for day two, and we'll get Yuri in here. Hey, Yuri.
We're back. We're back.
We're
We're back. Oh my goodness. I was thinking, what are we gonna do with these songs? They're so good.
back.
It's
I
like
know I hate to cut him off, right?
exactly. And
All right,
especially
I can move my camera here.
if they would have
Position
played
one.
Station Loader, it would have been that. It would have been done.
Yeah. Position one. My camera won't move.
Your camera won't move. I had to actually move it as well. So with this year we're on new tech. We're on all tech and all new tech. Let's give him a bit of let's give him a little bit of a view behind the scenes Jim. So we've done this now, the virtual events, fourth time or the fifth time?
This would be the number five.
Yeah, number five. So the first year and the subsequent years, we have had endless debates on what technology we'd use to go and broadcast, and we always ended back up with Zoom. So this year we decided we're not going to have that discussion, and we're going to just decide it's going to be Zoom. That's all
Right.
good and well, but then Jim decided to buy a new little doohickey, which he's now trying to tempt into following him. It's called the OBS bot. Cool little device, a camera that can track you along. And I
Yeah.
thought, okay, that's a cool thing. Let me add one here as well. Now, timing is everything in life, and I clearly, you know, bought it too late. That's what it is. And I'm pretty vocal with my hands, and I'm now keeping them on the table because I haven't figured out in the software yet to
Oh,
make it
good
stop
question. Good idea. See if I can get
to
this
make
to.
it stop doing these type of things.
There we go.
The other problem we had, it has a listen
Perfect.
command, and the listen command listens to anything. It's kind of like me now teasing everybody on the stream saying, Alexa, give me the weather report, and everybody's going to get some of that. We've had some of those problems with the camera as well. Anyways, we've got a packed day, Jim.
We do. We got a great schedule. So before we start this, first of all, I'm Jim Drew. I'm a host of this thing and the original creator. And we have with me, what's your name, Yuri?
Hey.
Yuri.
Hey.
So Yuri's part of the CRX crew. Yuri actually started a Discord after CRX, what,
The
2017
last
or
physical
18?
one, man. Yeah, the last physical CRX.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have this little crew of guys that are a collective think tank from all walks of life, basically, and good group of people. So they actually help put on this event every year, and obviously we had to go through the pandemic and stuff, and we kind of have a limbo situation for us where we were in Las Vegas, and we were in the Plaza Hotel, which has a giant ballrooms, and we're using those ballrooms for the CRX for every year, and before that, other Commodore events. And when the pandemic hit, of course, we were all virtual, and Las Vegas decided they were going to try to get all their money back at the same time that they lost, and so the rates for the ballrooms and such are astronomical, like 4 or 5 times what they were. So we're hoping that at some point we can find a location either in Las Vegas or some other city at this point that we can actually be back in person. But we've learned over the last 5 years now, definitely want to have a virtual component because our audience now is all over the world, and obviously we could not have done that with an in-person event. So that's a great thing. So one thing I want to do mention is we normally have auctions for CRX every year, and this year instead we're doing a promotion of auction that's happening. One of the beloved Commodore community members that is one of the founding members of the Facebook's Commodore historical page passed away, and his wife got in contact with me, and his personal belongings, which is a lot of really old, rare Commodore stuff, cartridges and disc copiers and you name it. So the gentleman's name is John Burrell. Super nice guy. I got to know him over the years because of an interest in copy programs, because that's what I used to do back in the day. And so if you go to the Discord, we have a link to the auction house, which is Vectis Auction House in the UK. And you can take a look at all the different lots that are available. please bid on them and please buy them and please buy them for a reasonable price. All that proceeds go to his wife Jane, so it's a great cause for her, and he was a good dude. So I
Yeah.
wanted to open with that.
Yeah,
Um,
I think it's really worth spending your time there. Be careful, you're going to be spending money as well. The amount of cartridges that you may recall having seen back when you were growing up is insane. His collection is just
yeah,
it's really nice, and it's really nice that it's actually being offered in such a way at very reasonable opening bids that
yeah,
many people can take advantage of.
yeah,
And one big lot that goes to one person. So kudos to them, and I hope they'll get fantastic money out of it and put it to good use for that.
yeah. I hope so as well. All right, so Yuri, what do we got going on today?
Man, it's a packed schedule, and we made some changes. Now there's some false promises that we won't make any further changes to the schedule today, but obviously.
Yeah,
Uh,
we have tomorrow still for false promises.
Right. I think what we're going to start off today is with the Fernandez brothers. They're going to be revisiting Amos. I think it's a great story. You know, the young Fernandez, Rodolfo, uh, called data of his brother's hard drive, um, and um, and basically said, why don't we go and put this all together and get this into a working condition again? And they're going to basically go live through this. This is not going to be pre-recorded, so anything can happen. Great guys. I'm very happy that we get to see some of that. This is one of those products that a lot of people have been tinkering with, but very few people got as far as really workable games and all of that. So I'm
Right.
excited about that one.
Yeah.
The next one, I guess, is going to be Gideon. We've lured him into another trap, and I spoke to him briefly this morning. He was going to freshen up a little bit to be ready for the event, and he was right in the middle of testing. So we're catching him at a fantastic time. There's a lot to discuss there. There's a
Nice.
new product coming out. He's had some trials and tribulations. We're gonna. Uh, we're going to go through that. We're going to go and cover. We're going to go and cover that.
Cool.
Um, Wait, are we going to get a break at all as well? Do we get
Yeah,
a?
so we'll have a lunch break after Gideon, and of course we know we always try to drag Gideon out as long as we can because we only get him like once a year.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody gets him besides us, really. And so we'll have a small lunch break before we have Robin Harbron's 8-bit show and tell. So David Yao put this together, and I got to take a peek at it because I'm actually broadcasting it, and I'm a programmer, so I thought it was interesting, but it's so well done that anybody who's not even a programmer is really going to enjoy the content of this.
Yeah, I think the whole 8-bit show and tell channel, which is wildly popular, just because of his voice. He's kind of like the
And the
coach.
hands.
Yeah, exactly, and the hands, obviously. Um, I think it's going to be great. It's going to be
Yeah.
great. It's pre-recorded, so we'll zoom that in, and then we had then we have kind of like a surprise, a surprise,
Yeah.
an opportunistic surprise. We're going to have Dan Sanderson of the Mega 65 project talk to us. The Mega 65 is I'll call it a recreation of the Commodore 65, or close to what the Commodore 65 could have been. But Dan is going to do a much better job at going through that. I invite you to go to the Discord as well, look at some of his documentation. I met Dan thanks to Jim Happel at VCF Midwest. He's an awesome guy. His eye for detail and just meticulous documentation, it is really of a past era as good. So I'm really looking forward to doing that interview. And then next we're going to go to one of our own, one of our CRX crew.
Yeah. We have Lee. And so Lee became part of our CX crew last event, I think, is when in.
Yeah.
And so, it's so funny you get people in here. Like I said before, we have people in our little group that's come from all walks of life. And so the chances of you being a gamer, like PlayStation or Xbox or PC or something, and that you have not actually seen something he has done is so slim, because of what he actually does. So we'll talk about that during the our interview with him. But he's going to be doing a little presentation on his little passion that he has for creating miniature Commodores. And so these are scaled down versions of the 1701 monitor, and his most recent project, which is phenomenal, is an SX64. So you can tote it around like Commodore should have made it in the beginning. So it's super small. Great projects he's doing. Super great guy. Super informative. He just knows everything about everything. And you take a look at the bumper graphics that Yuri's got on his screen right now. He created all those for us, and yeah, he goes above and beyond of what he probably should do.
Yeah, yeah. And yesterday we got an hour of him as Noodles, as a performing artist.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was on Bitscape as well. He's also an artist. So, I mean, so he's got his hand in every cookie jar, I think.
Yeah, yeah. I now notice, by the way, I point at the wrong logo. It's the logo. It's the logo. It's not my name. It's the
It's
linking up.
wherever it is here somewhere.
Light on camera is really hard, turns out. And then we're gonna wrap up the CRX portion of today with another great surprise.
Yeah. So,
Fantastic other campaign of another nutcase that thought to let's do something impossible.
yeah. So Jake Young, I've been in contact with Jake. People don't know the name probably so much as they might know Retro Fusion. And if they don't know that name, I'm sure they know about the C64 bread bin case campaign on Indiegogo that he ran and was successful at funding. So we'll have Jake. He's Australian. He'll be joining us. We can chat about the campaign and all of his trials and tribulations. I knew Jake before because he contacted me right as I was starting my Blingboard 64 campaign. So we talked quite a bit, and I tried to give him some pointers on certain things, and it worked out really well for him. He got his thing funded, and so it'll be interesting to see how many similarities he had to the dilemmas that I've gone through as well. So
Oh,
that'll be fun.
yeah, and I have some questions about. Obviously, I want to hear about the colors. I want to hear him say which colors are most popular, where they're going, things like that. It's really nice, and his latest updates and his email updates have just been fantastic. I'm
Yeah.
really
Good.
excited. I'm really excited about what he's gonna bring. What he's gonna bring today. So, and then we're gonna switch to a full second part
A Bitscape.
of Bitscape.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. So that's going to start out with a really cool interview, though, that you and David put together with Chris Abbott.
Oh yeah, that's true. That it
Yeah.
starts off with that. Oh, that was fantastic. Now, Chris Abbott, of course, of fame of the 8-bit orchestra sessions. His work with Rob Hubbard. We're going to specifically cover the book that he wrote with his co-authors regarding Rob Hubbard's career. Every time I speak to Chris Abbott, I'm more in awe. The number of parallel projects he runs is in the tens. He really has got, and he's on top of him, and he's like the walking encyclopedia. And every time I finish up with him, I think like, okay, so he just wrote this book just as an intro for a next set of books. It's just really interesting to see how much passion he's got for this topic, how much knowledge he's got, how fantastic his network is that he can tap into, and how diligent he is in getting things right. And I really I really do appreciate that. And I was excited to be involved with the interview again. Obviously, David and David Youd and Chris Abbott, they've become really good friends over the years, and that just shines through. So I'm really happy that we've got him again. And then it's going to go wild again. How is
Yeah.
Taj going to get a lineup that is from last night's performance? Because that was wild.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good artists. We have people coming back from last year or years past. I mean, Ray Manta, he's back for I think his fifth time now.
Um,
Yeah, we just can't make him go away. He just wants to come back every year. It's like
He's
awesome.
gonna do a hardware session now. I think it's gonna be full hardware what he's gonna play on.
Yeah, it's so Saj said some kind of a rare Amiga thing that he's got going on. I don't know what it is because I don't have Privy this year. So we did change Bitscape up. We should probably talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
So Bitscape has always been a part of CRX, streamed together, and Saj and I host it directly, and it's through Zoom. And Zoom is great for what we're doing here, but Zoom is not ideal for providing high def content. And so for like 1080p with stereo, good stereo audio, it just doesn't happen through Zoom that way. So there was a decision made, courtesy of Saj getting high speed internet on his island, which was great. So he was able to actually host everything together. So he put everything together pre recorded, and so it's sitting on YouTube right now. I hope, or it should be, and maybe not.
Hold
I know
on.
he had to re-render something from last night.
Yeah.
So he'll have high def content that gets actually played from YouTube direct, and the difference is night and day for the viewers. It's great. It does the artist justice because before, it was good, but it just wasn't the greatest,
Yeah.
and so now it's awesome.
Yeah.
So so Ray's me back with that hardware thing. I don't have any idea what it's about because again, I don't have Privy anymore. I don't have the videos anymore, so I have no clue what everybody's doing now.
And,
So
and, and it's so interesting you say this, because we joke about this a little bit, but
yeah,
has been whipping. He's been whipping the artist for the past few weeks to please, please, please submit
yep,
the raw material as soon as possible so that he can put it together. And then I just kind of like make sure that you lay out the artist. For those that dialed in yesterday, you could see that it was just like it was a real DJ set that kind of worked up to an eclipse, and that's where we're gonna hopefully see tonight as well. But obviously, this is all last minute stuff. It's like I imagine Saj getting to the set and just learning that he forgot to bring his case of his crate of records and is now racing back trying to get that all done. So no doubt he'll hear us, but he won't be able to respond, which is good. Saj, just make sure that everything is uploaded, all copyright strikes and all of that have been dealt with, so that tonight's set can go on as smooth as it did yesterday. Super excited about that though. And
yes,
then for everybody, there's going to be the chat is going to be live on YouTube for that
yep.
for tonight. And then if there's an after party, or if you require would like to just talk to the artist directly, we're on Discord, same Discord as we run the CRX on. All the artists are represented. Go and start a conversation there as well. So take your social outlets to both sides, whichever side you prefer there, and and enjoy a great set. I think Discord, we've invited people to come up with questions for anybody that we'll be covering today.
Yep.
Make good use of that.
If you got questions for Gideon, better get them in now because there's a million of them already.
Yeah. Otherwise, I gotta make up some questions, and those are God knows where they're gonna go. Because
Oh no, I'm
only
sure we have plenty of questions already. So that'll wrap up today's show, and then we have tomorrow. We got some things going on as well, so you can check out our schedule. So if you go to the CRX event website, if you're watching this on YouTube, which you are because that's where we are right now, you can go to www.crxevent.com, and you can click the link for our schedule and check out the schedule. You can look at the Discord link if you're not already in Discord.
All right.
And if you're on Discord, you can go to the show info channel and you can click on the links to see the schedule and the YouTube broadcast as well.
Right.
So we have cross links everywhere, I think. Hopefully.
Yeah, I think that's good. And then tomorrow we'll do some hardware. We'll talk about some hardware projects. There's going to be some learning as well. I think you can do similar to last year. We're going to do,
I hope somebody learns something. Hope I learned something.
I learned a lot. I forgot a lot as well. So it's I'm going to pay attention again this year. Maybe over the years it will start increasing.
Maybe, hopefully. So we got about 9 minutes or so before Rodolfo and Herman come in. So What do you want to chat about for 9 minutes? What's going on in your little life?
I think this past year has been a really good year for projects. I think the amount of interesting new projects that have come out is pretty incredible, and we've got some things to look forward to as well. Yesterday, obviously, we had a great session on the Teensy ROM.
Teensy, yeah,
And the Teensy ROM kind of, it's not just that product that gets me so excited, but also where it sets the bar. Because a lot of people are going to look at this that have a hardware, software background, or or both, and kind of look at this and say, "Oh, that's really good. I want to get something out as well." That and get inspired by doing more with these things, or say, well, I'm going to build one myself. This might be my first time. I'm going to take up a project and solder, PCBWay,
hmm
JLC PCB. It's gotten so cheap and accessible now that people can pick these things up. Now, obviously, what's right around the corner as well at the end of this year is we're going to have a keyboard. We're going to have a new bread bin. We've got,
right,
I don't know how many new boards now, whether it's going to be Gideon's or you're going to do a recreation or you're going to build
yeah,
yourself the ICS, or there is so many choices. And then there's still the interest for people that want to keep everything original, want to get that
right,
exact board number that they had. I think where last year we thought like, okay, we've seen the top now of where we are with the collectors. I
right,
actually think I actually think I was wrong. I
yeah,
think it is still going up, and I
yep,
still can't see where it will top off, which I think is incredibly interesting. I've got a bulk of projects here. I ordered so much from JLC PCB. I got a big box there. I started labeling everything. I tried to be disciplined by putting it together as well. I started touching the Amiga. Uh,
yeah. That was a shocker.
I know I'm not a huge Amiga fan, but the PyStorm project just makes it so easy and accessible to kind of put a super turbo boost on your machine. And who doesn't remember the PC turbo boost buttons?
Oh
Well,
yeah,
now you can have one for your Amiga as well. Whether it's useful or not, that doesn't really matter. The fact that you can make it and put it together makes you
yep,
want to pull out that equipment again and do something with it. And I think that really this year for me has been the big change. So many accessible projects that
yeah.
just lure you into doing something with these machines.
Yeah, so if you're an Amiga person and you want to get a PyStorm board and have a 2000 MIPS Amiga like we would have dreamed of back in the day, if you got one in the closet, pull it out and immediately change the battery.
Oh, yes, 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 please do so. If you haven't done that, just get it out.
Or it's going to be ugly if you don't.
Yeah, I visited AMI West a few weeks ago, and one of the chaps was trying to repair an Amiga 4000 board, and it had a lot of damage. You could, and
Yeah.
it's sad because someone had it in the closet, didn't think anything of it, and out
Well,
and
it's funny. So you and I have both experienced this issue before,
yeah,
with something that ages that causes damage.
I
So with the Amiga, that happens with the Varta batteries. That's very common with everything back in the
yeah,
day.
yeah,
But we also experience this also with we have logic analyzers from HP Agilent,
yeah,
and who knew? So on these logic analyzer cards that slide into it, they've got plug-in cards, kind of like a PC. They have these plastic runners that are double sticky tape to the bottom of the boards, and those prevent hitting another adjacent board when you're putting it in. So basically, it's a safety thing to slide in there.
yeah.
But who knew that from 1991, when those machines were made, to now, that the 3M adhesive would be corrosive and eat through the solder mask and the copper and destroy the boards?
It's terrible. And no one could have even imagined that. It's a stupid little slider rail that
Yeah.
just damages a board, really beyond reasonable repair. We've
Yeah,
looked at
you can't
build
because
with
it's a
it.
high speed board. And the traces are 4 mil. There's just no way you can fix it.
It's just not.
So,
Yeah, it's not a task to undertake. So, and it's
so
not.
segueing into that, we will talk about some hardware tomorrow and our favorite new hardware, you
Right,
and Chris and I,
right,
about a replacement that's going to be coming for us at least
right. Well,
for
I better
that.
make
So,
sure. I better make sure that I catch Chris today because I'm gonna see if I can get a Pi 3 out of him to finish the project that I've got in front of me here. So,
oh,
So, hey, how we're doing for time with the
We're
Fernando?
good. Well, we got 4 minutes, and the Fernandez brothers are waiting in the waiting room.
I,
So maybe I should just pop them on in here.
yeah,
Okay. All right, here we go. They're
so
allowed to come in.
gonna be
Hello, Rodolfo. Oh, there we go.
good morning.
Oh,
Oh,
you're trying to connect
they're
to audio.
gonna connect their audio.
No, we had the same problem last night when we were testing with Rodolfo's audio.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now unmute
Oh,
yourself. There you
yeah,
go.
no, he pointed out my issue with it.
Good morning. Well,
Nice.
that's why you got a big brother, man.
Yeah, it's all right.
What can I say?
That's pretty awesome. But yeah,
So,
Oh, good morning, Aman.
morning.
good morning, kids.
Thanks for the intro, Yuri.
Yeah,
Set it up really well.
That's great. Jim, I presume you can do a quick handoff, and then you and I will drop off and give it.
Yeah. Let's do a quick introduction. So this is the world famous Fernandez
No.
brothers. He's like, no.
you're being too kind. Too kind.
Thank you.
Well, okay. Well, the older brother is the world famous.
Okay.
On this side of North America, yeah, it's all right.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
So you guys are going to give a little talk on Amos. So one of the things that I wanted to know, and I seem to recall this back in the day, that Amos is a gaming creation type of environment, correct? Yeah, okay. So how many commercial games were actually done with Amos that you know of? Because I know there was a couple I've heard of.
you know, back then it's very difficult. Actually, you know what? I wonder if Flight of the Amazon Queen was actually made on Amos when that game was out for the Amiga.
Yeah.
May have to double check on that, but I remember someone mentioning that what did they use, and it was like Flight of the Amazon Queen. But I thought that was kind of strange because I didn't know how it was going to work with like the mouse cursor, the interfacing and stuff. But it actually plays pretty well on the Amiga. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
if this was made on Amos, I mean,
Yeah, I heard there's a
Yeah.
few games back in the day that were actually commercial release from, mainstream manufacturers like EA or whatever that were done with Amos. And so it was because Amos wasn't taken too seriously, and then that happened, and I remember that people were actually pretty enthusiastic about it. So, okay, well, what we'll do is we'll hand off to you. You guys are going to do a presentation on your days of Amos back in the day.
yeah,
And
remnants,
back in the
yeah.
reminiscing of the back in the day. So I think Yuri and I will drop out and we'll let you guys have the floor.
For sure.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank you.
Guys,
Yeah.
thank you.
So no fun stuff. Yeah. So again, Friday's Father. So yeah, we're just kind of recollecting, reminiscing a lot of the Amos. So again, with pronunciations, we were kind of talking about yesterday, whether the pronunciation is some specific, but this time today's word is it Amos or Amos? Because us growing up we would always say Amos.
Yeah, correct. The reason I would pronounce it that way too was the artist Tori Amos, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. That's why I assumed it was like that. Otherwise, I'd have no idea. Amos sounds good to me.
Yeah, Amos. Yeah. So then, just to be sure, we're Amos will use that term. That's fine. So yeah, again, so I guess kind of a quick rundown. All of us always get that. For first introduction to like a computer. What sparked it as far as the Commodore days? Because I remember you at least acquiring, or I guess when I was a kid, the Commodore 128D, and I think that kind of sparked everything throughout. But I mean, would that be where it started? Whether you saw a computer somewhere else before the 128, or
Okay, good question. I think, and you know what? It might have been a Commodore. When I think about it, this would have been back when I was in kindergarten. Believe it or not, Battle Mountain, Nevada. If you guys know your geography,
nice.
I just remember that there was one computer in the whole classroom, and I was always excited about going to the kindergarten class. And I can't remember if this was before lunch or after lunch, but it was just like a little alphabet number cruncher thing. I couldn't tell you. It might have even been a Tandy. I mean, I hate to say it.
Yeah.
But ever since I remember seeing the graphics and all the high tech, was it even 8-bit? I don't remember. I just thought it was the coolest box, lights. I mean, I was just sucked into it just even from then on. But my first real computer, like Rodolfo was saying here, is I'm gonna guess age 10, 11, 12. I don't even remember, but my
Yeah.
mom bought me my first Commodore 128D. I had no idea what I had at the time. Maybe it was just a
Yeah.
computer, right?
Yard
A big
sale, though.
deal, yeah.
Oh, actually,
No. This was a
You
couple
said-
of friends of ours.
that's right. A couple friends
of
that
ours.
had it. Yeah, that's
Yep,
right.
and they were either done with it or too old for it. I don't know, but I got a pretty good deal if I remember right. I mean, at least back in the day.
Yeah, deal. Yeah, somewhere around that. So yeah, it was a reasonable price. It's kind of that where, I mean, the 128's been out already for like a handful of years, but with technology changing so fast, like everyone's mindset is, you need the latest and greatest, you need the fastest, you need that. So that was probably showing its age because you already had all your, IBMs, your hard drives, more storage.
Yep.
386, 486 is already coming out. It's like, forget it.
Yep.
They're not going to want to, they're not going to want. So then it's kind of more or less a hand me down.
Absolutely. Well, you're right. You're
Yeah.
right. It was well taken care
Yeah.
of. But as far as that was concerned, the next step would be is program. What can we do with it? Now, if I remember right, the
Compute.
I guess the first introduction to it was back in the day. Would you say the magazine was called?
Yes.
Compute?
Is it Compute Magazine? Because I think there was Compute Gazette, but then when we further looked into it, it was Compute Magazine, and I believe it was 1990s one, maybe the end of 1990. I mean, as far as that specific magazine for compute, but I think that was when,
Yeah. and so my introduction to programming at all was, I believe, you get that magazine out and you would type in that hex code, and I think that's why I'm backwards nowadays. Big Indian, Little Indian. I don't know what processor I think as, but I do remember going through, opening up page, whatever it was, typing in, getting it wrong. CRC didn't check out. Going back, doing it again, and eventually, I was a programmer. I mean, I had no idea what I was putting in there. Hex code, obviously. But to further advance that, I got into Gary Kitchen's Game Maker for everybody that's familiar with that. That was a lot of fun. That's where it all kind of started as far as basic programming as I recall. It was definitely that.
Man. So wait, with Gary Kitchens, and that was software you probably purchased after getting the 128, correct? Because I don't think whoever you bought it from is going to take interest in, I mean, maybe they did, but I think in your spot, and then you maybe within those compute or the magazines, that's where you found out about Gary Kitchens.
I think you're right. The guys that I originally bought it from, and I wish I remembered a little bit more about it, they were programming some sort of a space game. It almost reminded me of the Star Trek games that you would buy at the time for it, some space adventure. And I didn't know anything at the time, but they were programming it. Heck, I might have been talking to the creators of who knows what, but I was young enough, I had no clue who I was talking to. But and then, you're right. I think I got into the magazines, whatever I could find, and then I ordered Gary Kitchen's Game Maker because I want to be a programmer, right?
Yeah, I want to make it. And I'm always going to have those memories, even to growing up, just watching him working on it. And this, actually, I could say the early versions of his game, Nutsy, was actually on the Commodore 64. I wish I would have kept those discs. So long story short, the 128 was given back to me about 1995, 1996, probably.
Yep.
I was still under probably not even 10, 11 years old.
Yep.
I was still learning. I took that 120 apart and it met its fate. It's gone. It's history. I wish I would have kept it, and I'm always going to recall that story, but that's fine.
Live and learn, right?
Who would have guessed? But then I remember loading Gary Kitchen's Game Maker because I was starting to dab in it as well. But I remember loading that Nutsy game.
Oh, really?
But then I also remember so many years back prior to that, as like a kid, I had to have been 5 or 6 years old probably, but watching you drawing that tree.
Oh, okay. Is that right?
In the game, like I remember watching that, but again, I wish I would have rescued those discs, but back then it happens. It happens.
Who knew?
Who knew?
Very iconic, like you said. And the reason the Commodore even left, I sold it to a friend of mine. He played it, got bored with it, apparently. Got high scores,
and that's when he gave it to me. Because he's because I think I might have asked him about it too. I was like,
it was in the attic.
Hey, do you still have it? Yep.
It was in the attic. So what, can I have it? Of course.
Yep. He brought it by, and I remember that day out there at our house in Lovelock. He just came by, brought it, and
He's a good guy.
But then to load a disc, that took me a while. And I think I didn't learn how to load the disc till I put the 128D into the 64 mode, but then the load command. So I think I finally got it because I was looking through the actual Gary Kitchen book.
I think it gives you
towards the beginning, I saw that load command, figured it out.
Game over, right?
Yep,
You got
figured it out.
Very
man.
cool. Very
So,
cool.
That's very cool. And that's what kind of, you use that for a while. It's great. But then now the exposure to the Amiga, I think that was the next big step
That
up.
ruined
Yeah.
me. That ruined me.
That was because the Amiga itself, because we probably didn't figure the Amiga out till or you
Mhm.
till like many years later, because I remember you were saving money.
Yes,
You
I
were
was
always
saving,
saving money
saving,
here and there. And I remember that little green box with all the comics, all the importance.
Yeah, all the
But
important
he would
keepsakes.
always put the money. And then one day he showed up with the Amiga in his room playing Myth. I remember
Oh my
that
gosh,
night. I'll
yes.
remember that night. But then your exposure, like, how did you find out of the Amiga though? Like,
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna say I just read about it in magazines. I think it was that compute magazine
Compute,
again
yeah.
that ruined me. That they were talking about new tech. Can't remember what was out at the time. It wasn't Myth that sold me. In fact, now that I remember it, there was a computer shop in Reno, Nevada. We'd always frequent, and that's where the Gary Kitchen's Game Maker stuff, or at least not that.
I wonder
Some of the other
if it
games-
was Sierra Computers. I don't know.
I think you're. I
Maybe?
think you're right. I think you're right.
Huh.
It was in the mall at the time, and I remember walking in there. They had, oh my gosh, it was Out of This World. I believe was featured there, and
Nice,
If
yeah.
you've ever seen the intro to that at the time, for example, it's that's it.
Yeah,
that's
rotoscoping at
That's
its
it.
finest, which we didn't know that term,
Yeah.
but yeah, no. So for anyone who's outside North America, Out of This World here is Another World.
Okay.
That's how y'all recognize that game. But yeah, no, and then I remember that game distinctively, but it ran so good on like such, I guess at the time, just limited hardware. I mean, I think you had to have your was it 512K expansion
Okay,
port or something.
okay? I guess I
Maybe
didn't know
so.
that.
And if it doesn't, then that's even more impressive. Yeah, because I think it was a standard 512K expansion for a lot of the majority of the disc games.
Okay,
so.
see, and I don't remember that because I'm definitely more of a software guy because I didn't know. I just plugged stuff in, typed a few commands, and that's as far as it kind of went. But I think another game that killed everything for me was the Shadow of the Beast. Just the whole parallax, colors. I mean, there was no comparison at the time. So in other words, the only Amiga that I could afford was the 600, right?
Okay, was it that?
Yeah,
I wasn't sure
it
if
was
there
the
was.
cheapest one I could get. I wasn't going to get the 1200 at the time. I couldn't afford that. Of course, the 500 was the previous gen. Or am I wrong?
Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah.
Was it 500 came out prior to that? But I think our friend had that one.
He did.
But then he got that first, probably. I think their parents bought it first.
Yes, I think
and
so.
then that's when you and him would, what is it? Deluxe Paint 3. And
Yes.
that was a big
my
kind of a
Yeah.
game changer too. Deluxe Paint 3.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, the color palettes that you could choose, the 256 colors, it was no comparison. I was
Yeah.
a terrible artist, pixel artist. I always wanted to be, comic book artist, this and that. But I was just amazed by what people could do with that dang thing. It just limited palette, even 8 colors, 16 colors, amazing.
Yeah,
I
limited.
couldn't touch it.
What is it? Oh, was it? There's that one gentleman. Was it Carl Sassenrath? Because I remember there was because there's images, I think, within Deluxe Paint 3. There's example images.
Okay, yeah,
I want to
yeah.
say it's Sassenrath
Okay.
that made like the car,
Okay.
the camcorder graphic.
Yeah, that
and
was
stuff
amazing.
looked really great.
Amazing.
And then the little color cycle demos too.
Yep.
If you color cycle,
Okay.
yeah.
Who did was it the Sphinx? Not the Sphinx. Oh my gosh.
The mummy little graphic picture.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah,
Not the same guy.
I'm not sure. Maybe
Okay.
good chance. Again, if there's
Yeah.
someone out there who like knows that's exactly what it is, might as well.
Yeah, let us know. Definitely.
Yeah.
And so, needless to say, I didn't ever stop programming once I got the Amiga, and then again, magazines. I'm sure that Compute magazine went way ahead. Featured Amos. I'm sorry, Amos, and again, I had to save up, and I think my friend John bought it for me one summer because he just doesn't know what to do besides work, and so he bought it for me as a gift, and I think those are the same discs that Rodolfo has in his picture on the Discord, which is amazing.
Yeah, the same ones. We have them ready.
Dude, those things are like 100 years
OG.
old. Oh my
Those
gosh.
are like 25 plus. They're ancient. And who would have guessed? I think even when you boot these discs up or install it, it still has the serial number and code with his name still on it. Yeah.
My friend fired it up just because he could, and then he registered it, and it's registered to him.
Registered to him. Yeah, that's fine. But,
Which is
but that's
awesome.
fine. It's just because I think when you purchased it and it was under his card at the time, or like his check.
No, you're right. You're right. No. This, you run it the first time when they're new, and it writes, it writes that information in there, like when you first initialize it.
Yeah.
Whatever. I mean, it didn't matter. I got a chance to use it.
Yeah, a chance to use it. Yeah, it's fine. And then this was using AMOS in the Amiga 600. So now you're talking 6800.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think you did have that one little a megabyte expansion card on that 600, which I think would have given you a total of, I can't say 2 meg, 3 meg, which I forget because stock Amiga 6 was a meg.
Yeah,
meg of RAM.
Right. That sounds right.
And then that little 2 expansion, assuming that it was a 2 megger, it might have been a 1. Sorry, I apologize, a 1 megger. So then you had 2 megabytes, a whopping 2 meg to work with.
Dude, yes.
So then trying to load up the AMOS developing environment, like, man, those resources are very limited because now you bring that in, but then now you're having to program in such a way to kind of preserve and work at that speed, because if you do too much, it's gonna not work out in our favor.
No doubt.
Not work out.
No doubt. And I think as far as getting anything to even work, reading is not my strong point. It isn't strong suit. It is not. And I remember getting that the Amos book, and I read it, and I page 1, page 2, read it, and I swear it took me half a day to even get a graphic to show up on the screen. I swear.
Yeah, I mean, just like early
That's
days.
how bad I was when I first
yeah.
started. It was just a matter of wanting to do it so bad. And gosh, I'd have been 12, 13 at the time.
Yeah,
I think something like that. Anyway, so I had no anything. I just knew that I want to do something with it, and eventually I was able to get a graphic on the screen. I was just beside myself. You know what I mean? And step 2, make him move. That was again another. I'm guessing another several hours even get the character to move back and forth, let alone platformers. You know, like what I'm saying?
Yeah. So then me, maybe just a little bit few years older, but I'll always remember do something on the screen and then see my brother
flip,
do this, flip, type. Wait, hold on a second. Forgot.
Flip. Oh my gosh.
So much of that, but yes, but then also the OG manual too.
Dude, you got it signed authentic.
Yeah,
right?
authentic from both his friend that purchased it and Herman. So again, just kind of a memento or like
absolutely.
Thing. But yeah, perfect. Yeah. So yes, I do treasure this highly.
that doesn't smell new yet, does it? I'm guessing no.
Yeah, relatively for 30 years. For 30 years.
Not bad.
At least it's not molding, so we're good. We're good.
No, I'm surprised. It just kept that sucker on the shelf. I think everywhere it went. But whatever.
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm surprised.
Between moves, between everything. Yeah. So like between Nevada and here, the stuff survived.
It's crazy how long it survived. Absolutely. That in itself is a miracle.
Oh man.
Absolutely.
But so then and then once you finally get to programming good, you start to produce results. I mean, we can play a little bit of what should have been.
Sure, no doubt. And I suppose before we do that, let me kind of talk a little bit on the challenges and the limited everything. And I didn't realize what I was creating at the time, or at least that's kind of what I've discovered is limited resources, cycles count. Guys that are programmers, obviously for the 64 special, or even older, know that everything makes. It costs time, and you can't attack your CPU. Thanks a lot, antiviruses. So the trick here is with the Amiga, if I remember right, it has they call it a dual playfield. It has twice the width of your screen in resolution, but the computer itself only will see half of the screen. And as you scroll through, you just have this whole like a tennis court, if you want to call it that. It doesn't go past that. And so, and as we play this, I guess I'll kind of explain a little bit of how it's doing or what it's not doing. I hadn't looked at the source code in many years, and I kind of have a vague recollection of what I was trying to do or doing. And even with the the walking up and down the platforms. I didn't, or the
Yeah,
train. I didn't realize that I had done that.
It worked so good. Though.
I
like,
didn't realize I'd done that.
worked Good.
I'm sure that was like a 1,000th try at least, give or take.
Just, I mean, just to get it. I mean, it just
Different
whether
theories.
you know, correct animations, the correct just angles and stuff, so that it wasn't jumping, I suppose. So like it, you know, shot you that forward direction, but then you're like having, I can't say step it correctly, but then you're also having to tell it.
Yeah. No doubt. There's a little bit that goes on behind the scenes, and I think I used the pixel peek or poke where it realizes it's over a color. And again, for guys that are programmers, what you're seeing versus what you're doing under the hood are two totally different things. Rendering is a good example. You have this very, very high detailed final image, but when you calculate collisions, you use what's called a proxy object, meaning it's an approximation. It doesn't have to do a trillion triangle calculation. You want to get just a general area, whether it's a sphere, a square, and under the hood, it's all proxy stuff, which I didn't know that was even a thing. I was just thinking,
I was
okay,
gonna say,
how do I do it, you know, in the computer world more efficient? And I could have a totally different approach to the way platformers are made. I have no idea. I really don't.
But
I just kind of tried things and it worked.
And like, so like, you know, the time that you're, you know, programming in Amos, and at the same time being exposed to like the Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, and it's like
inspiration,
one right after another, but then trying to get your game to kind of like look and behave. And I think that was always trying to get that gameplay just integrated, whether, you know, forget it, Sonic 2 plays like a dream. Like it plays so good. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was almost discouraged. It was like,
it's like, you know, with the 68K, I mean, yes, granted the Sega Genesis has the same processor, but it's like,
correct.
The chips around it though is what you know makes the Genesis like super awesome. So it's like, you know, Amiga has its own chipset, has its own abilities. It can be better at some aspects, but at the same time, the Sega did have a pretty good, you know, because the system itself wasn't so much geared towards, you know, trying to be a computer, but.
No, absolutely, absolutely, and that's just it. Inspiration everywhere. Castlevania was an inspiration, for example. This Nutsy thing, if you watch, the stage that you picked out. If I remember right, I can't remember if it was part 1 or part 2 that I was inspired with. Again, the art is horrible compared to some of these guys. But again, I'm not an artist. Yeah, I thought I was. I wanted to be, but hey, whatever. But somebody to ask, will there be a playthrough or download?
Yes, like I said, I did answer them. Yeah, yep. We were kind of saving it for the end to kind of give you guys a something. I can't say Easter egg or
something to take home with you.
Take home with you, because this is something like, you know, we have to show it. There's no reason why we should just sit on it so that the world does it, you know.
Have it. Do whatever with it. I'm not going to use it, obviously.
But, you know, it's been fun. I mean, yes, you know, just looking at it all, it just many hours, like you lose count after so much, like, you know, so many writings. And luckily, so from the Amiga 600, that's when you had the 1200, and that's where this game that we'll show you shortly, Nutsy, was created on, because you had the space, you had more than a floppy disk, you know, 880 kilobyte floppy disk. So then now you can have better music, better whatever. But for the sake of this demonstration, I kind of made a bootable floppy disk ADF file, so you can throw it into your emulator, throw it onto your real Amiga, et cetera, just like for you out there to enjoy. So, I mean, we can fire up a little gameplay just to see and talk of, right?
Hey,
let's go. Where's it? Where's this Win UAE? Where is this? Oh, look at that. Wait, but then can I... Oh wait, it does go.
There it goes. Okay,
it does go here.
Now you're at the very
at the beginning here. Yes. Let me backtrack.
He's already started playing without us, you guys. What is happening? Oh, he's backtracking.
We're backtracking. Ooh, that's fine. So so I mean, it's fun. I mean, pretty much you load up, you drop down here, and this is kind of the character ninja Nutsy.
Yeah, I don't know why. Okay, he's got his special power. You charge for 2-3 seconds or whatever it is, and then you jump and you do a super jump. And I think out of the many iterations, this is the one where you could actually throw nuts at him. That's right.
There you go.
And I can't remember. Of course, like you mentioned, the enemies don't die. You know what I mean? It was, and I didn't do, for example, I did the graphics. Like I said, Castlevania's inspiration, in case you can't tell.
Look at
that. Yeah. Oh, you got Dude.
Oh,
Oh my gosh. You
I
get him
died.
killed.
Yeah,
Good
I got
job.
slayed. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta practice this. But you know, it's. I can safely say, even for me to sit down and try this, it's been well over same time frame, 10+ years, because I might have tried it once I had my the 1200 fixed up again. Is when I kind of gave this. I just gave it a short try, but I don't think I found this version. It was the other one.
No, yeah, this one is I think the most fun version because it had semi platforms or semi, I guess, where you can jump through the platforms. Nuts that you can throw or collect. That was part of the fun. A variety of enemies, and I think this is what one stage out of 5. It's all based around a park, like a central park, and when if and when we get, well, I'm sure you'll do it, get the full thing. And you couldn't obviously put them all in memory at once. And the way I broke it down was you get done with a level, and then it'll go back to the main select screen. It shows that you defeated it. Then you can choose another level. And I don't remember that. And in fact, when you get to the end of this stage, it'll error because of that.
Yes,
it's expecting to load.
Yes, because it is loading it again. Just trying to fit everything into a floppy disk because the game itself was essentially more than maybe not by a whole lot, but by the time you put everything in, forget it. It's just going to go beyond. You know, whether it was a meg and a half or like a couple megabytes,
it went
but still
it went just a little bit. And we don't think about that by today's standards. Heck.
Yeah. See, the freaking graphics are so okay. And this is kind of something that makes or breaks a game. The way the game mechanics, the way it handles, like you pick up a new game, if it doesn't control, like for me, the responsiveness.
It's got to respond. Yeah, it's got to respond.
Plays great. It scrolls great. Is fantastic. So like, get the game mechanics down so that it plays, because you can always update your graphics afterwards. Like you can always go back and change that. But you're just, I think, was always trying to get that correct gameplay. It has to flow great, and that was our biggest concentration. So these graphics you're seeing, I mean, it was great. Whatever. Deluxe paint, or I guess you did also have by that time Brilliance. I guess
I think I did,
just to kind of drop the graphics.
I think I did. It wasn't very brilliant, but yeah, I don't know if you can tell the inspiration that last deal there.
Castlevania, and then with like the little headstones in the background, or man, that's awesome. Sorry, tombstones.
There you go. That's definitely
there you go.
Inspired. Look at that, Castlevania 4.
Yeah, with all the little vines. Oh my goodness. And then do you think what like extra, I can't say processing power, would be needed to kind of animate that happening?
Oh yeah. And I was gonna mimic that.
Out of the scope.
I think I was gonna mimic that, and I think I did.
Yeah,
I did a tech demo and never implemented it. And like you said, got all this inspiration, and I didn't write the mappers for this. We've got to talk about extensions. There's a lot of things that are available for the Amos Professional. One was a music extension, so you could do med modules, ST modules. Now that I think about it,
enhanced music extension,
yes,
boy,
absolutely, from down under.
Yep, from the land down under. Yep.
And I again, I don't remember what it cost at the time, but I just had to have it.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna buy my own music extension, obviously. The same with the scroller part, and it was another extension. I can't remember what it was called again.
What is the extension disc? You have a handful of extension discs. But then, see, those are being listed, and I was going to ask you about that. That they're
the Turbo Plus, I believe.
So
Turbo Plus
Northwest Public Domain, because I think you had one of their magazines.
Yep, that might have been it. I don't know if you can see that really well.
Yeah, it's their
this guy,
Turbo Plus. Yeah,
that guy added a bunch of awesome features to Amos itself. Importantly, the levels. And I don't remember if because it's got a built-in level editor. Again, super brilliant. Doesn't mean it would do the scrolling. It just lets you design the level, and that's the part that's kind of fun. And for all the tech guys out there, for example, back to the playfield deal, and then I guess Contra's another good one. If you played Contra on the Nintendo, I know we're talking 100 years ago or last century. Right?
Yeah, it was
a century ago.
It
was a century ago. Now we always wondered when the level first started, you know how you would see it drawing itself out, up, a line at a time. Okay, this works in the same fashion. I didn't know that that's how it was what I was mimicking. It's only gonna draw the next 32 by 32 tile. As we're coming to the edge of the screen, and of course, then it'll draw where we're going to be behind us.
Okay.
And as you progress and you get to the end of that play field, it jumps everything back down here, I guess visually in an instant, and everything's already drawn. So then you continue to add, and I guess those would be called mappers. Maybe I'm explaining it completely wrong.
yeah,
A mapper on the NES, and I had no idea what that would have even
but
been.
but that's just handling the way it's drawing or
Yeah.
scrolling
Yeah,
essentially.
the scrolling part, yeah. And then my next big thing, which I didn't implement here because I moved on to other stuff, was 8-way scrolling.
Oh, so just
Yeah, this was either left and right, horizontal or vertical. But then to do the 8-way scroller, I couldn't really imagine how that would be done without slowing it down. And I think when you get to a lot of your 8-way scrollers,
you are having to more or less write something to kind of calculate that in time.
That would be it, but you have to predict it. And so that's why I think a lot of the 8-way scrollers were sluggish because they had to draw everything over and over and over.
That explains it.
Otherwise, but then how the heck did Sonic do it?
I don't know. They're just great. But then again,
amazing.
They're
Amazing.
they're programming such a.
And maybe they had a big enough play field that they
Yeah.
could get away with that too. Again, brilliant. Again, some of these programmers are just totally brilliant. And if I knew any more about hardware assembly, this might have been even faster. But at the time,
Yeah.
it was just strictly AMOS with the extensions, of course. So a lot of credit has to go to the guys that did that.
Right here.
Oh, no.
I think it'll glitch out.
Oh, you're gonna kill. Okay,
Yeah, right here.
okay. Dude, you found a
Yeah,
30-year-old bug.
Yeah.
What is happening?
I can't. That's awesome.
No, you're right. I think that the part that calculates where he's going
Yeah.
happens. He goes to fall, and then he puts him right back onto the floor.
Yeah.
So you get this really quirky infinite loop.
Yeah. Well, like right here, obviously he's talking, that's fine, but then it's not throwing you back.
No,
like
no,
that.
I must have missed it by one pixel.
One pixel, because then you get this result. Yeah. So if you all out there have a chance to fire up the ADF, go to this part and you just hold it to the right, and it makes that loops that sound so fast. It's actually kind of hilarious. It's great.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Now this stage didn't have any vertical inclines or declines. I noticed.
I can fire up the other Nutsy demo with the treehouse, which I think predates this one. We should probably try that. It's actually not a bad idea.
And you can. I didn't mean to change what you're doing there, but
nope. Try it out. Yeah.
We're talking about the vertical, I suppose, the slopes. Everybody calls them slopes. The slopes working or not. And the next thing I didn't do on this game, or I did on other demos, was moving platforms. That in itself is kind of a different challenge. Again, being a kid, not knowing. And math is not my strong suit to begin with, so a lot of it was trial and error.
Yeah.
Trial and error.
Every time.
More error, I think, than trial. But what kills me anymore when I program back then, even on Gary Kitchen's Game Maker, you'd hit compile, and I don't remember if it was several seconds that it would do this, several minutes. It seemed like it took an eternity for me to get into there and then realize. Oh man, I screwed it up. Try again. I screwed it up. It was a lot of that, a lot of hours of again, trial and error. Being very patient, a lot of time for coffee. And then again, I don't think I got into coffee up until like my late 20s. Should have used coffee.
Yeah. Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
No doubt. But I'm impressed with how far things have gone. But at the same time, it's so much fun to still. I'm excited to get back into there and maybe finish it, or at least clean it up. Yeah. And as far as the source code, I have no idea what it looks like. So be weary, or it's not for the faint of heart. You guys, forgive me, because I have no idea what it even looks like in there.
Yeah.
Maybe I commented, maybe I didn't.
Yeah, well, actually, I did look a little bit at the source code. There is, at least like for parts of it, it doesn't go into like a lot of detail, but at least what this part takes care of, possibly stuff. But it's all kind of a hit. Was it hit and miss? I guess.
The wording might not have been exactly right. I was probably making things up at the time.
Yeah.
Heck, I don't know, you guys. Again, maybe you can fix that bug that Rolf had just found.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, by the way.
Yeah, that's true. That's funny. Yeah.
Oh
So
my gosh.
I
That
am.
one had it. That one had it.
It did,
That
but
one has it.
but then see, I did hit the mouse button, and it takes you back to the CLI. Let me reload it.
Oh my gosh.
I found so what we're gonna do now is that there's an earlier version of Nutsy which he doesn't shoot, but then I think it does have that part where you're
Slopes.
actually walking it
Slopes.
the slopes.
Slopes,
So,
yeah, that was a big accomplishment, I think. I don't remember, and again, I think it was Castlevania that inspired me yet. That he goes up the ladders or the stairs, just amazing. And he
Yeah.
does it all flawlessly. Okay, and if you guys don't know the backstory, that's Nutsy's house.
there you
He
go.
lives in a
There's
tree.
his house.
Yeah, he moved out from the that hole there, and then he built himself a better house.
Yeah, he built himself a better house.
And of course, he's at the park. He's at the park, you guys.
Yeah.
And I'm not too sure that this isn't one of the levels for the park. I think if
It
you
might
go to
have
the
been,
park,
might have been.
yeah, if you go to
But
the
then
park,
see, if so,
yeah, I think so. I think so.
so I think this version, because like I think on your other one you would at least shoot though. I don't know if it's been updated again because to stitch a demo for now,
Yeah, yeah.
like I just had to eliminate the rest of like
Yeah.
the stage select, the title screen, and all that.
Yeah, no big
So,
deal. But if I remember
yeah.
right, that was one of my. Because he had to have a park.
A little spiny. What is that?
He's
What
a
is
really
this?
slow spider. Don't touch him. He looks dangerous.
Yeah.
Look at that. He's
Oh,
purple.
no, he hurts.
Dude,
Sorry,
purple. Who picks up purple for a
Yeah.
spiky thing?
Yeah. So here's that part. So
Uh-oh.
for whatever reason,
Drum roll.
look at this. Perfection. Why? Look at that. Look at that. Even over this hill. Look at that.
Dude. It's like a two-humped
like that?
camel. Look at that.
Who likes that? Perfect. All on Amos. No trickery here. But
Yep.
but to see something, a task or just programming that. So then that's why you'll see all in the source code at what part, couldn't tell you. If you're messed with Amos, that's for you to find out where it's being handled.
That's the magic. And I think
Yeah.
here, again, you got to think limited resources. What's the fastest collision check? And I'm sure there's probably faster ways to do it. I think I ended up using where you test on screen the a pixel color. I think I honestly went by pixel colors. So if you were to strip down this foreground and only drew the background,
yeah.
it has like, okay, if you do modern programming, they'll do like collision areas. One that comes to mind, Godot, when they have you do the collision areas. And in my case, what you see that you can collide with is one color. I'm gonna guess it was white. And then the semi-transparent ones that you go through, I think that was like a blue color. And so I think I literally used the grab color pixel. So it figures out where I'm at under my character's feet there. It picks out what color I'm at, and it decides from there what to do.
Yeah.
And then, of course, if you're in the air, he's in the jumping state. And then if you're on the ground, he's in the walking state. And that gets handled a little different, obviously.
Yeah.
But as far as that goes, I have no idea that I was making different game states. I just knew that I had to handle it differently, whatever. And I wish I would have, did the level editor myself, but that wasn't it. That was that turbo.
Yeah, Turbo Plus.
Turbo Plus, thank you.
Yeah.
And then so that again was magic. And of course, I think I went later on the PC.
Yep, the PC. So my brother's transition to PC would have had to have been early 2001, 2001, I think is when you kind of moved on. I acquired the Amiga, which was great, but I wish I would have kept it.
Hey, again, who cares? It happens. And then the reason I even went to PC, or let me back up here. When Amos was out at the time, Blitz for the Amiga was a thing, and I remember looking at that, and I was just being in awe by the source code and the demos it could pull off. So I'm thinking I'm never going to be able to do that. And why I thought that, I don't know. It was just so different, and you got him killed. What happened?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm rough, dude. It's been like 10 plus 20 years. Yeah. We good.
I'm kidding here, but that was just blown away by it. And then he went ahead, Mark Sibley, I'm not messing his name up. He went ahead and transitioned over to being on the PC, and then I got into Blitz Basic, which is still kind of counts as Commodore, right?
Yeah,
Don't hate me.
it does.
Don't hate me here.
So I mean, and then that's where it kind of transitioned his work from that when he went to the PC, but then knowing about Blitz or knew that it was on the Amiga, I think helped that next step.
It did. I hated to go to PC, and then part of it too was where I live here. I opened up a computer shop. Who knows about anything other than PCs around here, right? So I had to go with the majority rules kind of thing. Otherwise, nobody knows. Nobody's got class. Nobody had an Amiga.
It's
nobody
like
had a Commodore.
They missed out.
Yeah.
They missed out. That's all there is to it.
So whatever. So I kind of kept my nostalgic Amiga Commodore type roots into the PC world. And if you see any of my newer stuff, it's not that much more advanced, but you can see that again, I didn't quit making platformers. I didn't quit trying to be a good artist.
Well, it was just your style of games.
Yeah,
just the side scrolling was kind of it.
I love it.
I'm
old school.
platformer. Yeah,
I'm old school. I'm sorry, but platformers are just the coolest. I think. No. Okay. Yeah.
There's another one.
He pushes you out. I couldn't see. I think at the time I didn't want to handle the dying routine, or it was inconvenient, or was it the development stage?
There was something with the screen, or like once you fell through, and I was like,
yeah. And I purposely put him back up onto the platform. So you're right.
Check it out.
He doesn't die. He doesn't die.
Or I think he's exercising. Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Jokes. Okay. Let's resume.
He doesn't die. Oh, hey, look at the mad ant. It's
look at it. Two framing. Wait, what is that? See, but then I can't because this is an earlier version.
You can't shoot
of the actual game. Nope.
No,
can't
jump over the poor guy.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Good job.
Yeah.
Gosh, this level's like infinite. What is
man, I got stung or porcupine, turtle, whatever.
Yeah, you got screwed.
Yeah. Yep, you can't those things.
Oh, nice. Again, yeah. And
oh goodness, I don't know what that was.
Okay, I think this one actually had bosses in it, and I don't remember if he shows up in this one or not.
Oh, forget it. That
was. I'm sorry. That was too difficult.
Yeah.
And I think if you time it just right, you go underneath both of them. Here, now.
Yeah. Oh.
Wait.
No.
Wait. Now. No. I lied.
No.
Dang it. One more. I'm sorry.
Sorry. No.
It's been a long time.
That's all right. Let's see again. So in the stream, like it doesn't capture like
the frame rates. No, it doesn't.
The frame rate. So to get this game, it doesn't need the AJ chipset because Amos itself.
It does, right?
This one, no, doesn't.
Oh, it does not.
It does not. Sorry. It doesn't need the HA. So ECS Amiga, but I think it needs an actual 020. It runs on like a stock Amiga 600, but about a quarter of the frame rate. There's something, I don't know if it's like the data buses or it just doesn't transfer that memory fast enough.
Yeah. So
it's essentially just goes very slow. I mean, it plays, it loads, but you at least probably need like again, I'm guessing the 2 meg expansion, the 1 megabyte expansion. It's been so long, and we were at the time for this game was already on the Amiga 1200. You already had your 8 megs of RAM and 030, so was kind of developing towards that. So what can you do? So again, if you mess with WinUAE, mess with the settings, see what its capabilities are. Yeah,
and I didn't think anything about the developing machine being way more powerful than your target machine. I didn't know. And I think there's a lot of wasted drawing on this game now that I think about it. The part that you don't see, that was my next optimization. I was only going to draw around the characters that needed checked. For example, like instead of trying to draw the entire screen that we're seeing here, behind the scenes, it only needed to draw just what was important, like right around him. It didn't have to draw way down, here, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, you jumped. You didn't jump.
I just wanted to collect.
So anybody that looks at the code and can make it heads or tails of it, there's tons of optimizations that at the time I had no idea. I mean, the theory worked, and it worked on the 1200.
Yeah, it worked.
But when you went backwards to an older computer, it was too much. There
might have been too much
waste.
Just going on too much just anything. So that's why it's like, okay, so at least to my next question, like if someone has a little memory expansion on the Amiga 600, but if they overclocked the 68K to 14 megahertz and then give it a shot, or I can't say 14, whatever it allowed, because I thought that you can get like a 6810, put that processor in it and overclock it a little bit. Again, that was early on. I'm not sure.
Don't ruin your
Amiga
just for the demo.
No, don't do that.
It's not worth it.
Yeah,
absolutely. And I think there's a secret in there. Go up over the top. I think one of those walls is you can walk through it.
Oh, let me see.
Either to the left or to the right. No, maybe this wasn't the part. But yeah, I put little secrets like that in there.
Yeah.
They didn't do anything other than, hey, look, I can walk through the wall.
You can walk through the wall. Yeah, it's pretty good though. Oh,
There you
no,
go. I
that's awesome.
did way too many beach balls, and why they're on here, I
Yeah,
don't know why.
but I think it was too to see. Like I can't say, well, there could only be 3 because here's a problem. You do too much going on at once, then your Amiga starts taking the toll.
No,
It's
you're right.
like,
You're right.
But then see, also too, it's like it can probably do more, but it would need something more quicker.
Yeah.
You know,
no
yeah.
doubt. And one thing that astonished me too is the how you could have so many different graphics on the screen at once, or better yet, maybe reword this. You have this huge level, and there's creatures everywhere, but yet the machine doesn't slow down. Okay, so a little insight in the way that works, at least in my mind, is you have your map, X and Y, and you store, and not an array,
Yeah.
but I guess
Yes.
what am I trying to say? Like a checkerboard, and this is going constantly checking, and if I'm at a certain part of the screen, it says, okay, this number represents the ball, and it knows to put that ball right at the same spot as it picked up the coordinates.
Yeah, see, I like wonder about that. So then in Turbo Plus, you actually have that little graphic or something, or at least to indicate to place that right there.
You're right. In the computer world, it could be a value. It's storing just strictly a value. And so when he's off screen, all I'm doing is I'm taking the blitter object, clearing that memory, and he's free to be something different. But I'm also storing, say that the value 1 was for the ball, and it gets stored into a map. So when I come back to that area, he pops up. And so when you play a lot of these video games and you go off screen or to a different level altogether, when you come back, unless it's specifically stored that you've already collected that item or killed that enemy, he's going to come right back. So that's the nuisance of that formula. And then, of course, or method, I should say.
Yeah.
And to make things unique, like in RPGs, you have to specifically check, did you collect that key? Otherwise, you're gonna have to get the same key over and over again.
Oh,
or
yeah,
a super weapon that you can then sell for $1 million every time. So certain things, and that's why RPGs are very difficult to do because of all this organization. And I'm not organized.
It's all right. It's
when
all
it comes
good.
to that, I had no idea. Things have to make sense. Things have to collect,
Yeah.
and it just has to make sense. But as long as a computer can play it, who cares?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's fine.
You're gonna fall into the ants pit.
Probably.
You're never coming back now. There you go.
Okay, I was like, wait a second.
Okay, those little guys are teleporters. See, it's been so long, I don't remember. And I think
It's
that
loading
was the
something. No,
No, is it loading something?
Yeah. Like I said,
okay.
I'm seeing it loading. So yeah, so
See,
right
this
now
has
it's
been
loading.
so long,
Yeah.
I don't even remember.
I can see it's loading something. Not guaranteed these next parts on the disc is going to be anything.
No.
No, it just reloads the beginning again.
No, that's the next level. The demo that you just ripped off.
But then see, this is an early enough version
Exactly.
that it's missing a lot of the See,
Yeah.
there's stuff going on.
Yeah,
I couldn't
yeah.
tell you. Yeah,
You're right.
graphics placed differently.
Yes,
so,
you're right. You're right. See,
And then see
these
the
guys
spikes never
didn't
fell.
work. Yes, yeah. You're right. It's an earlier version of it, but it did load the next level. And I think at the last version, I made it to where you could choose
Yeah.
what part you wanted to go
yeah.
after because I couldn't decide what was more difficult. Hey, why not? Super Mario World, where you can kind of pick what part you can get to. And I guess that's not a good example because you get locked out of certain areas. You have to actually travel to them. So I think that was another inspiration for this game was obviously Mario.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or did I pronounce that wrong?
Mario.
It's Mario.
It's Mario Brothers. Yeah, it's pretty fun. So yeah, and then I think to make it fair, since I'm sitting here playing the much earlier version of it, I'll have both ADFs available too at the end of the stream. I'll drop the ADFs into the Discord. If you don't have Discord, I'm sure there's a way that we can snake over the ADF images to you. Just again, this version in particular, I don't have the source code because this is actually the file you did 20 some odd years ago. Was an LHA archive of it.
Yeah.
I just grabbed those files and dumped them onto the disk. So
okay. Yeah, no, you're right. We skipped over a kind of important part in this whole transition world. Why this even exists. What year was it that the infamous Connor crash happened?
95, 96,
Okay. I'd
95,
have been
96.
I'd have been out of high school around that time. That sounds right. If anybody is familiar with hardware, the Amiga 1200, if I remember right,
Yeah.
you can add an external hard drive with this really cool ribbon, right? You just modify the case, whatever. And at the time, there was a Connor brand drive that was put in there.
That's awesome.
Who knew?
Yeah.
Who knew? Well, apparently they were grenades, and I had no idea. And a lot of my stuff, I had no idea what backing up was, right?
No, we didn't know.
Hit the button and go, right? Hit the button and go.
You know.
And if I had known any better, I'd have made more copies and backups. So there's probably newer iterations of this that never made.
Yeah, they never seen a live. No.
It died.
There is, and I think towards the very end near Ninja Pig.
Oh my gosh,
my
yes.
goodness.
Oh my gosh, yes.
It played so good. Like I even remember, like getting out of middle school or wherever, and like coming over and like, hey, checked out, or like I would play the next day's version made, and like it was so great. It was so good, and like. Oh yeah,
it was fighting.
It met the crash. There was no disc backup of that. There was
and
none.
that kicked myself. I kicked myself for not knowing backups anymore. I think I overdo it. I don't think I'm a data hoarder.
No,
but I do save things that probably don't need to be saved. I keep them.
We are much better now at this age to save stuff and make backups of said stuff. We're much better at these days because now you have the resources. Back then,
oh my gosh,
we would have to buy how many more discs and try to copy it. Yeah,
and stuff wasn't cheap. You know what I mean? Like right now, what is it for a gigabyte, or better yet, a terabyte of data?
Yeah,
pennies.
Yeah,
millipennies on the dollar. Back in the day, that was gold.
Oh, no, for sure.
that expansion that you said probably set me back a couple mortgages.
Oh yeah, it's like wait a second. Yeah, no, it's fine though. But yeah, no. Again, that was just kind of a short recap as far as like a game. It's just fun that I'm still messing with the Amigas, and actually thanks to Yuri, because he was starting to get his Amigas up, and that kind of sparked my interest. For actually lit a fire under me to bring back out the Amiga stuff, fix it all up again, and that's when I loaded up or actually found yet again that Nutsy demo. I'm like, okay, now this time. Get it compiled, get it wrote to a bootable disk so that someone else can try it.
Share the source code.
Yeah, share it.
Die the Counter Crash of '95.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need to. Yeah, so yeah, and the disc. So back in the Amiga 600 days, because this would have predated the Amiga 1200, so he had a lot of.
Look at that.
So we would do that trick where you put a piece of tape up on this, because I think his at the time when he was using and wrote out these discs for me to play on the Amiga 600, you would have to cover that up because your 1200 had the HD disc drive in it.
I think it did.
Yes, it did. So
the better one.
Yeah, exactly. So then, yes, I know that it's frowned upon to use HD PC discs, but we didn't know at the time. We just put in a dang disc and it just worked. Yeah. So yeah. So this one in particular, I guess one of his early works, even before Nutsy. Dofo's Adventure, Heads Over.
Yeah. I think it was.
Yeah.
Dofo's Adventure, Heads Adventures. Rodolfo was the main character, and it had a mixture of different elements: RPG element, I guess top-down racing game, Spy Hunter, and then after that, you went into a side view Contra-like game. Now that one is pretty fun.
Oh yeah, the side view Contra one, yeah. See, so in time, if I can find these other ones and just kind of put it together, because like a lot of the time, so like to get this was the second version of the demo, I just have to go back, remove the whole directory line, recompile it so that it finds those files locally. So on that ADF that we'll upload here after a bit, you can grab those files, make yourself a directory on the Amiga, and just drag and drop all those files straight to it. If you want to play it from the hard drive, you don't have to wait. Copy it to your hard drive. Just copy it. So
I forgot how painfully slow it was to compile on the Amiga. I'm serious.
Oh,
I'm gonna watch a show.
Yeah,
but now it's instant action.
Oh goodness,
crazy.
Yeah. Mr. Happel. So
of course he would say if he wants.
I don't know anytime soon. So I did archive these discs. I mean, sadly, some did have errors, but I believe the stages worked.
Yeah, if that works, we can recreate the graphics.
To just recreate it. But a game of that, and I just would like to see how the PyStorm handles it as far as if there's any slowdown. and you won't see it on the Pi Storm versus on the 030 forget it, because
Oh,
there's
yeah.
some of those enemies were humongous.
No, and I don't think there was a
Yeah.
slowdown, Rodolfo. I think I
Really?
don't. Yeah,
Just kind of overcame that.
yeah. I think one of the bosses. It's funny because I think the bosses in the game were my brothers and sisters. So I think the first boss that you go after
Where's our brother?
is Sako.
Sako, yeah. He's
yeah,
the enemy
yeah,
because he has that one highway thing. Because you would play for a little
Zigmobile,
bit.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Zigmobile.
Oh my goodness.
Yes,
good,
yes,
good times. Good
yeah,
times.
and if you could find that one is epic. And then of course
man.
you defeat him, and then he blows up your bike. That
it does.
yellow
And
dirt
then
bike. Yes.
That's where I'm in the Contra. Oh,
yep. Then you got your
goodness.
hit bandana. Then you got your gun. Yes.
I just remember
awesome.
the sounds and the music, and like the very first stage where like I had to go find you a floppy disk. I think.
Well, that
You were in the house.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you're
yeah.
like, go fetch me whatever it was.
You bribed everybody. You had to figure out how to go and then start the
Oh,
bike. You
my.
had to get the gas can.
I couldn't go in the room because I had to go do something.
Yeah,
right?
You had to have a task,
Oh,
yes,
my
and then of course you get in the dirt bike. That one had enemies, so that was a lot like that Nutsy game we just demoed. But it had bosses. It had, dude, I think I can't say outdid myself, but it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I think I got to level 1, 2, and 3, and then I ended development for whatever reason.
Oh no!
If you can find that one would be kind of fun
for sure.
Whatever.
Yeah, and so Amos went to Blitz. Blitz kind of was like a handful of years, but I think it didn't take long for you to finally settle with, which is now Game Maker. I think that's your pride and joy now, right?
No doubt. I'm a big fan, and this is why. Game Maker was made a long, long time ago. I think in 2000, 2001 by a college kid. I don't remember his name. Brilliant. And at the time, it was just an editor. There's been hundreds and hundreds. Mark kept developing Blitz. There was Blitz Plus. I think then it went to Blitz 3D, which I was terrible at. Blitz Max, and then he did one called Monkey. And if I'm not mistaken, everybody kind of got upset at him for whatever reason, just because just because of the naming convention. You know what? I don't care what it's called. It was brilliant, but here was the issue with it. If I wanted to develop for Linux or any other platform, I really couldn't. One guy's developing it. So a Game Maker changed hands. Iteration 1, I bought it. Went to 2, and then Opera bought it out. And when Opera bought it, then it's a game changer. You write the source code once, and you can export to Xbox, you name it. Of course, you have to get the right licenses, but you don't have to change that dang source code. Okay, it just works as magic. And I know, and they keep improving it. And I'm all for it. I know I'm not trying to sell you that product, but it's ease of use. You know what I mean?
Like today's world, like it's pretty much up to your imagination, because now you're not going to have your limits of what Amos had. Like that doesn't exist.
No doubt. And that was hardware.
That doesn't exist.
Hardware limitations.
Yeah.
And so we're spoiled with and of course here I am in the modern world programming. Jim here, he pointed it out. Asteroid 69.
Yes, wink, wink. So yes, we do have to provide links as far as like his latest creation. I should have had a demo ready just to show something, but that's fine. But
that's something else.
But then that's if you're curious. Yeah, Asteroid 69. There's a couple of iterations of it on Steam, but they don't come close.
Well,
they don't come
I don't
close.
know. I mean, I just it honestly kind of happened as like a tutorial off of a Blitz. I'm sorry, not Blitz. I'm getting confused here.
Yeah, Game
Maker. And this is when a tutorial goes too far.
Yeah.
But again, I've never really released anything, and I want to. It's just for fun anyway. But you'll see a lot of my programming style in there, I think. I didn't do a lot of the graphics.
It does translate pretty well. It's still yours. So it's like pretty much perfected what like the limited resources that was on Amos are like, we're able to do. So at least whatever you drop, whatever you're doing, it just translates. So like you can tell that our style still.
Yeah,
it's still there.
Yeah, I don't overdo it with the colors, et cetera, even though the hardware is way beyond its capability. I just keep it simple.
Yeah,
keep it simple. Keep it simple.
So for sure,
it's a lot of fun. I know. For example, Jim Happel here. He played it and he came up with the same conclusion. It's boring. He's so good at it that game's
I
boring.
get rocked.
Right?
I can't even go to like stage 25, 30 before I'm just put to bed.
No doubt.
It's great, but I mean, I'll try, but there's always just that some I'm not sure what. But y'all are just that good on that game. You're like dominating. I mean,
No doubt.
I do okay, but
Yeah, practice, and you know
I don't
it's got to
know.
be challenging. But again, off subject here, but the source code for that we just showed.
Yep.
Do your thing with it. Fix it. You know.
enjoy it.
Yeah, I might.
If it
get
gives
inspired.
you ideas, if
Yeah.
it helps you. I mean, it's hard to say how many out there. I think the last company, and I'm just kind of recalling from, he made a game on the Amiga. I Dream of Rowan or something like that. It
Okay.
was like a side scroller, side platform thing. I think circa 2015.
Okay.
And I wonder if Amitan's still around. So if he's out there, maybe he'll have a look at the source code for Nutsy and just, again, he might already know how to do it. I just haven't really paid attention to see if he's still working on Amos, whether he's going to use something else. But anytime I see Amos, I'm just thinking him because I believe he made that game
Right on.
using Amos. So I'm thinking
Right
like,
on.
well, you know, if there's some ideas from this game, you know, again, don't hold us accountable.
Yeah.
You're talking about his work from like 25 years ago, dude. So like that little platform side, just perfection walking.
Who knows?
Who knows how he drew it? I mean, we couldn't explain it today, but you know, what can you do? But anyhow, I think that'll I can't say wrap things up or at least come to conclusion. And you know, thanks you all for sticking around. I
thank you
know
guys.
just to kind of go through it, you know.
No doubt.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
What a great trip down memory lane for you too.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's awesome. Looking forward to seeing some of the source code too.
Hey, yeah, no, absolutely, guys. I waited long enough to get it out there. You know what I mean? I should have been gone like years ago. Here you go, have it. But again, life happens, I suppose. But
Yep.
hey, never better late than never.
That is true.
Yep.
Well,
And
thank you very much for taking us on a little trip. We'll look forward to seeing the source code. We'll leave some links up for it once the Rodolfo gets
Yep.
it.
It's already
to
there.
GitHub or something.
Yep, I just now posted the ADFs in the Discord channel. They're there.
Oh,
Like I
cool.
said, version 1 doesn't have the source code because that was his demo from demo disc from like 20 some odd years
Yeah.
ago. But the one that says demo 2 CRX file, that I did include the latest version of that code. So yeah.
Cool. All right, awesome. Well, thank you again, guys. I appreciate it. And I'm going to bring
no,
Yuri
thank
in
you.
here.
Thank you.
Is
for having us.
there anything last minute?
Oh, I want to say if it doesn't, the source code doesn't kick on, but you need the extensions to be in there.
That I did include extensions needed. Yeah, good question.
Yeah.
So just
That's
a
why I'm
heads
sure about
up,
these extensions. Thank you.
There's Turbo Plus, enhanced music extension, and these ones. So
Yeah.
before you go,
Yeah, those
you
need
might
to be
need
in there.
any and anything of the
Okay.
extensions. So when you go recompile, or actually, sorry, just to run it again on Amos, if it starts to throw little fits at you,
That's what's
you
going
might
on.
need Turbo Plus. You might need the enhanced music extension,
Okay.
which you know it happens.
I'm
but
sure, yeah.
We'll leave some
anywho,
documentation in your thread
Yeah,
there
yeah.
in your room.
yeah, exactly. So
Okay.
no price. Well,
Awesome,
thank
guys.
you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
you
you,
guys.
Peace out. Y'all enjoy
All right.
CRX.
Yep.
Take
Later.
care.
See ya.
Bye.
Thank you. All right, that was awesome.
Yes, it was.
And we had the luck to have Rodolfo take his brother Herman to VCF Midwest. He's like this. These guys are like, man, they're each other's best friends. It's just so much fun. And it completely shines through. Continue the conversation on Discord there. Rodolfo and his brother have a lot more to give, and they're really they're pretty good at their Amiga times. They got elephant memory, these guys.
Definitely. So
All right.
should I open the door?
Let's get Gideon in. I know he's eager.
Okay. I've opened the door.
Let's see how he gets his audio set up. He's on Linux, so
He's connecting to audio.
figuring it out. We've had a lot of people kind of having their microphones mixed up, I guess, in Zoom.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Can you hear us, Gideon?
I think he's still. Maybe he needs to.
I think maybe he's working on source code.
me ping him on your other device.
I guess we might find out how good at miming he is. Oh, there we go.
There he is. And now you got
Unmute yourself. Now you unmute off of the Zoom. There's an unmute
a
button
little microphone.
under audio. There.
icon.
Oh. Maybe I can.
There he
I
is. No, not yet.
Are you there?
Wrong microphone.
I'm here.
Oh, there we go.
I can hear you. I think it might be working. That's one.
All right, that's good. That's
There
All
all.
he is.
right.
Holland in the house. Gideon, good evening to you.
Good evening. Good evening, Yuri.
And and such a special day. Saint Nicholas came into town, I heard today. So
Oh yeah. It depends a bit on the town. I think that it's not all the same.
well, we've got our own form of Saint Nicholas here with you. How about that?
All right.
So Gideon, thanks a lot for making time today again. What I propose we do is we just assume that the audience may or may not have heard of you. So we'll do a quick, or you'll do a quick intro about yourself and kind of what you're all about and why you're related to the C64, why you're related to Commodore.
Why am I related to Commodore? Okay, well, well, I got a Commodore. Well, my brother started with Commodore as a kid, and of course, my brother is older than I am, so yeah, I just had to look. I was not allowed to touch it yet, and then when I was 11, I got my own Commodore 64, and I was very interested in programming and all the technicalities. Yeah, and that is how it all happened. And yeah, at the end of my teenage years, I switched to Amiga, but later on, I just picked it out of the closet and started to tinker again with the Commodore 64. So I think it's a little bit more fun than Amiga.
Yeah, you and I agree there.
Yeah, and yeah, since hardware is my passion, so the electronic side of it, yeah, it was nice to try all kinds of things with FPGAs and stuff like that. So I tried to combine the well, let's say the passion for the Commodore 64 with the old technology and combine it with new technology, and that has been a hobby ever since. Since I don't know, 20 years or so.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. I have never been much of a gamer. Although I collected a lot of discs with games on them, I never played them. I only I was already satisfied with keeping a record, some kind of a database with all the floppies I had,
Right.
to trade and to copy. That's yeah.
I always wonder if that's a local trait, because here they always make fun of me. They say, well, why are you collecting all of these? You don't play any games. I say, I just like to record it. I like to have it in a database. I like to know I've got them and where I can find them. I don't care for booting them up and playing them.
Well, from time to time, it's nice to play one or two, maybe Jumpman or something like that.
Yeah, the old ones, the real old.
Yeah.
The real old ones, right?
Yeah.
So and then you made a product.
Yeah, that's I think I've told this story already a couple of times, but yeah, maybe for the new people that haven't known about this, it all started with an FPGA implementation of the 1541 drive, which I attached to a real Commodore and just play around with it. And I took it to a Commodore club somewhere here in the Netherlands. I think that was in 2006. So that's 18 years ago.
Okay.
It's actually it's kind of shocking to just say it like that. Yeah, so it was just an evaluation kit of an FPGA, and it was like not really user friendly. You had to download the disk image over Ethernet with a laptop and stuff like that. But at least the concept could be demonstrated at that time. And then some time passed, and a colleague of mine said, you know what, why don't you just build it into a cartridge? Because then you can just use the VIC to display some kind of a menu. That was a brilliant idea, actually.
Yeah.
And I have asked him a couple of times if he didn't want to share in the in the making of it, and but he said no, it takes too much time. I'm not going to participate on that. So he gave me the idea, and then the first prototype of the Ultimate One was born, and I was showing this at the Commodore Club again. I think that was 2007, at the end of 2007, basically. But I was still not convinced that this would actually be a product that I could manufacture. So there was this guy, a Swedish guy, that also visited at that time, and he told me this is so important, this is so cool, you have to produce this. So I said, yeah, but how can I? I mean, if you do mass production, you need to make at least 25, maybe 40 to make it even manageable.
Sorry.
Yes, that's just funny, right?
Yeah.
I still find it funny myself. how incredibly naive someone can be. So he said to me, you know what, just go ahead. I'll make sure that you sell at least 40, maybe even more. So just open up some kind of a list where people can show their interest. It was still by email, and there was no website, nothing at all. So, and before the end of 2007, I had a list of about 100 email addresses. So, yeah, there it all started, and then with the Ultimate One. And from there it became quite a popular product, I must say.
Did you and we're on the Ultimate 2 Plus L. That's where we're at. That's the version that we're at, and then separate from that, you recreated an entire C64 in FPGA as well, the 64 Ultimate and then Ultimate Elite, and I think that one is now close to a new iteration as well. That basically replaces chipsets that are no longer a viable market option. I guess that's kind of the bottom line on why there was a need for a new version, right?
Well, those chips at some point, well, you could say that they are still available, but since that, okay, let's call things by the name. The original Ultimate 64 and the Ultimate 64 Elite, they are built around Altera Cyclone 5.
Yeah.
And that part is somehow obsolete. You can still buy it, you can still order it, but it is it's taken over by Intel. Altera was taken over by Intel. Now they're split off again, so it is kind of a mess there. And they're built to order, basically. So if I order them, it will take, let's say 36 weeks or anything between 26, 36 weeks.
Right.
And they're not cancelable,
okay,
non-refundable, and they can up the price anytime they want. So it's a no-go.
Bad deal.
Yeah,
it's a bad deal. They already increased the price by 20% one time, then they increased the price by 30% again. So I thought, okay, this is it. So I'm not going that route anymore. So if I would really want, I could probably still produce the Ultimate 64 as it is, the first edition, but it's not viable as a commercial product at this point.
Yeah, that makes sense. So now last year, I think it was last year, you released the cartridge version on a new FPGA,
right?
And that is, and I presume you're completely out of stock of the old version of that. Everybody that purchased an Ultimate 2 Plus cartridge, now it's a Plus L with the new FPGA heart in it.
Yeah, that's correct. They're basically the same story. It was based on Cyclone 4, so it's even older than the Cyclone 5. And that price also went up fivefold or so. Or
right, yeah, ridiculous.
Now,
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
so going there from a 4 to a 5 and both on Altera, is that a fairly easy port? Was that a fairly easy port to create?
Oh, they're different products, right? I mean, the Ultimate 64 is Cyclone 5,
Right.
and the Ultimate cartridge was Cyclone 4, and
Right.
they're different. They have different parts. The Ultimate itself is included in the Ultimate 64, of course, the cartridge aspect, and that is fairly much portable. It is not much different.
Okay. So that was the easy part in recreating this. However, the other parts are basically a scratch design, if you will, right?
Well, yeah. First of all, the cartridge, the Ultimate 2 Plus L, is
Right.
not anymore based on Altera, but it's based on Lattice.
Yeah.
I think I can say I lost about 3 to 4 months of my life to Lattice with all their bugs and their
Right.
BS. But yeah, but it works again, and that is quite a bit of a port. The Ultimate logic itself is quite vendor agnostic, you would say, but there are all kinds of external interfaces like the memory, which are based on they call it primitives in the FPGA that are specifically made for those kind of interfaces, and they're completely incompatible.
Okay.
Yeah, clock trees and all kinds of things is all different. So it was really a pain actually to recreate the cartridge to another brand.
I can imagine. Is it also something that at some point in time you think like, why am I doing this? Because this has now been almost 20 years journey, and you basically recreate the exact same outcome from scratch. I can imagine that might not always be something that gets you truly excited.
It was depressing, to be very honest. Yeah, especially the cartridge. Because I decided that it had to fit in the same plastic enclosure without any changes to the plastic injection mold.
Okay.
So I really had to make the same thing.
Yeah.
Same button, same interface, and
Yeah.
etc.
Yeah. So you put additional restrictions on yourself for good reasons. Mold is very expensive to create. That made it even harder to create the exact same outcome. That is. Now, I remember we spoke previously about, you have a history of products now, and you have a lot of people that are interested in throwing new feature requests, new bugs, anything they can think of towards you. And you've always tried to backport everything to every model. Where are you at with that now when you look at the cartridge, for instance? Because you have now, 3 cartridges really, huh? You have the initial version, the 2 plus and the plus L.
Plus L.
Yeah, there's also the Ultimate 1. The Ultimate 1 is really not supported anymore.
Okay, so that one is luckily
that one is out. But the Ultimate 2 and the Ultimate 2 Plus, Ultimate 2 Plus L, those are all supported because I created a build system that can basically build all the different versions based on the same how do you say that, on the same
tool chain.
not on the same tool chain, but on the same code base. That's the word I was looking for.
Okay. So the code base is universal enough to be able to use in that way. And then there's not a lot of post work that you have to do there. It typically compiles well enough that it can be, pretty much standardized like that. Yeah.
I must say that the Ultimate has come into life as a hobby project. Right? Yeah. So it came to life not as a commercial thing, but as a hobby project. So there is no sufficient regression testing.
Okay.
Right.
So if you would make a commercial product, you would also write tests.
Right.
That you can repeat automatically.
Right.
So although everything builds automatically, I can have different, because there are also different builds for the Ultimate 2. One with audio, one with 2 drives, etc. And there's quite a big number of builds that come out of the tool chain.
Yeah.
And basically, they have to be tested manually.
Okay. Now, a lot of that testing, you've got a very loyal fan base and a very knowledgeable fan base as well.
That's possible, yeah.
It would be impossible without them, and what I always enjoy seeing on Facebook as well is these people will step in. Someone will come up with an issue, and they'll step in and say, "Have you tried this version?" Or "I've tested this. This should work. This should." I think that really makes your product very unique. You've got very knowledgeable technical folks that are almost your, second line support, if you will.
Tech support.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes the audience, it makes the consumer base very unique.
Right.
And it makes the product possible.
Yeah, exactly that. Because I think if you have had that, you'd go bonkers. You get so many questions in email. You just get completely discouraged to do anything more, make any new version of a piece of software or an update of a firmware, because it would just be hell every time you release one.
Yeah, it is already hell. It would be more hell. Yeah, the testing is horrible, and sometimes things break.
Yeah.
For example, one of the latest versions, Ulticopy broke, and I just have hardly any time to fix it.
Right.
And let's face it, testing is not fun either. The level of testing that you want to do for a product that satisfies your, need for testing is extensive, and it just takes a long time. It's not fun to do.
That's very true. That's very true.
Yeah.
So
to that point, now you're working on the full version of the board. Are you approaching that a little bit different than you did in the previous iterations? Are you making any changes in the basis of how you're setting this up for yourself? Because you're relying obviously on a lot of documentation you wrote yourself for yourself. You probably would have never guessed that you would need a new iteration based on a new FPGA setup and all. It's hard for me to believe that you would have thought that this product would last as long as it has, and still has such a steady demand coming in for more.
Yeah, mostly the cartridges. Mostly, I would have assumed the Ultimate 64 boards to. Well, I would. Let's put it this way. I would have expected the demand for the cartridges to decline in favor of the main board.
Makes sense.
And what I see is they're both in demand.
Good news, bad news.
Okay. To some extent, because sometimes I spend a whole weekend assembling and packing units, but
right.
It's okay. It's for a good cause.
Right, because we're another year, but most of it is still the Gideon family factory that's putting it all together.
Yeah. My wife is studying now again, so she goes back to school. So she doesn't have a lot of time to help with assembling the units.
Okay.
So it is basically it slows down a little bit now. Sometimes evenings, sometimes weekends, and it's tiring. I must say it's really tiring.
I bet. So where are you at with the main board right now? What stage are you at, and how do you feel that progress is compared to what you had expected where you would be?
Those are two interesting questions, very separate questions also.
Yeah.
It's pretty far. I mean, it exists. I have a prototype here. That is I don't know if this is visible. Let me see with my camera. Here. This is the prototype.
Okay.
The first prototype. This is made just somewhere in China. I just ordered it online and had some parts that they had in stock. I had it assembled just by an online company, basically. I don't know if you can hear me very well because I think the microphone
no problem.
So it consists of consists of a small FPGA board that I made.
Yeah.
with all kinds of interfaces that have that are somehow a little bit tailored to retro computing,
Right.
like analog video, digital video, Ethernet, USB, of course, for the ultimate, clocking, memory, those kind of things. And then the main board is basically a breakout of that little complicated small board
Yeah.
to a Commodore 64 form factor.
Yeah.
With all the connectors in the right place.
Right. Right.
And the setup that you're seeing right now is actually a factory test setup where I have all kinds of loopbacks plugged in. Like, for example, there in the joystick, there is a special, a special small board. And also in the SID sockets, there's a special thing in there.
Okay.
That is not a SID actually. That is like a measurement device where I can measure voltages, measure the capacitance, and those kind of things.
Mm.
The reason I'm showing that is because I'm working on the factory tester. Because the factory now has produced 10 second prototypes.
Okay.
And so the test software will go now to the factory to see if it will run there on their side. And if everything runs well, then I get the 10 prototype, or 8 of the 10 prototypes I get here for testing, detail testing, in electromagnetic compatibility testing, all kinds of detailed tests that I need to make very sure of that everything is okay.
Right.
And then they will do the mass production.
Wow. Now, I remember from the cartridge you had created a test jig, which was quite challenging for the factory to be used. It wasn't with, I think it was with pogo pins and all of that. It wasn't the easiest device to actually use in a production environment. Is that something that played a role in how you're setting things up now? Is the layout that you're looking at or anything?
I'm using a different technique now. I'm using basically loopbacks that can be plugged into the board.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is basically because the board is so big. It's 39 centimeters across in the length. So that is quite a long board.
Yep.
That is quite difficult to put it in some kind of a pogo pin fixture.
Yep.
And also press it down to get all the test points.
Right. Yeah.
I could have made a test connector maybe or something, but there are so many interfaces that you want to test.
Right.
That I thought, okay, you know what, it's better to just plug in some loopbacks and then just run a test program over JTAG and that's it.
Yeah. Which really, it's a neat solution. It's a neat solution to do it that way. And in a way, I remember the old Commodore 64 factory process photos, and that's a lot what they did at the end of the line as well, prior to
dead test cartridge,
using the bread bin and mixing it up.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw some videos also, but I saw a lot of ladies just plug it into a TV and just turning it on. And just tune the color clock until everything cuts.
The RF coil indeed for the channel, the right channel, all of that.
The right channel, right.
Yeah. So I think once you get to that, you may want to have them take a little bit of the same camera angle for, just for prosperity. Then let's see that we can get a similar video of yours.
I don't know if they want to make videos with the factory, but I could always ask.
So the second part of the question was, how does this compare to where you thought you would be?
Right. I'm quite an optimistic person. Usually too optimistic. The same happens at work when I have to make a project calculation. So I make a project calculation and then some colleague comes and just multiplies it by 2.
Yeah.
Usually, so that's usually how it happens.
Yeah.
And what you can see, the progress seems slow, but one of my friends said recently, considering the amount of time that you can actually spend on it, it was you did it in very little time.
Right. Right.
And I think it's true. I started the design earlier this year. I made the layout in a couple of weeks, maybe
Yeah.
2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Had the prototypes ordered, and went on a holiday, and now everything seems to be running, and now I'm working on the factory tester. So
That's pretty good. So
it's going well.
So obviously, a question that you'll have had several times and probably will get a lot more is when everybody or anybody hears that you're going to bring out a new product, people will typically not think, there was a necessity to bring out a new product due to product scarcity or component pricing or otherwise. They'll think, okay, you're going to come out with a new version, so it's going to have new bells and whistles to it. Can you clarify? With this board that you're creating right now, is it going to be different? Is it the same? Is it where's your mind at with that, and where's the prototype at?
Right. Okay. So what I did is I opened a group on Facebook specifically for this topic to ask the users what they would like to see different.
Right.
And as the Ultimate 64 is a loft product, I must say that the suggestions were reasonably modest.
Okay.
Some suggestions were off the chart, difficult or impossible. There are always people that want everything that is even not related to Commodore. Okay,
Yeah.
so I find that a little bit. Okay, it doesn't fit in the product specification,
Right.
but or definition rather.
Right.
But there are other things that are that were said. For example, the output of the HDMI is rather low resolution.
Okay.
Can you not just do full HD?
Okay. Yep.
So this new Ultimate 64 will output full HD,
Okay.
180p. What else? What else? The push button was not loved very much. Like push once for turning it on and the button, and hold it longer for reset and stuff like that. So that has been changed for an actual switch.
Yeah.
Still with more options than one. You can put it up and you can put it down. So
Okay.
Okay. Had to
Yeah.
do something. People lacked audio jack.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So the new one will have a 3.5 millimeter stereo audio jack.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, which actually also does SPDIF for optical.
Oh, good.
Oh, nice.
Who want to do that? Yeah.
So there, it's a combined connector. Actually, you can see it here. I don't know if you can see it here. That there's actually light coming
Oh
out.
yeah, you can see the LED.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Clearly visible.
Clearly visible. Yeah.
Yep.
It has an onboard speaker. So for the
okay.
drive sounds.
Because that used to be an option, I remember, and almost everybody started ordering those as a separate item. Yeah, it was a little plug-in item. That makes sense to bring that on board this time.
Yeah, so it's on board. You can also configure it to play the SID audio over the speaker.
Okay.
So if you don't have any audio output, you can. Of course, it doesn't sound great, but
right.
You can play a game like Jumpman or anything. You can play it.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily need a hi-fi setup.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. So anything from a speaker up to a SPDIF output, you have the whole range basically.
Yes, exactly.
Well, those are good suggestions.
Yeah, those are good suggestions, and well, I think the SPDIF. I came up with the SPDIF myself. The board size. Now, we have seen that the older one. It was it was a clever design to optimize the board area.
Yeah.
But
there you go.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, look, there's a speaker here.
There's a speaker. Yeah, you have one of them.
I have one as well. Yeah.
One of the early ones. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So, what do I want to say about this?
The board was a clever design. The original board was. It
was a clever layout for production-wise.
Yeah.
Because you could actually almost produce two boards in the area of a little bit more than one.
Right. Yep.
So board space was optimized, but the trouble started when people started to build it in and needed all kinds of brackets and stuff like that.
Right.
So this new one is full size.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, full size in the sense it's the same size as C64C.
Yeah. The short board. Yeah.
The short board size. Yeah.
That I think that's good indeed. That's good.
So that puts the keyboard connector at the normal location then.
It has the keyboard connector somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
So it's
a lot different because I actually started manufacturing this little board that gives you a right angle because of the space constraints. Because of on the 64C we had it was hitting at that point with the regular keyboard connector.
Yeah,
so that's nice.
It's possible, but some wires were a little bit too short in some models.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Those kind of things. It's like polishing it up basically to have to iron out the shortfalls basically.
Right.
So are you so this is tedious. This is a tedious task, and especially once you've done the exciting bits of it, then it's just getting it ready for production, which is where a vast majority of time can be at. And it's like, oh, this didn't work, move this, try it again. You seem to have been very lucky or knowledgeable or a combination thereof to have been able to compress that number of hours worked on it to almost to an optimum. You might be going into production in the next few months then, it looks like.
In December probably.
Oh,
that's great. Just before China kind of closes, you might already start. You might already have some. Now, what does your backlog look like? Are you going to be able to? Do you have you opened up for pre-orders? Have you stayed open for pre-orders? Because what is currently be ordered and delivered versus only back order?
For the Ultimate 64 Elite?
For your current product range. For current product
range. Well, the Ultimate 2L cartridge is just temporarily out of stock, but I'm expecting 500 new boards the coming week.
Okay, good.
So that will be fine for the coming months.
Yeah.
And there are, I think, about 700 to 800 pre-orders for the Ultimate Elite 2.
Wow. So the first run is going to be a pretty massive run, and that's why you want to make sure you've got this right.
Of course, yeah.
So one thing I haven't heard in this, which I'm like, you had, I think you said you had 1 + 8 protos now on the way. They created what, 10 boards in total?
I made those prototypes myself. The blue board that you see there is just an online order somewhere.
Okay.
They didn't have everything on stock, in stock, so I had to order some things and solder it myself.
Yeah.
But now it is being produced at the company. The next run of 10 prototypes is being produced at the company that's also going to do the mass production.
Okay.
So they are setting up everything to do the mass production.
Yeah.
They don't run all the boards just to be sure that we don't make a lot of there are no mistakes that are copied 1,000 times.
Right.
Yes, for sure.
Right.
But all the components are already in stock for 1,000 boards. So
now take us back to the last time you had your first run. The last time you had your first run, whether it's the 2+L or your last Elite. I think that was the last one prior to this one, right?
Right.
Was that process the same? Did you actually indeed you tested it, you were on your own, and then you basically signed off and you released it? You didn't have an intermediate step where you said, like, I'm going to do 50 and I'm going to send them to the 50 most active firmware contributors, or the guys that are like the nuts about this, and you're second tier almost, and have them have a quick go at it and test this out. It's so because and the reason why I'm asking, Gideon, is because I know you're pretty reserved when it comes to taking risk. Yet here, this is a big step. This is the one where I would be a little bit like, oh, I don't know if I would go from here to.
Yeah, there's a lot of knowledge already in the Ultimate 64, the first series. So it is hardware-wise, there are many similarities. So many circuits are just exactly the same.
Okay.
So that reduces the risk somewhat.
Right.
And to answer your question, the first run, I had also a few prototypes made of the Ultimate 64, the first one.
Right.
That is a 1.0. It has never made it to anyone because it was not good.
Okay.
I also did some electromagnetic compatibility testing on that, and it was just like no one could hear any radio station in the next.
Oh no!
It was not good.
Don't do it on a Saturday or Sunday sports time. Yeah, I hear you.
Exactly. Well, most of the people are now using either cable or digital or internet stuff, but
Right.
it was not good. It was not good. So I had to do a lot of changes there on the first board. So the first ones that were actually rolled out were the 1.1s.
Yeah.
And they were produced in 120 pieces.
Okay. So it was a limited run.
It was a limited run, and it also had a little bug in it still because there were 2 pins swapped on the keyboard connector.
Okay.
Oh.
So I had to deliver a keyboard adapter, little keyboard adapter board that switched the 2 pins.
Yeah.
But other than that, it was functional.
Okay. So yeah. So okay. That definitely increases the chances of this first run to be just as expected. And this test setup that you've tried out now, are you looking at? Are you still doing pogo pin testing on the cartridge on the plus L?
Certainly.
Okay, and that works.
I think that is what I told you last year, right?
Yeah. That was.
I can show it to you.
Yeah. One good thing that Gideon's doing for sure is with this new manufacturer, they're producing the prototypes as well as doing production. So the prototypes that you get, should match exactly what the full production run is, which is a great step.
They're using even the same components because
So that's
right.
That's perfect. I do the same
thing. You also test the components.
Yeah.
Are you still doing I think you had a domestic one, eh? You use a semi-local company in the past, right?
For the for the previous one I did, but they are rather slow. So I must say that I found a company in Asia that actually produces high quality stuff.
Okay.
Not very cheap, but it is fast.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense.
So if I ask them something if I ask them make 500 Ultimate 2L cartridges, takes 6 weeks.
Yeah.
I have them.
Yeah.
And that just couldn't work in Europe.
Yeah.
The last time I had to run of Ultimate 64 Elites, it took them 8 months.
Yeah, that's.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I had to keep asking them but there are other customers and we are full and this and that, blah blah.
Right.
No, that's no good.
No, it doesn't happen. So no, I cannot do this. And this is the tester with the pogo pins.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah. Where do I see it? Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful indeed.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice setup.
I can just
it's a press.
put it at a press like that, and then I can just test it like that. So one of those is also in the factory.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And they just plug it up to a laptop. They hook it up to a laptop with the USB.
Yeah.
And then there's just some script that tests and programs the boards just all automatically, basically.
Right.
So, Gideon, I want to go back to the hardware real quick and talk to you about something with the hardware, because this is an all-new model because it's a full-size board. So I noticed just looking at your video that the FPGA component is not like what you did before. It looks like it's like almost like a compute plug-in board. Can you talk a little bit about how the FPGA on that is done?
I could have done it in one board as well, but I decided to put all the high-speed stuff, FPGA's like high-speed components in comparison to the rest of the Commodore, right?
Mm-hmm.
So to put it on a small board, so that little piece of PCB is actually complicated and high tech.
Yep.
It's an 8-layer board.
Oh wow.
And then the rest of the board is rather simple, just wires and some buffers and stuff like that to all the connectors. And that allows me to also in the future make different form factors.
Okay.
So that is basically the reason to put it to make it like this. Is the separation of concerns is the first reason. So all the complicated stuff keep it close to each other and small. And then all the connectors separate. And the second reason is indeed that I could make a different baseboard with the same FPGA board and just have a board for I don't know, maybe SX64 or something like that.
Right. So is that, and that's so does the board plug in or is it soldered in?
It looks like a compute module, doesn't it?
No, but is it plugged in or is it soldered in?
It sits in a memory socket.
Oh,
It's a DIMM socket. Yeah, it looks like the way they do a compute
so
board.
it's a plug. So it's truly universal in that way. So to that point, and I'm taking huge risk, and I'll help a little bit. What Gideon is about to say is nothing got to do with what may or may not be down the line at any moment in time. It may never happen, or it may happen. Who knows? So where's your mind at with some of that, like, let's call it the main module, and you already alluded to like an SX64. Is your mind at something that you'd like to try? That's something that you've been thinking about, like, oh, if I ever get the opportunity, I'll create this?
Now, well, my mind doesn't have the space to think about it right now. Let's put it like that.
That's a wise word.
So,
but it's also the truth. It is not an evading answer per se.
Yeah.
So secretly in the back of your mind too, you probably are thinking that maybe if the FPGA becomes obsolete, you can just replace that board at that point and then continue on with the same form factor as well.
That is one of the possibilities.
I sure hope that won't be needed, or not anytime soon. Because...
I'm not trying to jinx you. I'm just.
The funny thing is that I'm now back at Xilinx.
Yeah.
Or it's now Xilinx based or AMD based.
Yeah.
And I know that these parts are going to be available until 2040.
Okay.
Oh, good.
So we'll have a little bit of time.
I don't know at what price,
Wow.
but they'll be around for quite some time.
Yeah.
Good.
That's fantastic indeed. Now,
So are you making that board, Gideon? Are you making the FPGA board, or is this something else that's purchased as a CAN board from somebody else?
I'm sorry. What is?
Did you make this board, the FPGA board itself?
Yes.
Okay, so it's your product that goes into the main board itself, then.
Yes.
Okay.
I also.
So it's two separate entities you've got to test and do then.
I have thought about this a lot, whether I should test them separately or not, and it is difficult to test them separately. So I have decided that the factory test setup will just be we'll be testing sets.
Okay, pairs.
And,
okay.
And if it fails, then the factory can decide to plug in a golden FPGA board or replace it with a golden baseboard and see where the problem is. But yeah.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense.
So going through this, is there anything that was in the previous Elite that you wish you would have done, but because of the design choices made, this is just how it's going to be, and therefore had to also live like that into this board? So is there anything you weren't able to do that you wish you would have been able to do, just because of practical or technical reasons? Or economic reasons?
No, it's actually the other way around. There are things on the Elite, on the original Elite, that I really hate until today,
Okay.
design-wise. So I have to live with it.
Yeah.
For example, that is the extra Xilinx PLD that is somewhere near the keyboard
Yeah.
connector.
Yeah.
That's a pain because it it listens on the cartridge bus. So everything that you need to do with the PLD, you need to in some way sneak it into the cartridge bus timing.
Yeah.
So the whole timing there is
Tricky.
dramatic. It's very tricky, very tricky.
Yeah.
So I have isolated that right now.
Okay.
One of the other things that people wanted is hotkeys for things.
Yeah.
And because the Ultimate Elite, the first one, or the Ultimate 64, just exposed the CA pins, right? The 6526 pins directly to the keyboard. It was not possible because the C64 is actually scanning the keyboard.
Okay.
Yep.
So of course, when you go into the menu, it disconnects, and then you can read the keyboard yourself for the menu.
Right.
But while the Commodore 64 is running, you cannot really do that.
Okay. Okay.
Yep, I know that one.
You know that one.
Yeah, the
So-
Bling board actually has that ability built in, so we can do hotkeys and all that because the keyboard scanning is done by me, and then that gets sent off to the 64 through a MUX.
To a
So,
MUX, right? Yeah. So basically, that's what I have done in the Ultimate Elite 2.
And the Elite 2.
The Elite 2. Yeah.
So that's how you're gonna. Yeah, these names are gonna become very confusing as well. This is like maybe a naming contest at some point.
Maybe this is the right time to tell you a nice story.
Yeah.
One time when ChatGPT came out, I decided to go on ChatGPT and ask about myself. So I think a
Right.
lot of people do that.
Yeah.
And it came up with the Ultimate Elite 64 as well. And I asked, so are there different versions? And it came back with the story that there are 3 versions. There's the Ultimate 64 Basic,
Yeah.
the Ultimate 64 Elite, and the Ultimate 64 Professional.
Oh. I'd like to order one of those.
Yeah, me too, because I would love to know what it looks like.
Exactly. Oh, wow.
So I have been thinking maybe it is nice to call it Ultimate 64 Professional, but
I think you should. I think that's perfect.
Yeah, well, it has become Elite 2, so.
So now you've always been candid to all of the users about, and I see you answer the question over and over again. If I have this one, should I buy that one? Yeah, I see it like almost weekly on Facebook as well.
Yeah.
I have the Elite. Well, I'm not a good reference because I'm going to buy them anyways. But
Right,
I have the Elite. Should I be buying the Elite 2 or the Professional?
When I get questions like that, I usually think, but that's up to you. It's not up to me. If it were up to me, I would say, of course you have to.
Right.
But no, well, it is an upgrade in some ways.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the differences are relatively small, I would say.
Yeah, if I may ask it in a different way, anybody that's currently got an Elite, should they be worried about the future updates? Because lots of features still get added. Should they be worried? Which one are you going to start phasing out? Is there anything going to be phasing out, or are you going to, similar to as you've done with the Ultimate 2 cartridge, continue to support the most recent previous product?
There's no reason for me to phase it out at this point.
Okay.
Because the build chain, I have it set up already for the firmware, so I can build all different versions.
Okay.
And I think the Ultimate 64 and the Ultimate 64 Elite 2 they have more similarities than the cartridges.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, okay. So even from a complexity of, in that perspective, it's You know.
Yeah, there is always some kind of I/O ring, basically,
Right.
that is different, right?
Right.
I mean, the clocks are different, the PLLs are different, the HDMI is different, it outputs a different resolution, so it has a different scaler. All kinds of stuff is different, but that is okay, somehow a little bit isolated in the firmware
Okay.
as drivers.
Yeah.
So if the Ultimate 64 application runs, it will just detect what it needs to do,
Mhm.
and then based on that, it will It
Yeah.
has to be tested though.
Right.
It has to be
No, I
tested.
get that. I get it. And Gideon, and it's a good jump as well to. You'll no doubt have heard of the Mega 65 product.
Right? Yeah,
Which
sure, I have.
is a cool FPGA project. And one of the things that the route that they went is this multi-core support. Some cores have been supported for that, and therefore people load that up. I know that that's a question that you've been getting in the past about your product as well. Can you just make it very clear what the Elite is not going to be? Because I think you've made it clear, but I think people sometimes get confused, and it's caused by things like the Mister and the Mega 65 that just had a different design and outcome principle.
Right.
Yeah, my design principle is to get it as close as possible to the Commodore 64, and that takes significant amount of effort to get there.
Yeah.
I just don't have the time to run different cores.
Yeah.
It might be possible.
Yeah, but that's
I mean, not for me, but I mean, there
Yeah.
might be people that have a lot of experience with the Mister.
Yeah.
That might be able to port something for the Ultimate 64
Yeah.
Elite too.
Yeah, but it's not the direction that you're looking at. It's not something that you've got time for, nor that you're maybe super passionate about either.
I just can't. I just don't have the space.
No bandwidth, no cycles.
No bandwidth left.
And that's
Yeah.
and I think that's clear. And that's no ding on you, by the way, Gideon. I don't know how you kind of deal with that. You get so many questions, and they're all interesting and valid questions, obviously, and you're already spending so much time on trying to get the one thing right that how do you not get to a space where you kind of get like angry or disappointed with yourself, like I wish I could make 26 hours in a day, and then I would have 2 more hours to spend on yet something else. I think that's something to be careful of. Obviously, it needs to remain fun as well to do.
Yeah. And the question is, to what extent is it still fun?
Right.
What I do like is I'm an electronic guy in the end, and I do like to do some hands-on programming as well. Because when I look at my work, I'm a system architect during the week. Let's put it like that, and that job has become more and more demanding as well. Bigger projects, more responsibilities, those kind of things. And I don't get to do a lot of hands-on programming or designing anymore.
Right.
At my job.
Yeah.
So that is why I do still like to do that kind of hands-on thing.
Yeah.
Here at home.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. You climb up the ladder in the corporate world, you get more distant from what made you go into that world in the first place. And your company is lucky that you're still doing this as a hobby, because you stay more relevant to those people that you now lead instead of, be part of.
Probably. Yeah.
Well, let's hope they are happy.
I haven't seen it. I haven't looked at it that way, but thank you for pointing that out.
I think you'll be more relevant to those people that you work with as well, because you actually still have very practical, hands-on experience with these projects, be it outside the workplace. So,
yeah.
So
what is interesting to tell you is that I do have a colleague now at my workplace that also picked up the C64 hobby.
No way.
Oh.
Yeah, he did, and he has made his own products as well, and is also going to sell them. You'll probably hear from it soon. I'm not the person to disclose that kind of information,
announce
but
that.
right.
Well, he should
But
at least credit you in the product.
he does,
Oh, that's awesome.
because we also work together to get his product right. So
Wow.
that is in
Oh,
some way
good.
nice. And he has some interesting ideas that may be answers to your previous questions.
Okay. Well, that's
So if I don't have the bandwidth, it
No?
might be so that
Somebody else does.
Yeah.
Good.
yeah.
That's awesome, and I think that is the interesting thing. I don't know how you look at this. We had the creator of the Teensy ROM,
Right. Mm-hmm.
and what I love, I was super enthusiastic talking to him because he's the nicest guy possible. He lives out here in Portland. He's retired, so he's got a lot of time,
Yeah.
and he's creating a product where, haters, because unfortunately that's the world that we live in, where haters would say, well, why don't you buy an Ultimate 2 Plus cartridge and you'll be done? That is always a valid answer for a lot of things because it can do so much.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean, though, that all the other products don't have a space and that
Exactly.
you have just as much fun with that or could combine things or could fill a niche or something like that. I commend you for always being clear to others on that as well. Like, there's no reason to choose between A or B. You could have them both and there's much space for that. And you really see, and I think the big difference this year is there's been such a release of many new products for the C64, new hardware products, very smart people that use their daytime job knowledge to go back to a machine almost 40 years old
Exactly.
and make cool stuff. And it's not just you, it's several others now, which is so cool.
It is very cool, and I don't see it as a threat at all. I mean, sometimes people say if there's competition, there's a market. That's one way to look at it. In this world or in this scene, I would say it is more like if there is enthusiasm, there's a space for anyone.
Right.
And that is that's just great.
Right. Yeah, and I think that the C64, it was interesting how you spoke about C64 versus the Amiga. I think the C64 was maybe the last community back at our age and where we grew up, where it was very much we, and even like the scene behind it that existed was very much we. With the Amiga, because it was a very expensive product, a lot of people didn't have access to it, so it became a little bit more elitist already right at the start, and it kind of the scene started changing a little bit. The Commodore scene, you find these people and say, oh, I grew up with the 64. Before you know, you're close friends and you've spent half an hour talking about Jumpman or something else that you enjoyed back in the day. I really think it's a machine that represents a really interesting time and space.
Yeah,
it certainly does. And I must say the community still is the same. Well, maybe it's not the same, but it still consists of friendly people most of the time.
Yeah.
I agree.
Totally agree.
I don't have a lot of experience with the Amiga community, but as I have heard, it is not the same there.
No, yeah, it wasn't the same. Back in the day, well, I think you and I probably went to the same places, and Nijmegen, Venlo, Maarsen, all the places back in the day where people would come together to exchange IDs and software. I think that's where being able to live that still and get a super modern product like the Elite 2 Pro Turbo Ultra is just it's a good space to be. Now, pre-ordering. Can people pre-order? Can they order? How does it work right now?
Yeah, do we have links in our Discord for that?
Well, we'll make sure we put them in. But what's the status? Have you closed the shop right now, or what?
No, it's not closed. It's not closed. Yeah, people can place a pre-order. That means that your address and your name is recorded on the web shop. A payment is not required until I know for sure that I can deliver.
Right.
So that means that if the first boards come in, then I'm gonna start to send out the payment requests, and then in the coming weeks I'll be starting to ship it.
Okay, I love your confidence.
Yeah.
No, I love that.
Well,
I think
that's
that's
great.
a surprise. I think people have been so eager to hear where this is going, and it's just very cool to see how close you are to to the end of the line, and then of course busy times start for packing and ship.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Uh,
many people ask if I would be shipping before Christmas, and I think it is just unrealistic to do
Yeah.
that. I mean, especially there might be, if I push the production company, there might be some, but I would be taking too much risk,
Don't.
and no one is going to
It's
be.
almost 40 years old. Surely there's
he
an
can wait.
manual
Yeah.
that you haven't read that you can read over Christmas or anything else. Yeah,
Do you know,
there's no reason to do that.
do you know that that is my biggest fear, actually, that people think I am late and slow and those kind of things. That is giving me the most stress of all.
Wait, it's so funny, because it's not the first time you've said that. I remember you
Yeah.
saying that before, and every time on Facebook, all your fans step in and say, "Listen, this is a one-man show. He's doing this as a hobby that got completely out of hand, and you're gonna have to be patient. And we've
Cut him some
got
slack.
1,000 people here to vouch for him for anything and everything he says and does."
Yeah.
Gideon, you got to stop doing that. Your resolution for 2025, which is next year, is going to be
Yeah.
that is no longer part of my thinking
Yeah,
because there's no need. You've earned your stripes and then quite a few more. There's no reason. Take the time that's needed to get the product out that works as well as it does. Who still has a product? Think about it. Who still has a product being supported that you bought this many years ago? Everybody buys $1,000 iPhone here in the US. And you buy it, and the next day they announce the next one and say, "Oh, by the way, yours will work for one more year, and then we'll turn it off."
Yep.
I,
I don't understand people even accept that, but yeah, if that is going to be the standard, then I'm safe.
Yeah.
Totally. and I think so. So Gideon, how can people help? I know you've people have offered you to come and help box stuff. Are you still out in that other office to do that instead of?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
yeah. It's not here in the attic.
Okay, good. Yeah, no longer that good. Is there any help you need? Anything that you need? How can the community help you?
There are people that offer to pack, and that is good. But yeah, I pack on such a regular basis that it is not feasible to call them in every time. So I don't.
Okay.
But if there's a big bunch or a big pile of boxes to be sent, then I might just to ask those people. Yeah.
Okay, that's
and
good.
Otherwise I'll just take a few days off and just
and do that. That's a fun activity.
That's a fun activity. No.
Put the 80s music on in the back and mindless packing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and then once you're finished with this, then you don't have to hold the soldering iron as much anymore. Are you looking forward to a recreational soldering project, or should we not talk about any future plan?
I think my focus will be on the firmware again. Yeah, the firmware has now been on hold for almost a year.
Yeah.
And I think it is time to fix the loose ends and to add some new things. So
okay, good. Well, I think today's outcome for a lot of people that will be watching this video or will be directed to this video from Facebook or otherwise will be one of joy, because I don't think that that they would have expected you to be this far along already, and actually even get a little glimpse of
sneak peek of a board
that might be coming that way.
Yeah, well, I posted pictures of this already on Facebook, so people have that glimpse.
Yeah.
What I don't know is, for example, the factory tester and what it looks like, and those
right.
That a lot of things that people will never see, right? Things that happen behind the scenes that have to be done. A factory tester is a project in itself.
Yeah.
It's firmware. It's another application, a firmware application. With a lot of things that can go wrong. A lot of effort that has to be put into it. So it is. It's a lot of work that people never see any result of.
Oh, Gideon, and that's what I appreciate. Every year you give us a great glimpse behind the scenes. You're always very open and honest in in what goes on behind the scenes, and we truly appreciate that. And I know you don't typically do these type of interviews, so
Yeah,
kudos.
we appreciate it.
Thank you for that. Next year, no doubt, I'll try and tap you on the shoulder again and kind of see where we're at that moment in time. It looks like we'll have a full new set of products just
Right?
in live production. And it might be a dialogue much more about the firmware changes that have come up during that year. So
Right.
Looking forward to it, Yuri.
exciting year
And
ahead. Gideon,
maybe we'd like to drag your buddy from your work on as well to talk about his new product.
if he's ready by then.
Yeah.
I'm sure he is. And he also loves to talk about his own product. So
That's awesome. Now, Gideon, I'm planning with my family to go and spend a month or so in the Netherlands next year. It's the first time that my kids will be going out there. I'll make sure to ping you because I'm going to spend an afternoon packing boxes with you.
oh, you know what?
in
That,
time.
that, that wouldn't be necessary if your family is also here. You should entertain them, but we should grab a drink for sure.
Yeah,
That would be very nice.
I'm looking forward to that. Gideon,
All
thanks.
right.
You have a great evening. You have a great evening there.
And we appreciate you being online with us, and we look forward to talking to you in the future.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Yuri. It was a pleasure.
You take care.
Right.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, Jim. Well, that was a treat especial again.
Gideon. Boy, I know the pains he's about ready to go through because I have 1,200 keyboards we have to assemble and get ready for shipping, and I don't have the complexity that he has for his product line, but the volume is the thing that,
right.
it just
And you want to
it's a lot
get
of
it
work.
right. You want to get it right first time, and
Yeah.
people, like he said, he had 800 pre-orders. You may want to help him get out, Jim. He had 800 orders fulfilled, or sorry, 800 pre-orders set up. That's a massive run coming out.
Yeah.
Jim, you may need to do it via Kick. That's the easiest.
Okay. Well, I muted him, and
Okay.
okay, it's good.
Yeah.
So one thing I have to say that Gideon recognizes his bandwidth ability.
Yeah.
I think it's for mental sanity and just the fact that you just strap for time. And so that's something that I struggle with a lot because of you guys, pretty much, really, and the feature creep.
I wish you had brought it up like you did, because this is exactly, and people that know Jim well knows that one thing Jim doesn't like doing sleeping, and I don't know if he really doesn't like sleeping or it's just you have so many projects running in parallel, and you're so enthusiastic about every single one of them, and then every single one brings up an idea that you think, oh, maybe I could use that there as well, and before you know, like your day 28 hours, and you're trying to do it. You're trying to do it all. Hey, it's and I would say it's not so much us, but it's more you and your enthusiasm for everything that kind of gets you in trouble. But continue the sentence from there. I just want to let that straight.
Yeah, it's your guys' fault. No, I have a lot of great ideas that I need for myself, and everything that I create, no matter what industry I'm in, pretty much has been for me. Right. And then I will, pass the idea along to clients or whatever. Like I do UAV flight control systems and guidance control systems. That's my day job, and so it's the same thing there too. Got lots of ideas and the feature creep, because that's the problem with dealing with anybody that you tell about what you're working on. Everybody has an opinion or an idea, no matter what industry you're in, and so. Like what Gideon had, he set up a Facebook Facebook group about what features there should be for, the new Ultimate stuff, and he was taking suggestions, and like I have seen as well, and Gideon had mentioned that there's some things that are just no way you can do. They're off the charts, of course, and then there's other things that make good sense, like what he had said for his product. And the problem is that with the CRX crew, I don't have any of those wild ideas. They're all good ideas. So it prompts me to think about other things. And so yeah, it's hard sometimes to throttle myself
Yeah.
when I'm trying to do some of these things. But I also, and at the end of the day, I'm realistic like Gideon, where okay, I only can do so much, and then maybe that's a problem that I've got. I probably should never have done in the first place. I like to tell people what I'm working on, and then that's a problem because then people are like, "Well, when's this going to happen?" You know. But if I don't do that, what I've found is like, "Well, this guy never works on anything anymore." You know. So I'm like, I hate that stigma as well.
I think what I like, and I saw it with Gideon as well, I see it with you as well, is the personalities come out very strong. Eh? You used to race motorbikes professionally.
Yeah.
That tells you everything. That tells you everything. It tells like competitive. You want to be, and all of that. But and it's the biggest plus, but it can also work against you, where people have an expectation of how long something will take or anything. And I think being able to step back from that and say, listen, you're gonna have to be more patient. But once it comes out, it's going to be good. And we've seen it with the keyboard campaign. That took a while, and there were all kinds of headwinds, but there were also several moments where you pulled the brake and said, no, this is possible.
Right. No, I am,
Great.
and Gideon's the same way. I'm telling you, it's got to be perfect or I don't want to release.
Perfect. It's got to be.
Yeah. It's got to be perfect.
I appreciate that. And there's always going to be an audience that will understand that. And there's always going to be an audience that, doesn't listen to that or ask for the next thing. And you got to just learn how to ignore that somehow. And that's not always easy, especially not if it comes in bulk.
You're right. You're exactly. But one thing that Gideon, and I love the fact that you said that he needs to
he's
be.
still commenting here as well. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Make it.
Hey, Gideon, you can always step back in, man. We're open here. So, but it is. It's a level of. I think it's not just perfectionism, actually. Even it's pride as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, your name's attached to something.
Yeah, your name is attached to that, and you're willing to stand up for that.
Yeah.
And you're proud that you made that, and you're proud that you can look back at that and say, yeah, I gave it my all, and I took that very serious, and I took someone else's budget very serious. I know that's a big thing for Gideon, for you as well.
Yeah.
Like, people worked hard to be able to afford a product of yours, and you want to give them an experience that deserves. I think that's good.
But I share the same feeling that Gideon had, and that you said that we should have a 2025 resolution where we don't have the guilt factor of something not released on time, or you're stressed about what people are going to think about it. And the reality is that I've learned, and maybe Gideon can understand this point of view. The keycap campaign, the original campaign, happened right at the start of a pandemic.
Right.
It took 4 years for that to be resolved.
Right.
But it got resolved, and the community was there behind me every step of the way.
Yeah.
And that was just a huge fiasco waiting to happen.
Yeah.
And so I hope that Gideon takes some comfort in knowing, and he has to have seen it as well, that the community is behind him and behind all the people.
Yeah, I think that especially on Facebook, because Facebook can be brutal. A lot of people leave Facebook because of that.
Yeah.
He's got a strong fan base, and they will, before he gets to respond, milliseconds, they'll have 10 people already set people straight. I think that's important. I think in your case, you've had the keyboard campaign. Obviously, that was a revival of a campaign that someone else started that they never delivered upon. So it was the perfect storm. Oh gosh, here's going to be number 2. Well, that worked out well. Now to the keyboard campaign, and I'm sorry because I missed the first one, the opening that we did yesterday.
Right.
More keycaps. Where are we at with that? Is that ever going to happen? Because what's available and what's not available? Right?
We didn't even talk about that part of it. So obviously I sold, all the backers got shipped. Everybody got their product. Everybody got all the, I say repairs, not really repairs, replacements of all the keycaps that had printing issues. So all of that is handled, and everything is, as far as I know, is perfect in that realm. I don't have any complaints from anybody about anything, and I spent a gazillion hours and a gazillion dollars making sure that was right.
Right, right.
That's something about me personally, is that I don't want something in someone's hands that they don't like.
Right,
And it's a tough for me to deal with that.
Right.
So there's a huge back order on the cbmstuff.com website.
Yeah.
I'm back ordered of the original keycap sets. Those are for the original keyboard. I think 1,600 sets last I looked.
Wow.
And that's not a lot. I mean, compared to what we had originally in the campaign, we made, I don't know, 4,000 sets of small and 3,000 sets of big, or something like that. I know that was 260 some thousand pieces of plastic
Okay.
that ended up getting shipped out.
Right.
And that whole thing started with them shipping directly from the factory in China, and that got halted because of the printing issues. And then I ended up doing everything else myself here, and sorting and all that stuff. So the issue was the printing, and the company that made the plastic, their plastic injection molding company, and they did a phenomenal job. As we know, the keycaps themselves, the plastic's beautiful. I mean, the texturing's nice. I mean, it's a perfect product, fits great. So they weren't a company that did printing. And so I found a couple companies that do printing, and I'm using one of them that actually ended up doing they're actually the PCBA house. They work with a third-party company. And so they're in Shenzhen. So that city, there's a million little shops all around everybody there in that area. So they went to some place, and I'm getting the new keycaps UV printed.
Okay.
And which is what I wanted to start with instead of pad printing.
Yeah.
Because with a UV printing process, it's a printer, so your text is not going to be misaligned, it's not going to be rotated, it's going to be perfect, which is what I wanted always.
Yeah.
And so I have samples that should be here either Monday or Tuesday of the final print, and that same printing, because the keycaps are identical shape, just the stems are different between the bling board and the...
Yeah.
So the shapes are identical. Same molds were used for the upper shape.
Yeah.
And so I will have probably 1,600 more sets of the original keycaps.
Yeah.
And then I will have whatever we need for the bling board itself as well. And I'll have extra keycaps. It's crazy, being a standard PC stem used on those. The number of people that have contacted me in the PC realm that want Commodore specific keycaps for their regular PC keyboard is crazy. I don't know where they're going to use them, but I guess they want them.
That's okay. But so basically what you're saying is there's line of sight to keycaps becoming available again.
Yeah, in fact, so the plastic, one of the problems I had with the new keycaps for the bling board was they made the stem wrong.
Right.
So the stem is a plus symbol, but it's not quite a real plus. It's like a little bit longer than it is wider for the plus.
Right.
And so when they did the testing to fit the mold, when they did, they actually rotated the switch 90 degrees. So the keycap was rotated 90 degrees to stay in place. Otherwise, it didn't stay. So they had to redo the mold to fix that. So 3 days ago, I got the final actual production samples.
Oh, great.
So yeah, so they are perfect. This is not in here, so it rattles around, but they're absolutely perfect. They stay on like they're supposed to. They're great.
So the modifications that they made worked out well.
Right. So these are done, and they're going to go to production as soon as I send them how many colors I want of each. So I'm going to be doing the color pickers for the backers shortly, so they can give me the colors. Right. And then once those are done, they will be trucked to the company that does the printing.
Okay.
And so that's how we're going to do that. And so right now, I'm having them make the old keycaps.
Okay.
In preparation to go ship to the company to get them printed. So I will have the old keyboard. Well, I say old, it's the Commodore 64 original brand keyboards.
Original keyboard.
I'll have those available for people.
Okay.
And I'm hoping, my goal is before Christmas time out of this whole thing.
I don't know.
But,
no one heard that piece. So
right, I know. That's my goal. Well, I mean, I could do it, but it'd be super expensive to ship air. That's the problem. Shipping air is so expensive.
That's not shipping. Let's don't dig your own hole. It's
okay.
Okay,
let's put it this way. I will have keycaps myself before Christmas. Because honestly,
what you should do is you should put the pallets in the corner of the workshop and put a camera on it, that if people want to see their keycaps during Christmas time, they can website, look at the camera, And then every now and then you can like wave at it or something, but don't set yourself up for this. It's just
Right.
gonna be madness.
That's the thing is that, and the number of orders and stuff. I feel for Gideon because I know exactly what it is because I've done it a lot. It's just a lot of work, and that part's not. It's fun for the first like 30 seconds, and then after that, it's not so fun.
And I think, and I had to smile a little bit there because I know how Gideon is packing these, and
Yeah.
I know how you were packing the keyboard campaign.
Yeah.
This is were packing them up and
Yep.
putting them back. There was no secret factory somewhere behind that door that wasn't.
No, no. In fact, I posted pictures in the campaign of like my living room, which is all tiled and it's long, and it's just hundreds of boxes and hundreds of boxes that were stacked there. Yeah.
It wasn't a very sexy process,
No, no, not at all. No, that's why.
Oh,
This
AI.
one a little better. This
So,
will be better.
hey, so Jim, I think we're entering lunch break. What are we
Well,
gonna?
yeah, we're actually a little late for lunch. We're supposed to be starting our next episode at 2:30 your time,
Okay.
which is like 10 minutes from now. But it's a video, so we can come back and play it. Yeah, we'll just take a quick break for 10 minutes or so. How's that?
Yeah, I think 1:30. 1:30. Yeah, is Robin's. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, we'll have a short break.
1:30. Yeah, 2:30 my time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Okay.
we switch to Slay.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch to Slay Radio here.
All right.
I can work this out.
Help Gideon get out. Poor
It was great listening to your story
Oh.
as well, Tim.
Oh, I get in.
Gideon,
Hi.
wish you a good evening. Wait, I'll send you the YouTube link of the rest of the event so you can look at that at your leisure. But you don't really have time, I know, no. But maybe as background music. How about that?
Sounds great. Hey, have a great time. Bye bye.
Thanks, Gideon. Take care.
All right.
All right.
We'll
I'm out for Slay Radio.
cheers.
See ya. Cheers. All right, we're back. It is just a tad after 1:30 Pacific time, and we are going to get started with our next presenter. And I guess Yuri's not going to jump in, so I'll just talk about this. So this is Robin Harbron's 8-Bit Show and Tell, which is notorious / famous YouTube video channel, which is great. And so Robin's doing and David Youd in combination, they're doing a video on some coding information people might be interested in. It's a comparison of reused code from games from different platforms like NES and 64 and such. And it's rather interesting. I got to take a peek at it. So we'll start that up right now. I can figure that out. And here we go.
Hi, it's Robin, and a special welcome to CRX 2024 viewers. That's the Commodore Retro Expo that's going on now at crxevent.com. Now, one of my favorite 80s movies is definitely The Last Starfighter from 1984. I like it so much. I've got the collector's edition DVD. I've got the Blu-ray 25th anniversary edition. And I've even got the Last Starfighter 24-page read-along book and record. It's a picture storybook. And here in the back, it even has the vinyl record that you can listen along as you read.
This is the story of The Last Starfighter. You can read along with me in your book. You will know it is time to turn the page when you hear the chimes ring like this. Let's begin now.
The Last Starfighter is about almost everything I was interested in back in 1984. In case you haven't seen it, I'll give a quick summary. It's got some Star Wars vibes, but instead of focusing on a Luke Skywalker trying to get away from Tatooine, it's high school graduate Alex Rogan trying to get away from his life at a trailer park with his girlfriend Maggie, as taking Maggie with him, not trying to get away from Maggie. When his college plans don't work out, his escape is an arcade game at the trailer park called Starfighter. He doesn't know it, but that video game is actually a simulation of a real starship, and when he gets the high score, much like the Excalibur test of pulling the sword from a stone, the creator of the game Centauri shows up. It's like a test. In reality, Centauri is an alien and takes Alex to the planet Rylos to be drafted into the Rylan Star League's forces. Alex is reluctant at first, but soon finds that he's actually the last starfighter, and by taking up the fight against the Kodan Armada, he finds an even better way of realizing his dreams, eventually returning to his trailer park victorious in his Gunstar spaceship to pick up Maggie for new adventures. This mix of space adventure and video games, fun and weird aliens and androids, Catherine Mary Stewart, and early CGI, all the space scenes were rendered on a Cray supercomputer, which was very new in movies in 1984. All these things add up to being one of the best movies for nerdy kids like me in the 1980s. And while I was planning this video, I realized that it was exactly 40 years ago, back in November 1984, that I first saw The Last Starfighter. It was memorable because we went to the theater for my friend Darren's birthday, and he hid behind the seat for the scary, gross bits, like when Beta's face was forming. I'm still surprised they put that in a kid's movie. So if you want to listen to Darren and me talk about The Last Starfighter for about 105 minutes, find our podcast, Growing Up 80s, Episode 10. Now, it seems obvious that a movie like The Last Starfighter, which is named after a fictional arcade game, should have an official video game. After all, Star Wars had quite a few fantastic video games by 1984, like the Vector arcade game, The Empire Strikes Back on the Atari 2600, and more. And in fact, in the movie's credits at the end of The Last Starfighter, it specifically says in big letters, video game available from Atari Inc. However, Atari did not release the game, or supposedly games, plural. Apparently, they were working on at least two. One was an arcade game, much like their super successful Star Wars coin-op, and the other was a home computer game. But when they saw previews of the movie, they thought it was going to be such a flop that they pulled out. The computer game was eventually turned into Star Raiders 2 and released for the Atari home computers in 1986, and then ported to other platforms, including the C64, in 1987. And the arcade game was totally shelved, but someone did recreate the arcade cabinet shown in the movie and made a working game for it around 2004. Check out the Rogue Synapse website for more info. And just in case some viewers didn't realize this, the Starfighter video game shown in the movie wasn't real. The graphics were too advanced by 1984 standards and were actually pre-rendered on the Cray supercomputer. It was just an animation. Okay, but back to the 80s, or actually early 90s, The Last Starfighter finally did get a video game, but Atari wasn't involved at all. It appeared on the Nintendo Entertainment System, the NES, and strangely, it wasn't until 1990, 6 years after the movie was released. And I happen to have a box copy of it right here. It's got the official Nintendo seal of quality, published by Mindscape. So us Atari and Commodore gamers were a bit disappointed that the Nintendo kids got this in 1990. We never got our promised Atari-made Last Starfighter back in 1984 or 85. Okay, so let's give this a try. There's the cartridge. And it's even got the Last Starfighter instruction booklet. Back when video games had decent instructions included on paper. Here's my NES. It's not the most beautiful one around, but I replaced the edge connector, and I've had this one for many, many years. And hey, it works. Like I mentioned before, I actually am a fan of Nintendo, despite my love for Commodore. Lots of fun games on NES. All right, see if it starts without having a blow on the cartridge. Woohoo! Okay, here it is, The Last Starfighter. Let's give it a try on the NES. Player 1. Okay, they're passing into, I don't know, what is that, like the neutral zone over the side there. Okay, so you're flying over one of the ships from the Armada. Actually, there's auto fire, so I have to keep hitting the B button. That's nice. All those mines are so tricky. There we go, outrun that one. Okay, and the goal is just to get to the end of the ship. It's a big ship. Oh, and there, you have to land on that area. Okay, and then there's this bonus game. I don't know if this looks familiar to anybody. They kind of like that Aquarius game, eh? That we were looking at, Alexei Ibin's Aquarius. Okay, you get some bonus points. I didn't get very high on that. And then you fly back over the ship, supposedly triggering the Death Blossom. Your ship is spinning round and round, so it's kind of like the Death Blossom, but somehow it's blowing up the whole ship there. Okay, here's level 2. There's apparently 15 levels, but it gets really tough. Oh. Just got blindsided by the other ships there. Oh, that's those mines. Oh! They always get me. There. You can sometimes avoid them. They kind of have a physics to them where they... Oh! Getting hammered on level 2. Oh man, game over. Didn't even make the high score. Okay, so you get the idea. It's a fairly fun game. Nothing like amazing compared to the NES games that were around in 1990. But a solid horizontal shooting scroller. Decent rendition of the movie theme here. Okay, before we go on, I want to take a look at the high score table. That's going to come up in a moment. There's demo mode. You can see another later level. Okay, this Hall of Fame, I'm going to freeze it. It only appears for a few seconds, but I'll freeze it, and I want to talk about that. Now, by default, there's actually a name VUL, almost like Vulcan or something, but I don't know what that stands for. But to go through the others from the bottom up, I think this high score chart is so cool because it's all movie references. And I actually don't know any other movie tie-in that populates its high score table in such a neat kind of, well, sort of, I don't know if subtle's the word, but, kind of like an Easter egg. You might not notice it at first, but, okay, so RYL, I think that stands for Rylos, the planet that Alex fights for. And Zan is short for Zandozan, the name of the alien bounty hunter, not just the one, but a general type of bounty hunter or assassin that comes after Alex. KDN, short for Kodan, and that's the enemy that has the armada that you're attacking here. BET, Bet, short for Beta, and that's the android that covers Alex's absence. Kind of neat that Alex is the A and Beta is the B. Alex is such an alpha. Next is Zur, Z-U-R. Now, I think that's a typo. It should be X-U-R for Zur. That's the leader of the enemy army. Next is Meg, Meggie. That's Alex's girlfriend. Sen, C-E-N, is Centauri, and that's the alien creator of the video game, of the Starfighter video game. GRG is Grig, Alex's navigator, another alien. And of course, ALX is Alex Rogan up at the top of the chart. Maybe I'm the only one that appreciates this, but I think it's so cool that it's full of these neat references to the movie, but it's absolutely appropriate to be using this, especially with Alex at the top of the high score list. Because, I mean, not only is he the star of the movie, so he should be at the top, but in the movie universe, that's how and why he gets drafted to be a starfighter, because he breaks the record in the game, the top score, and getting that top spot on the high score list, is exactly what makes the whole movie happen in the story. So I just think that's awesome. And one weird thing is that they gave him 500,000 points. I have never come even close. Like, my best score is, down around the bottom, 20,000 or something ever. So I have my doubts that I could ever get anywhere close to 500,000. But maybe that's, say, hey, Alex Rogan is the real Last Starfighter. Okay, so back to the topic here. If you're a C64 fan, maybe you thought that this NES Last Starfighter game looked really familiar. I'm not just talking about that bonus game that looks like Aquarius, Alexei Eben's game from a recent video, but particularly it looks and plays an awful lot like a game by Andrew Braybrook called Uridium. I've got it on tape here. This is a later budget release from Racket, but down here, I think that the name of the game should be getting top billing here, but anyway. Okay, it's got the J-card insert here with some instructions. Let's give it a try. Okay, I've got my Commodore 64 set up. I won't actually load that game from tape for reasons I'll explain a bit later. I've got it on my SD card. And today I'll be using my Starfighter, the Ultimate Joystick by Suncom. Seemed obvious, I just had to use it. I had assumed that that Suncom attempted to cash in on the movie when they named this joystick, but I looked into it, and Suncom had actually released this Starfighter joystick back in 1982. This was first. And while we're actually, I looked into it more, the Lockheed F-104 was named Starfighter. The jet plane Interceptor was named Starfighter way back in 1958. And I'm sure Star Wars from 1977 had got a lot of people talking about starfighters as well. So it definitely wasn't a new name dreamt up for the movie or even this joystick. But anyway, Starfighter joystick for this Starfighter video. Okay, so I've got Uridium booted up on the C64. Let's give it a try and see if you can spot any similarities to last Starfighter. Okay, we'll give it a try here. Level look a little familiar. And waves of enemy ships. That's similar. The ship looks a little different, but it does all the same kind of rotations. And there's that ending level. Land now. Okay, we landed. And what do we have here? Hey, both games ripped off Aquarius. Oh, quit. Ah, that's a joke. Bonus points. And then what happens? Oh, you go and fly over the back over the ship as it gets destroyed. Okay. So yeah, very similar. In Uridium, the ships are all named after different alloys. Apparently, these ships are trying to mine that material from these different planets. So this is lead. I do find Uridium a little bit easier. Not really sure why. Oh yeah. Come on, come on. Yeah! Oh. And Uridium is the mineral or whatever that's in the very last ship. And apparently it's actually, they meant to say iridium, and whoever named it thought it was uridium. So it's just a made up kind of fictional element. Level 3 is copper. Ooh. Well, doing fairly good here. Oh yeah, 10,000 points, you get a extra ship. Oh, that wall. I gotta remember, stay further up. First stay down, then stay up. Really is a tricky game because you can fly so fast, but there's no time to react if you fly that fast. It's pretty satisfying blowing up those ships. Oh, that was close. You can rotate on your side. I don't actually use that all that much, but okay, we're at the end of the ship. Oh, almost finished level 3. Still not enough to beat Alex, though. Oh, but I did beat AEB. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Actually, I'm going to reload the game. I didn't want to get the top score on this because I want to talk about that. Okay, just to take note of a couple interesting things even here on the title screen. You see how the title screen has this big scrolling text, Iridium by Andrew Braybrook. Well, that's exactly what was repurposed for that Greetings Starfighter in the last Starfighter game. And this is something that some other C64 games do besides Iridium. For sure, Great Guiana Sisters is one that definitely does that. And I'm sure there's more. Do any of you Nintendo fans that have more experience than me, are there any other NES games that do massive scrolling text on the title screen like that? Now, another interesting thing that we learned is that there's at least 2 different releases of Iridium. They can be told apart easily by the title screen by 2 different things. On this original release of Iridium, the high score is held by AEB, I'm sure that's Andrew E. Braybrook, with a score of 12,000. Now, there's also a version called Iridium Plus, and that's actually what I have here. It doesn't say plus, but when you load it up, it has a high score of 68,000. Surely that's when Andrew Braybrook was becoming enamored with the Motorola 68,000 at this time, and that's when he was starting to get into Amiga game development. And a second very big difference between Iridium and Iridium Plus is that the original Iridium title screen says Hewson presents Iridium in the middle of the screen, and there's nothing else on that line where it says Iridium. Iridium Plus, on the other hand, adds PAL or NTSC in brackets to the left of the title, and there's a megahertz indicator, which will indicate a 2 megahertz mode for the Commodore 128, and that's on the right on Iridium Plus. And one other indicator is that when I load up this Iridium Plus on cassette, the file name is actually Iridium and then a plus symbol after it. Okay, that aside over, boy, I keep derailing myself today, but I just love all these little connections and details. Okay, so what's the deal? It seems certain that Iridium and The Last Starfighter are nearly the same game. So what's the deal? Did Mindscape steal Iridium? Well, it appears to be legitimate. The evidence is actually in plain sight if you know what to look for. If we look at The Last Starfighter cartridge box, on the back here it says, Program Copyright 1989-1986 by Graftgold Limited, based on original game concept of Hewson Consultants Limited. And it's in tiny print, but it also names Graftgold and Hewson on the cartridge label itself. And right here in Iridium, of course, it says Graftgold Limited, 1986, and Hewson at the top. And if you don't know, Graftgold is the name of the company that developed Iridium. Andrew Braybrook and Steve Turner, that did the excellent title track music and also helped run the company. And Hewson is the publisher of Iridium. So knowing that Graftgold was involved, I got curious. Is it possible to prove that this NES game is actually a direct port of Iridium on the C64? And, it's not just sharing some gameplay concepts or general ideas. Does it actually share some bytes, perhaps, in the level data and use the same maps? So I contacted my friend David Youd, who is especially good at this sort of analysis, and I'll pass it over to him to show what he found.
Greetings to everyone at CRX, and hi Robin, always fun to work on projects with you. Okay, let me show you what I've got. Here's the Commodore 64 game Iridium and the NES game The Last Starfighter running simultaneously in Retro Debugger. If you haven't heard of Retro Debugger, it's an open source dynamic reversing tool that lets you quickly locate the parts of the program you're interested in and to see how they work. In addition to the Commodore 64 and the NES, it also supports Atari 8-bit. Now, while Retro Debugger is a great reversing tool, I really didn't do any reversing with it in this collaboration. Robin's interest is in definitively demonstrating whether The Last Starfighter was a port from source or a complete re-implementation, so I'm just focusing on that. The first thing to do is to look for shared data. Retro Debugger doesn't automatically find data that's shared between programs, so I needed a tool to do that. I found approximate matching algorithms online, but didn't immediately see anything that would compare two programs and find all of the exact matches meeting some minimum length. So I wrote a quick Python script to help. For a pair of input files, it creates 32 grams from a slidey window and makes a histogram of them. It uses this histogram to discard any 32 gram that appears too frequently. It keeps track of the location and memory of each one. Then it finds the intersection between the two histograms from the two files and discards the rest of the data. It sorts that set by the first file's memory locations. Then if 32 grams are adjacent in memory, it merges them into larger ranges. So here's an example of what the Python output looks like. The results were very similar if I compared Uridium against either a memory dump made during the Last Starfighter gameplay, or with the Last Starfighter cartridge ROM itself. The main difference is where the matches occurred in memory. It's generally better to use memory dumps after gameplay has started, since any decompression and deobfuscation is usually finished by that point, and that increases opportunities for finding matching data ranges. As the game was running, I looked at some of these matching ranges in RetroDebugger's C64 memory display. A memory range will turn blue when that data is read, and pink when it's updated. One of the matches started at hex F440, and it turned out that part of memory is read whenever a player starts with a new ship on level 1. You can see this by the blue color in the memory display. A different area is read when level 2 begins, so that makes it likely that the range starting at hex F440 contains level 1 data. I also looked at this matching range in a Windows hex editor. On the left is the range of memory that was read in when Uridium level 1 started. As the Python script showed me, its first 157 bytes are also found in the Last Starfighter, which is too long to be just a coincidence. So this indicates that some kind of source-based level data sharing happened between the C64 version and the NES version that came out 4 years later. Okay, back to you, Robin.
Okay, thanks for that, David. And if you're interested in the Retro Debugger tool that David showed, or an in-depth video that David made about how he used Retro Debugger and 6502 Bench to solve a mystery in the Epix game Silicon Warrior, then check out the links in the video description. Okay, so using David's info, we can hack Uridium on the Commodore 64 a bit, just to show a little of how the level code works. It's basically like slices, each number representing a full vertical slice of each level of the game from the top to the bottom. They're tall, narrow tiles. So we're just going to press the freeze button on the cartridge here and go into the machine language monitor. And we're just going to look at the hex codes starting at F418. You might notice that David and I are both using cracked copies of Uridium, even though we both own original copies of it. For David, it was just easier to use his modern tools with a cracked copy ready to use in the emulator on his PC. For me, when I loaded up and tried to use my original copy on tape, I discovered it has protection on it, and the game just resets itself every time I resume the game after using my Super Snapshot Freeze feature with it. So I wasn't able to live hack the game. I spent part of an evening just trying to figure that out. Now, while it would be very interesting to investigate how that reset protection works or how that freeze protection works, I can't follow every rabbit trail or I'm never going to finish this video. So I'm using a cracked copy too from Remember. And if that wasn't enough, we also found out that there seem to be multiple versions of Uridium. I don't just mean Uridium Plus, I mean even the original Uridium seems to have at least 2 versions around. On the version that David used for analysis, he showed that the first level starts at F440, but on some other copies of Uridium, like the Cracked by Remember, it starts at F418, that's 40 decimal bytes earlier in memory. Now, again, I haven't taken the time to look into why that might be or exactly what the differences are, but it suggests some extra code or data was added or removed from the game, probably fairly minor changes, 40 bytes only, and likely the game was silently upgraded with a new release at some point. Now, it's possible that the hackers, crackers modified or changed that in the game, but I find that very unlikely. It's way more work for people only working with the binary to move data around and ensure that it works. If they need some room for a patch, they would just find it elsewhere. So I think it's much more likely that this was a reassembly of the game by Braybrook himself, but I guess I don't know that for sure. Okay, so I've disassembled at F418, and this is the same level code that David found at F440. It starts with 05, then 5C, 5C, 06, and so on. And it goes all the way down to here at F4B4. There's a 0 byte marking the end of the level. So what we're looking at is a description of the tiles for the level, the base of the ship. Each one of these numbers represents one full vertical slice from the top of the screen to the bottom, and each of these numbers is a particular piece to build the ship up out of tiles, just kind of like Lego pieces. Note that this isn't the entire ship. This is just the base platform of the ship, and then special objects are put on top of it, as we'll see. So tile 5 is the normal first tile of the ship. Instead, let's try just changing that to 7. And actually, just to make it really obvious, I'm going to change the first 7 tiles of the ship to tile 7. I've hit return. We've changed the level of memory. We'll exit and we'll continue in the game. And then we'll start the level. And we should notice the left edge of the ship looking different now. See how it's this repeating pattern? There are now 7 of these base platforms. And you can see what I was talking about, that there are still some objects on top of it. That little, whatever that is, that platform, that kind of tower that sticks up out of it, and those little targets above and below it, plus that green mine port. So there's kind of like 2 layers. We're not going to get super deep into this. Just a little interesting fact here. Okay, and now if we freeze the game again, I'll press the button, and we'll just look at the monitor again at F418, where I've changed all the 7s. If I change every second 7 to an 8, okay, so now it's alternating 7, 8, 7, 8. We'll exit, we'll resume, and if we continue the game, you'll see that the level doesn't change. That's because the level is actually rendered out into RAM at the start of each level. So we actually have to restart the game. Iridium and actually some other Braybrook games such as Paradroid, if you pause the game, you can actually quit back out to the menu, but it's not obvious. You press the home key. Well, I guess it's a good choice. Okay, and that brings you back to the title screen. You don't have to blow up all your ships. Okay, and then we'll start the game again. And now the level should be changed again. Okay, so now we can see that 7 are these pieces that are kind of wedge-shaped at the end, and tile 8 that we interspersed every second one are just these little rectangles. So we can even see that the tiles aren't necessarily the same width or height, but each one does occupy a space. So some tiles are a lot wider and some are quite narrow, and it's all part of building the ship up. And because the level day is exactly the same on NES, Last Starfighter, and Iridium, you can actually hack the levels the same way. Maybe you could even create some custom levels and put them into both games. Although there may be a different data format for the structures on top of the lower level of the ship. We haven't gotten that far. So I think that's pretty great to see that they actually do share level data. And we got an idea of how it works even. And let's just take a moment to compare some of the Commodore 64 and NES levels side by side, or top to bottom, or however you want to describe it. You can see that the layouts match up with the C64 version on top and the NES on the bottom. Now, sometimes the graphic tiles themselves vary a bit in appearance, though most are the same. But the underlying map data is the same, it's just that the tile graphics have been modified somewhat. Okay, and these long maps of the levels were sourced online from Paul Kitching, UK, and Imgur, or is that Imgur? There's links in the video description to the sources. Now, you might think it's obvious that these games would share data, but then you should be surprised to learn that even official ports of Uridium that kept the Uridium name seem to have created totally different levels. I don't know why. Thanks to Karsten Lervad for capturing this footage from the Spectrum version of Uridium. And you can see that while the levels are somewhat similar to the C64 and NES games, they're far from identical. I'll do my best to sync up the different versions, but if it's not perfect, I hope you can still see the differences between the levels. It's funny, when I asked Karsten if he could help get this footage, he said he's a terrible Uridium player and probably couldn't get through the first level. So, he found a way to cheat with some pokes that caused the ship to be invulnerable so we can see this nice steady flight through the level. But anyway, the point here is that this official Spectrum port of Uridium does not share level data, even though the C64 and the NES Last Starfighter games do. So, despite the name being different, the NES seems to have the most true port of the original C64 Uridium, at least as far as the level layouts go. Okay, so I think we've already established beyond doubt that the Last Starfighter for NES is C64 Uridium with a new name and a slight reskin, which was my original idea that I really wanted to just demonstrate or prove with David's help. But because this video isn't long enough yet, because I was curious, I wondered if maybe they even share code, since unlike the Spectrum, both the C64 and the NES run variants of the 6502 processor, which are code compatible. So I asked David about that, and this is a trickier problem, but I think he managed to solve it using computers. I'll let him explain.
Finding shared code is a bit different than finding shared data. And these days, reversers have code similarity tools that make it straightforward to find matching sections of machine language in different binaries. A good example of this capability is bsim from the free reverse engineering tool Ghidra. The way bsim works under the covers is that Ghidra parses a binary, turns it into Ghidra P-code representation, and then normalizes that representation in support of easier matching. It then uses locality-sensitive hashing to convert the representation into feature vectors. This fuzzy hashing makes similar code turn into similar vectors. Then when you want to see if the binary contains a function of interest, Ghidra will use cosine similarity to find functions that are close, which means functions that are similar. So that's great if you're reversing machine language generated on modern CPUs. But Ghidra and other code similarity tools generally work at the function level for comparisons. Unfortunately, such approaches don't work for 6502 machine language, as it doesn't have explicit functions. It has no modern notion of stack framing code, and registers usually aren't passed on the stack to routines since they would have to be moved through the accumulator first. And making it even more challenging, programmers freely mix code with data. So while Ghidra supports 6502 processing, it doesn't directly support 6502 code similarity. So my approach was to ignore Ghidra's similarity functionality entirely and write a new Ghidra plugin to use basic blocks as the fundamental granularity for code comparisons. Nearly all modern disassemblers break up instructions into small sections called basic blocks, and 4 of them are shown here. These runs of instructions have a well-defined start and end point, and between these points the flow of execution goes in a straight line. There's no branching out of the middle or into the middle of those instructions. That said, some disassemblers will include subroutine calls inside of basic blocks. As I mentioned, Ghidra can't always tell code from data. Modern computers have memory management units that help enforce the separation of code and data, but 6502 programmers love to mix code with data, and that means it's up to my Ghidra plugin to decide what is and isn't code. There are some complex ways of separating code wheat from the data chaff, but those are heavy lifts, so I opted instead for a few easy heuristics. I throw out data ranges that have too few instructions. Ideally, I'd keep these if adjacent to known good basic blocks, and that's something I'll be adding if or when I revisit this later. I toss data ranges that contain bytes that are not legitimate 6502 operators when an operator is expected. I toss data ranges where Ghidra's cross-references indicate that there's more than 2 reads or writes anywhere within that data range. That said, I allow for 2 to accommodate self-modifying code, but more than 2 generally indicates data, not code. I drop ranges that have low entropy. This is just standard Shannon entropy, normalized to be between 0 and 1, and my threshold was chosen empirically on a few test cases. If there's a break statement, I toss that block. Code usually doesn't have these. And lastly, if there's too few unique byte values in the range, I also drop that range. Again, these heuristics were just off the top of my head, but they do seem to work. That said, I'm sure there's lots of room for improvement. Here's an example of what 6502 disassembly looks like from Ghidra. Since ported code is almost certainly going to live at different addresses in memory, it needs to be generalized to facilitate that kind of matching. Here, all the 0-page addresses have been replaced with the label ZP, and all 16-bit addresses are replaced with adder. Since immediate values are so small in the world of 8-bit, I didn't generalize them away. I also left branch offsets alone, but I represented them as explicit positive or negative offsets just for readability on my part. I then do a rigid hash on the generalized assembly string. This hash will now match a hash from a different binary where the assembly is the same, but in a different place in memory. I found that in some cases, it's better just to make all addresses adder and not use the ZP label, as sometimes people porting code would swap 0-page with 16-bit storage or vice versa. So before using this code similarity tool on Uridium and The Last Starfighter, I wanted to see if it worked on some controlled test cases. It's easy to show similarity when you find it, but it's hard to prove the negative, meaning that if I don't find similarity, I haven't necessarily proven that there's no similarity to be found. So I at least needed to know if this approach worked on the easy cases. So I did some tests on software I knew to be very similar. First, Marcus Brenner has fully reversed Apple II and Commodore 64 versions of various Ultima games. He assured me that the Commodore 64 Ultima 3 port is very similar to the Apple II original. And secondly, Robin suggested that I compare Famicon's Doki Doki Panic with Super Mario Bros. 2 on the NES, since they're apparently almost the same game. Both of these tests returned lots of code and data reuse, which was very encouraging. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Even though this approach seems to be working, I'm not making the code available yet, but perhaps someone out there can do something better along these lines, and maybe even incorporate such capability directly into a popular 6502 disassembler. That would be very cool. Okay, so I used the code comparison tool in Uridium in The Last Starfighter. Here's some sample output. I found a moderate amount of code reuse, but not nearly as much as my 2 known matching test cases. That said, there were some compelling long stretches of common code, and for that, I'll turn it back over to Robin to continue the show and tell.
So thanks again to David for his huge help, and there'll be a link to Ghidra in the video description. So we've got several common blocks of code between the 64 and the NES, and we're going to look at one in a bit more detail. Now, due to the fact that the Nintendo only has 2 kilobytes of RAM, and the games are all on ROM cartridges, and the way that the memory map works between them, the code will be in very different locations in the respective systems. That's to be expected. But when we slide the disassembly around side by side, we see that they do match up very nicely. So all that pinky red color, apparently called Cupid or pale petunia, according to an RGB matcher I used online. So all the Cupid colored matches, and that starts at address 1A6A on the C64 and A50B on the NES. So right away we see quite a few similarities, but maybe you still think it's just a coincidence, infinite monkeys and all that. Well, David made up labels for the memory locations, and some got switched in or out of 0-page during the port. Once we display it with the particular variable memory locations generalized, you can see almost all the code matches in that Cupid color. The remaining differences are just due to the differences between the NES and the C64, really. I'm convinced this is actual source code reuse between the 2 games. So the most interesting difference is here at 1A, 7A on the C64 or at A51B on the NES. The C64 is loading from a register, D41B, on the SID sound chip. Well, that's the output from the C64's SID noise waveform, which is essentially a hardware pseudo-random number generator, a 23-bit linear feedback shift register. The result is logically ANDed with 3, so that essentially gets a random number from 0 to 3. Now, the NES doesn't have an equivalent. There's no hardware random number generator, so instead a software PRNG is called here at address 8230. I don't think it's a coincidence that that routine is called with the value 4 in the accumulator, which would indicate that the routine should return a random number below 4, which would match the same 0 to 3 on the C64. Another similar difference is down at 1AF3 on the C64, which again reads the SID random number generator and branches based on the high bit of the accumulator, essentially a 50-50 coin flip. You can see on the NES side that a different call is made, but that eventually calls the same pseudo-random number generator, returning a full 8-bit value, so it's equivalent to the C64 code again. One more interesting difference right below is the C64 code at 1AFA. It's negating the value in the accumulator using a 2's complement, but then stores it in the same equivalent place as on the NES. There's a clear sense of using the same framework of code, but then adapting it to the platform's particular use. Now, doing a full analysis of all this code is beyond the scope of this video, but it's more than enough to answer my question of whether there is shared code or code reuse. The answer is very yes. Okay, so I think we've shown beyond doubt that The Last Starfighter is really a very direct port of C64 Iridium to the point of sharing some of the exact same level code, byte for byte, and even sharing code, likely starting with the C64 source code as a basis and then adapting it to the differences of the NES and the requirements of the Last Starfighter movie license. So it turns out that us Commodore fans didn't need to be jealous of the Nintendo kids getting the official The Last Starfighter game in 1990. We actually had it first, back in 1986, and we just didn't realize it. Okay, massive thanks to David Youd for all his help, as this video simply wouldn't have happened without all his assistance. Check out his YouTube channel. He makes really interesting videos. And also, if you're interested, remember to check out the other Commodore Retro Expo presentations going on at crxevent.com. Thanks to the CRX hosts for organizing this event and the opportunity to present this. Thanks to my patrons for their support. And of course, thanks to you for watching. We'll talk to you next time.
Greetings, Starfighter. You have been recruited by the Star League to defend the frontier against Zur and the Kodan Armada.
The Starfighter video game bleeped and boomed as Alex Rogan skillfully destroyed the Kodan fighters one by one. This was the only bright spot in Alex's dreary life at a dull trailer park. When he held the Starfighter controls, his creative imagination soared. One day was particularly depressing for Alex.
Look at this. My college loan has been turned down. I'll never get out of here.
Angrily, he ran up the hill to play Starfighter. As he racked up points with a vengeance, word spread through the trailer park that Alex was going for the record. The cheering crowd watched as Alex finally reached the Kodan command ship and blew it up. The game screen flashed.
Record breaker! Record breaker!
After his victory, Alex relaxed on a porch swing with his girlfriend.
There's got to be more to life than this place, Maggie. One day soon, I'm going to leave here, and I'm taking you with me.
Maggie snuggled closer to him.
It's you and me forever, Alex.
That night, a sleek, futuristic car drove into the trailer court. The car door hissed upward. When Alex peeked inside, the driver smiled at him.
My name's Centauri, and I invented Starfighter. Your amazing performance on that game is light years ahead of the competition. Light years! That's why Centauri's here to offer you the chance of a lifetime. Trust me. Get in, my boy.
All right, we're back. That was a great video. Thanks to Robin and David for providing that for us. It's interesting how that that works out. Code's shared, and sometimes you get something before you knew you had it. So cool. All right, so next up we've got a special treat. We managed to get Dan Sanderson in, and waiting for Yuri to pop back in here. We've got Dan in the waiting room. I'm just going to bring Dan in real quick here. All right. And Yuri's coming in there. Hi, Dan. Oh, you're connecting to your audio. Yeah. Yuri's connecting his audio. Must be a thing today with Zoom, huh?
Wow.
All right. I've got you, Yuri. Dan, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yep. So we can hear you just fine.
Excellent.
So welcome. Yuri set this up. So Yuri, it's all you, man.
Hey, that's good. So yeah, treat especial. VCF Midwest earlier this year, I had the opportunity to go again. Jen Apple in Chicago said, "Well, that's great. We're gonna set up 2 booths. We're gonna set up a booth with a regular Commodore stuff, and then we're gonna do something special. I have a Mega 65." And in the US, we have a representative of the Mega 65 team that actually is like the biggest fan club owner, if you will, almost, and does fantastic work with this. Why don't we try and get some real C65s to go along with that to attract more people to the booth? So our friend Jim Brain said, well, why don't I bring 2 of them? Put them on a desk and put Dan in shock and awe by casually opening up these machines for people to look at them, and then close them up and connect them to a screen and just have them use and set them side by side. I think the Mega 65 is a project that many people will know about, but at least as many won't know about at all, and that's a shame. Especially given the awesome work that some people volunteering are doing this. And when I saw Dan at logged in, I said, dude, you got to come in and talk to us about the Mega 65. So with that, Dan, thanks a lot for joining us. Why don't we give you a little bit of stage, and I'll just inject at some point in time, but let's hear a little bit about this, about you. And then the Mega 65, how did you get involved, and what are you doing with this? And, what cool stuff are we missing out on, really?
Well, thank you so much, Yuri, for having me, especially last minute, just sort of throwing this together. I really appreciate it. I'll be very curious to know more about what questions you have, Yuri, about the Mega 65. I know that you've got to see it a little bit at VCF Midwest and play with it a little bit, but I'm always interested to know what people want to know about the Mega 65. I'll definitely be in the Discord all weekend, so if anybody has questions they just want to throw in there to start a conversation about the Mega 65, just let me know. The Mega 65 has a Discord also where there are plenty of people to answer questions, but I'm happy to do that as well. The Mega 65 has been a project, 10 years in the making, something like that. It is a recreation of the Commodore 65. Commodore wanted one last 8-bit computer in their line in the late 80s. At least some people at Commodore did. And they put it together and were designing it with an all-new kernel, upgraded BASIC, upgraded CPU, upgraded VIC chip. The original C65 was going to have 2 SID chips in it. And it was going to be a real successor to the Commodore 64 and Commodore 128 in that line. But by the late 80s, they already had the Commodore Amiga, and one of the motivations for having a Commodore 65 was to have a lower cost computer, like, underneath the Amiga in the product line. And they took that project all the way to the prototype phase. And that's how we know about it today, that even though they did cancel the project in the early 90s, the market timing just wasn't right for that. They did have a mostly finished machine and a couple of hundred, we think, prototypes that got released into the wild when Commodore had to liquidate its assets under bankruptcy in 1994, 93, 94. And so those have been circulating for a while. Some of us have seen them, some of us haven't. Yeah, it was a real thrill to see one in person, just because they are so rare. And one of those made it through the hands of Paul Gardner Stephen, who in the 2000s decided he wanted it back. Like, he had to let it go at some point, but missed it so much that he wanted to revive it. And he had the right skill set and background to do so. He partnered with the Museum of Electronic Games and Art, MEGA, in Germany to set up this project and get some volunteer, product management and technical skills across the board to pick up what Commodore started and finish it. And this includes some licensed code from Commodore and the Commodore 65 kernel. We were able to find the source code for it and start working on it. It was pretty buggy and incomplete. It was, pretty much a prototype quality, but there were extensive design docs as well, so we knew what direction they were taking it. And several very talented volunteers just kept pushing on it and finished it to the point where it's actually really fun to use and write programs for. Really sophisticated BASIC. The Commodore 65 had BASIC 10, and so we called ours BASIC 65 because we wanted to push it just a little bit further. And the chipset is a recreation of all the original chips, including the CPU, which, as I said, is a successor to the 6502. The 65CE02 was meant to be its marketing name. It did not actually see the light of day except in one Amiga peripheral. I forget if it was a serial device or something like that, but which is a real shame because the 65CE02 had some real fun extra advantages. Just looking at the instruction set had some amazing features in it. And so it's really fun to have a recreation of that to play with that's in the 6502 lineage, but has some cool features that were appropriate of the era. Similarly, the VIC-3 that Commodore had designed and planned for the Commodore 65 had a bunch of features. We call ours the VIC-4 because we wanted to add a few more features. And it's worth pointing out that, like, this idea of, it's very tempting when you get some hobbyist engineers developing on a platform like this to go beyond the recreation and sort of build it out and stuff. And you don't want to get too far away from the original vision because then you just end up with like a modern computer with modern parts, and then it becomes just kind of an arbitrarily modern computer. And one of the things I really like about the Mega 65 is how they used the technology of the era to guide those decisions, to make sure that they don't go too far. It's still very comfortable, it's still very interesting, but it's all stuff, anything that got added to the Mega 65 above the Commodore 65 was present in computers of the early 1990s. So it still feels very much like that, and all of that Commodore history is baked in. You get a real feeling that this is a Commodore that you're using. The Commodore BASIC, the Ready prompt, everything is very familiar, even though there is still stuff that's new. The newness, though, is also a big part of it. I think a lot of people are attracted to it because there is undiscovered country here. Some of it is from the Commodore 65, some of it is from the Mega 65, but everything else is familiar. So you start out with a Commodore 64-like architecture, and with all the simplicity that brings, with a bank of hardware registers and some RAM, and just go to it and write some machine code, or even just write in BASIC and figure it out from there. And then you can just start, like, creeping into the sort of extra stuff to see what it does and start folding it into your knowledge base of how these computers work. And it's a very gradual, very layered experience. Um, the layering I think is really attractive to me also, because you can come in as a beginner. Like if you don't know anything about programming, you can get a lot out of the Mega 65. I do think at this point, it's still pretty early and it have like a software ecosystem or something for a new platform. So there, a couple of hundred programs have been written for the Mega 65, games, demos, utilities, all kinds of stuff. People have been working really aggressively over the last few years to build stuff out and make it really fun to just kind of load stuff up and run it. But a lot of the fun is learning how to program, and you get to start with basic, or you can move on with machine language. There are lots of cross-development tools, so you can even write programs in C or even C++ or Rust. People have figured out some cross-compilation for that. XC Basic, I don't know if anyone's heard of that, also has some Mega 65 support. There's just lots of stuff sort of being added to all these tool chains. The Calypsy C compiler is a very powerful one. We have the developer of that compiler in our Discord, and he helps us out by adding Mega 65 specific features to that tool chain. So there are lots of different ways to write programs for it that make it really satisfying. And I think it's like a mix of learning to program or being an expert at programming and wanting to dig into the hardware that produces a really the basis for a thriving community. And then on top of that, and you mentioned this earlier, the Mega 65 is FPGA based. Like that's the only way we could get access to these chips is to recreate them in FPGA. They don't exist in the real world in any meaningful way. So we couldn't have just a board full of vintage chips because those chips were not really made seriously. So the FPGA is there to allow us to have the chips and also refine them. And it makes the whole computer upgradable. So we continue to work on the FPGA core and the kernel and other sort of system software and stuff that's built into it. And if you have a Mega 65, you can keep getting updates. You can upgrade to the latest version. We're still doing releases and fleshing out our documentation and all that other stuff so that you will always have the latest and can keep it upgraded. We keep finding bugs even in original C65 code. So we're trying to polish it and make it easy to use for people. And and as you mentioned, the FPGA also gives you another layer of engagement. So there's running programs, writing basic programs, writing machine code programs, learning the Mega 65 hardware, developing the Mega 65 hardware, and then also maybe developing for the FPGA at the kind of a lower level. And a lot of people find that very compelling. There is a very strong Commodore 64 core for the Mega 65. It's a pretty good Commodore 64. Nothing beats the Ultimate 64. I'll say that out loud. But if you're if you're interested at all in the Mega 65 and also want access to a Commodore 64, having it built in is really useful, especially with the keyboard layout. I don't know if we want like show up a picture of the Mega 65, or maybe you all know what it looks like. I can try to.
Yeah, let's try and put it up.
Let me see if I can just do a quick. Let's see how screen sharing actually works on this thing. Boop.
I like how you got the fountain running of information.
Yeah, I've told the story a few times, so I know how to get through most of it.
This is and this is your personal setup right now?
This is a photo of my personal setup. I set up a few windows here of things I might want to show off. So shown here is the Mega 65. Here is on the bottom. It's a full a mechanical switch. It's a modern mechanical switch keyboard, but in the original layout, this is a laser scan of the original Commodore 65 case that we developed injection molds for. And so it feels very much like a vintage computer and looks exactly like it. And the keycaps are really high quality. All the switches are in the right place. And yes, that is a 3.5-inch floppy drive, a 1581 compatible floppy drive built in. And you can do stuff with that. There is a Commodore 64 style cartridge port on the back, so you can plug in your Commodore 64 cartridges to use with that Commodore 64 core, among other things. We also have a protocol for developing Mega 65 cartridges. Nobody's done that yet, but we designed the protocols to make that possible. If you know something about the Commodore 65, you might have picked up that I said a Commodore 64 style cartridge port. Interesting fact about the Commodore 65 is that they were going to go with a +4 style cartridge port. And a big part of the Commodore 65 story is it was going to be somehow backwards compatible with Commodore 64 software. So this choice was very unusual on behalf of Commodore, that they would go with a +4 style cartridge port and basically invalidate, at least not without some kind of adapter, the ability to connect Commodore 64 cartridges to it. So we figured, nobody made Commodore 65 cartridges, so nobody really needs that to be a completely authentic. So we went with a Commodore 64 style cartridge port to connect things. It also has an IEC serial connection on the back, so you can plug in your favorite vintage floppy drives and other devices, as well as some modern connectivity. We do modern video, so there's HDMI compatible digital video out and VGA out, as well as an Ethernet jack and an SD card port and some other stuff. The SD card port is part of a virtual disk mechanism, so you can mount disk images, D81 disk images for the Mega 65, or the Commodore 64 core supports D64 disk images all off of that SD card to make it really easy to do that. We also have the ability to transfer files over that Ethernet connection over a local network. So a tool on your PC can quickly zip files back and forth between the machine and your PC. Yeah, so the keyboard layout, I think, is a real selling point, not just because it's cool for the Mega 65, but also these alternate cores that you might have. I fantasize about someday we'll have a museum of Commodore 8-bit cores, and this can be kind of an all-in-one Commodore historical device that covers everything from the VIC-20 to the Commodore 65 with a Commodore layout keyboard.
Makes sense. Now, you've had the opportunity to have this one and the real one sit next to each other.
Yeah.
I think we were able to conclude that it is like it's spitting image. If you look at it, though you can clearly feel the quality of plastic seems to have improved over the years.
Yeah.
on the new model. It feels, but it was very, very interesting to see. And now, you mentioned a couple of things here that I thought were noteworthy. The intent was, even back in the day, to have some sort of C64 compatibility, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Was the intent to have it like a Commodore 128 with a separate boot mode, or what do you think was the intent back then?
Yeah, we know a lot about the intent because we replicated some of that, even though it didn't quite work out. And it's an interesting story from a technical perspective. One of the reasons why I tell people about the Commodore 64 core first is that a lot of people got interested in the Mega 65 as a potential recreation of the Commodore 64. They could run all their own software. And Commodore's design was, I would say, inherently flawed, because it's a different CPU. Like their original design was that the Commodore 64 software, that compatibility mode, would run on the new chips and the new hardware. And they got it 99.99% right for the Commodore 128. But for this one, all those new features I was talking about in the CPU use up all the undefined instructions for something else. And a lot of old Commodore programs used those undefined instructions for their undefined behaviors and things like that. And that's actually maybe a smaller contributor than, say, minor differences in timing or certain hardware registers that can't be fully emulated the way the Commodore 64 did. So there is a command, go 64, just like there is on a Commodore 128, that gets you into this, of historical interest only, maybe a Commodore 64 mode of the Mega 65 core. And I'm trashing it a little bit, mostly to set expectations for people that really just want to use this to run C64 software. But actually, the architecture is a kind of multi-step modal architecture that's really interesting from a programming perspective, that it really is the same system running the Commodore 64. It's just that each of these components have a different mode. There's the VIC-2 mode of the VIC chip, there's the VIC-3 mode of the VIC chip, and the registers do something differently depending on what mode you're in. You can use a hardware register to switch between the modes and get those different behaviors. And that's really interesting. In the early days, while we were still fixing bugs in the Mega 65 kernel, The early days of the project, it was a lot easier and kind of popular and pretty fun to start out in that Go 64 mode and write software for the Go 64 mode that would then just like turn the video chip into VIC 3 or VIC 4
yeah,
mode.
yeah.
And so you end up with like a Commodore 64 that has these extra features that come out of nowhere. And that's really fun. Like it's a great way to learn about it too. If you have some familiarity with programming the C64, starting out in C64 mode is really kind of interesting because then you can sort of fold in knowledge of the new stuff. But it's just not enough to run a lot of vintage software. I think, you know, in the backs of our minds, we want to maybe because we have the source code for it, we could try to figure out how to make it more compatible, maybe add something to the FPGA to make the CPU modal also so that it can run in a 6502 compatibility mode, stuff like that. But to be honest, the availability of the C64 core, I mean, it deprioritizes that feature. It's an interesting technical exercise. But
That makes sense. Well, one thing to highlight as well, this project has been around now for about 10 years, I guess, when it started. What was all of this documentation, this heritage documentation, was that just found? Was it already available prior to that? Or how did that come about? Is that dialogue with the original creators that took place, that type of stuff? How did that go? Because a museum being involved in this, a German museum, no less, that almost automatically means that it's going to be done very thoroughly.
absolutely, yeah. There are a couple of text files that were recovered from Commodore. You can just do a Google search for c65manual.txt. That might be another version, I think, called c65manualupdated.txt. That is just straight up, top to bottom, a complete description of the Commodore 65. You can even find the bits in there. It's like to be determined, TBD, not done yet. Little notes in the spec, but it ends up being a really useful spec. And we try to adhere to that as much as we can. We have a target of, I mentioned the layers where you have the FPGA chipset and then the kernel runs on top of it. And we maintain as a goal for the Mega 65 core to be able to continue supporting the known versions, at least a few of the known versions of the Commodore 65 prototype kernel. You can actually boot the whole thing into that kernel and see exactly what an owner of a C65 prototype would see. That gives you additional software compatibility for the few programs that were written for the Commodore 65. If you really want to run those, you can run them on that kernel and see it pretty much as it would be on a prototype. It's difficult to really say, oh yeah, this is what the prototype is because it's not clear what the prototype was, right? Of those 200 or so machines that made it out into the wild, many of them have differences, like different versions of chips and things, different versions of the board exist and stuff like that. So there is no one prototype that you can use as a definitive target. In particular, like a lot of us had to do this work based on knowledge that we've gathered from the documentation. We did not have, for some parts of the project anyway, direct access to a C65 prototype to do comparisons. But I think we've come really close considering. And then on top of that, like the Mega 65 experience is meant to be polished and more user friendly and so forth and finished. So it's okay that it steps away a little bit from that.
I think so too. And to that point, and speaking of documentation, I don't know if you have it handy there, but the manual that goes with the unit now is just it's absolutely incredible. It's the dream, really. It is the manual that all of us used on our C64 and got us going. You needed that, and you're basically set.
Yeah.
I was astonished by the quality of the manual when I saw it at Midwest when you brought it with you. It is done with such amount of detail. That really is a proper manual for a machine that, and I like what you said previously, that represents an era and has made thoughtful decisions have been made on what to implement or not to implement as part of that, because you could have gone all wild and that would have been cool too. But it's like you could reimagine, you could rewind time a year after the last prototype died, and you could see, okay, yeah, this is probably what it would have or could have looked like.
I really feel like it. Yeah. I don't think we've made too many decisions that Commodore wouldn't have made themselves. Specifically the three people that worked the hardest on the C65. Fred Bowen, especially, his work on the kernel is very, he has a long history with Commodore and did a really thorough and fine job on that. It's super fun to read the comments left behind in the old assembly language source code for the kernel, to see like trade-offs they made and stuff like that. And the documentation, I want to give credit to kind of a previous generation of contributors that really set up the documentation project on the right foot. They put a lot of effort into some LaTeX templates that replicate the Commodore manuals. I'm not actually like they picked. It's a similar kind of thing where they picked something that is close to that to sort of give you the feel of those manuals, but also maybe fix some poor design decisions in those books. I don't actually consider the original Commodore 64 guides to be that well designed as far as book design goes. And so this is a little bit of a polish on that also, but it's going to be very nostalgic and very familiar when you pick it up. They did a really thorough job of making sure that the user's guide isn't just the how to plug in the computer, but also a complete basic reference, so you can hit the ground running with writing programs. And it's full color, it's beautiful. We have there's a first edition that went out with the first few years worth of machines. I helped prepare a second edition, which is now available both in new shipments and by print on demand. If you just want the book, you can go get it, and it's a really high quality print on demand version of that with lots of updates to capture a lot of the developments happened in the last few years. There may be a third edition at some point. I don't know if we will ever bundle a third edition with later computers. It depends on, maybe this project takes off and we sell thousands more or something like that. But our assembly and manufacturing partner, Trends Electronic, prints a bunch at a time, and so they have to exhaust their stock before they can pick up on reprints and stuff. But
because this is the unit, it's the unit itself is also created in batches. It's not something that is typically kept in stock, so to say. There's let's say a waiting list that builds, and then a tranche of units is created that gets shipped out. And I presume there's still some backlog, or there's a constant backlog by design, if you will.
Well, the good news is we've caught up on all pre-orders. If you ordered one today, like they've got like 8 units in stock. I haven't checked the website recently, but the next 8 people to order one will have it shipped within a few days. So get in there and get your Mega 65 today. But beyond that, I don't know how Trends wants to. There's obviously not an assembly line, making millions of these, so they do have to plan around future projections for stock and stuff like that. So I'm guessing that they might call them batches later. We definitely had to use nominal batches in the past to help people understand how soon they were going to get their machine. There are probably some people in the audience that pre-ordered a Mega 65 and had to wait a very long time to get one because, as we've already talked about here at CRX, there was supply chain issues that have affected all of our projects. And Mega 65 was like smack dab in the middle, where we got the first 1,000 units out and then couldn't really deliver any for a couple of years. We're very apologetic about that. There's not a whole lot we could do about it, but
everybody ran into the same issues with those. So, so Dan, how and when did you become involved with this project?
Yeah, I joined as soon as I got my Mega 65. I was in the first batch 2 years ago, and I immediately noticed some things that I wanted that I felt I could make a real contribution with. I did not think I would be joining the core team necessarily, but I saw some. I started with the Mega 65 welcome guide. If you just do a search for that, that's easy to find. And that's something that I wrote because whenever you write a print book of something that's a work in progress, you kind of want the print book to represent the ideal version of what you're shipping so that you can catch up to what's documented and not have to reprint the book. and which I think was the right choice for the way they're running their documentation. We are running our documentation, I can say now. But at the time, there was a little bit of a gap between the first batch user experience and what was documented. And I wanted to capture that just to sort of help people out. I wanted like a throwaway document, something that would be short-lived and continuously updated as they fixed the last few problems with the version of the firmware and software that was shipped with the first batch, that kind of thing. So I wrote the Mega 65 welcome guide. It's like, here are some first things you can try. This is what I discovered. Here are some little problems and how to get over them and work around them and stuff like that. And a lot of those problems have been corrected by now. You don't actually need it. If you go to the welcome guide today, I actually just say, look, all the stuff that was of long-term value in the welcome guide are now in the user's guide. So I personally added those to the user's guide second edition. So like now you're all caught up. You don't actually need the welcome guide, but it's still a fun online document to peruse and get a sense of what the Mega 65 is like. So yeah, I started there, and I love writing documentation and understanding the user experience and connecting people with their computers. And so I wanted to stay involved in that capacity. But I also got my beak wet a little bit with core development early on. There was like a feature that I wanted that as I was like typing on the computer, I would do this thing that was very nostalgic, but not necessarily in a good way, where every time I reached for the delete key as I was typing, I would accidentally hit the home key. And
Oh, yeah, of
when you
course.
hit the home key, it sends your cursor all the way up to,
Oh,
to the
gosh.
upper left corner, and you're usually you're typing in the bottom right corner, and the only way to get it back down there is to, hammer on the cursor keys to move your cursor all the way back to where you were typing and pick up where you left off. And I saw an existing feature that I think Commodore added about the ability to bookmark a cursor position. I think that was like already added to Basic 10. And I thought, well, what if we just extend that feature a little bit so that the home key, whenever you press it on the screen editor, it remembers where the cursor was last. And then there's just an extra keyboard shortcut to jump back there if that was on accident. And so now if you hit home accidentally, you can hit escape then home, and it'll just send you straight back to where you were. It was a relatively small change. I was new to assembly language at the time, but the ROM maintainer at the time welcomed the change and helped me figure out how to get it in there. And so then I made my first change, and it was I don't want to exaggerate, but it was um, uh, I don't know, breathtaking, shocking. I don't know, to have contributed a feature to the lineage of the Commodore operating system that I grew up with as a child.
I bet you didn't think of that when you read the original manual of your VIC-20 or C64 back in the day. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And so it's a really useful feature that's been added. I've since been partially involved. This a group of people that work on this, but I've been championing maybe improving the typing experience overall. If you have the latest firmware, you get a much more accurate keyboard typing experience that's commensurate with the mechanical key switches. It was an overhaul of the key scanning system, and I was able to contribute that and help get that across the finish line. Just little features like that. And then at some point I just took over ROM maintenance. And so now I'm the developer of the Commodore kernel. It's just a weird way. And I fixed dozens of bugs and added some features of my own. And I try to listen very carefully to the community, what they're interested in, what the bugs that they're finding, and what features or hardships that they're feeling as they're using the computer and writing basic programs, or trying to write machine code programs that integrate with the kernel and that kind of thing. I try to do the ROM development in tandem with the documentation. Like that's my main involvement, was to make sure that we could develop the ROM as there was an active development ecosystem for software, which is pretty challenging and kind of works against the way most people think of coding for a Commodore 64. Most, especially today, but for decades, people writing software for the C64 could assume that everyone had the exact same version of the ROM. The kernel was not changing. Nobody was working on it,
Right.
and so they could make some really strict assumptions about where all the internal routines and internal variables were. And that way of working is very satisfying. You can, there's a lot of self-discovery. You can use a disassembler to just dive into the kernel and see what it would do if you called a particular subroutine, that kind of thing. But is not exactly compatible with a kernel that's being actively developed. And so I wanted to make sure that there was a really strong, well-documented understanding of what the public API, and it's kind of a modern term, but the public API of the Mega 65 kernel is, so that people could write software that is resilient to changes that we're making in the ROM as we fix more bugs. It's not so much that we're adding lots of crazy features that would move things around in big ways, but it's that the bugs that are known and the bugs that are unknown that we might still discover
I really am
require certain changes. So
I'm glad you bring that up, because to me that is an important aspect. To me, I kind of if I'd say, like, you declare the Mega 65 function complete,
yeah,
if you will, and it's really now just polishing it and trying to get all the bugs out and all of that. I don't think there's an intent to a path to have it do more bells and whistles or otherwise. That's not the intent of the unit. It's more than the software that people code that will start making more use of the unit, and maybe at a deeper level that will probably uncover further bugs or tweaks that need to be made as such. I'm guessing.
yeah, absolutely. I see it as a convergence towards something that can be fully documented, and I don't think it'll ever be byte frozen. It's just the kind of project where I would never want to promise that as the developer API, that we would never change the ROM ever again, because we might still discover something, or there might be an incompatibility introduced later, or something forces our hand and we have to make a difficult decision on backwards compatibility.
I think even on the hardware is on what? Rev 7, 6?
So the hardware, the main board is now on revision 6. There are two main board revisions in public circulation. There's R3, which was the 2022 model, and R6, which is the current model. The differences are largely electrical fixes. There's a whole speech behind this, because I know this is of concern to the Mega 65 community, because they don't want hardware revisions to bifurcate the community. That is a very legitimate concern. And we're trying very hard not to do that, not the least of which is that the Mega 65 core runs on both of them identically, and any software written for the Mega 65 core would run on both of them pretty much identically. But there are also some things that we wanted to fix in the hardware layer, and it doesn't make sense to not fix them. And so I think the most interesting one to me, I wrote about this in my newsletter. We can mention the newsletter here before we close. Is the joystick I/O lines and the cartridge I/O lines are bidirectional on a Commodore 64. You can plug a piece of electronics into the expansion port that can both send and receive data between the device and the Commodore 64. And that was something that we didn't fully implement to spec in the R3 board, and required a change, a hardware change to fully fix. So the R6 board is capable of that in a way that the R3 board isn't. Most people won't notice, depending on what they're trying to do, but that's the one I wave the flag on the most when people ask, because there are like a couple of electronically fancy C64 cartridges, for example.
That would have me play role. Yeah. So Dan, there's been some talk about different cores. You can load this machine up with different cores. That there's a group of people that's interested in that. There's an emulator for the Mega 65 as well, which obviously for a lot of people will help incredibly with kind of code development, because that's the world that they come from. They want to eventually bring it there, but up till that point may want to run it into an emulator. It's a very mature product.
Yeah, absolutely.
The entire ecosystem surrounding it is extremely mature.
Yeah, I think we've got great tools. The emulator, thank you for mentioning the emulator, because I know a lot of people will look at this and say, well, I'm not ready to buy one yet. How can I get involved? I think the emulator is a great way to start with that. I put some links in the Discord on how to find that and how to get a copy of that ROM that I keep mentioning. It's not distributed with the emulator, but you can get it for complicated reasons. We're trying to protect Commodore's intellectual property, the rights that we're licensed to use and stuff. But you can get it for free. You just follow a procedure and then run it with the emulator and get started. And that's a good reason to just buy the manual off of as print on demand. And then you've got a nice printed book and an emulator you can play with. Lots of people made major contributions to the project over the last few years without even owning the machine. It's been really fun to see people just get started that way.
I think that's been spectacular indeed. There's quite a few people where you learn like, okay, so you made that. Have you ever touched? No, I've actually never even touched the Mega 65. I'm like, wow, that's pretty impressive. Yeah. Dan, you're definitely.
So, I got one quick question, Dan, before we have to switch over to the next presenter. So, in your personal machine setup, the picture you showed, can you talk about the double disk drive?
I'm happy to promote it. It's not ours. That's a project by Bitbinders. He's somebody I met at VCF Midwest. He is making 1581 compatible 3.5-inch floppy drives for Commodore computers. They're all IEC devices, and he's got these really cool units. The double wide unit, and he also makes a double tall unit. That's very attractive. It's not like an old-fashioned dual drive. It really is just two drives on separate unit numbers. But yeah, to have it all in the plastic like that, they look great. They work great. I'm very happy.
I was stunned to see the picture. Like, okay, that's cool. I got to see that. I got to know more.
He was a big and he's very, very, very talented. Those design he made is fantastic.
So if we buy a board right now, or a Mega 65 right now, what motherboard's in it?
That's the R6. You'll get the R6 either way.
Okay.
Yeah. You can buy the main board separately if you want. That's mostly for people who want to experiment with it and stuff. I think the most cost-effective entry point for most people is just to buy a full machine and then from there.
Yeah. Dan, I think, you know what amazed me most? I was excited to kind of see, okay, what's the Mega 65 stand going to be about? I'll never forget your eyes when the two C65s came there and Jim Brain started opening them up and like casually tossing them around. You were like, these are museum artifacts. I thought that was good.
Yeah.
I like the software. Remember, we had some discs that we tried out as well. And then I was just in awe with the documentation. I think that really sold me. I thought that was that's such an afterthought these days with everything and anything we buy. A quality manual is really something that is just lacking, even in digital form, let alone in a beautiful book form like this. So that alone,
we really want. Like the user's guide is like 300 pages now, and that is out of 1,500 pages of other documentation that we have that is not quite ready for printing as books, but is available for PDFs and stuff. It's my big project for the next year is to get that into print shape, printable shape, and then we'll maybe do a Kickstarter for a book series or something like that. For more technical manuals about the CPU and stuff like that. A lot of great work has gone into that even before my time, just to make sure that everything that was built into the FPGA is documented and with the complete register reference and complete CPU reference and stuff. I also mentioned this is something I did. I don't know if you can get it on video very well. But this is a mouse pad that I designed that is a CPU reference for our CPU for the Mega 65. I think it turned out really well. I've been handing them out at conferences and stuff like that. You can order that online also.
Yeah. I think it's fantastic. Dan, thanks a lot for this impromptu one. Thanks a lot for being around.
Thank you, man.
For the Mega 65. I think it's a project that a lot more people deserve to be part of. And perhaps, just perhaps next year we'll have our first demo in the Bitscape segment as well.
Yeah,
huh?
maybe.
Yeah.
Subscribe to the newsletter. I'll say that to everybody who's here. It's cheap. It's free, obviously. I do it every month. I have a project news and feature articles about Commodore programming and stuff like that. You can get it by email or on my website. See the Discord for links on that. That's the easiest way to stay up to date as to what's happening, even if you're not ready to buy one yet.
I love it. Thanks so
Cool.
much. Dan,
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it.
You'll be on Discord,
Yep.
able to be approached. Guys, super approachable. And you got stateside support as well for those people in the US. Not just
Yeah.
Germany anymore. You got them stateside, not just Australia. I know there's a lot of their guys there as well.
Yeah.
Even stateside. True global project.
Great. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to bring in Mr. Noodles.
See what local time he's on.
Mr. Noodles is 11 o'clock his time, something like that, I think.
My goodness.
Well, I let him in, but he doesn't want to come in the room, apparently.
Oh, hang on.
Oh,
There we go.
There he is.
Hello.
Hey, Lee.
Hey, Lee.
How are you guys?
Okay, so we have now for the next presenter for today is Lee Malpas. Is that right?
That's right, Malpas. That's
Yes.
right. Yeah, Lee Malpas.
And
Hi, everyone.
Or Noodle.
So-
You saw him yesterday.
yeah, Noodles
Yeah.
on Bitscape.
Noodles when I've got my music hat on.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's the thing. So we know you a little bit, obviously quite a bit from our little CRX crew, because you're part of the crew, whether you like it or not now. And
Yeah, no, it's a nice thing.
but let's introduce you with your background first, and then we can talk about why you got into doing some of your passion projects and stuff. Because I was explaining to people earlier today, when Yuri and I opened the show, it's highly likely that people have seen your work somewhere on some game, at some point in their lives, and not too distant past, actually. So can you give us a background on what you actually have done and do? And
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I started out obviously as a, being coming full circle and being here on this show, and with you guys is, as writing games on the Commodore 64 when I was a teenager, I suppose. I was basic and then got more into doing the music and graphics side of things. So you could do everything on the 64. It was brilliant for all of those things, and very lucky to have a supporting family that bought me things like koala pads and all those cool peripherals that help you really, expand your skills and talents. But yeah, anyway, so I got a passion for computers and coding and art, doing all of that sort of thing. And then, of course, as that community grew up, it was, more the demo scene and all sorts of other things started to come, and we shared that sort of stuff back in the day. And it's inspirational stuff, and made me wanted to, essentially, obviously then games was the big thing on the 64, especially. And went on to, my brother actually had a job working in a company that used Amigas. And so we were like, well, we need to get an Amiga at home. And so that was obviously perfect for me. And so yeah, then got onto Amigas, and of course, the art and the music and everything went up a notch with the extra voices and the extra colors. And yeah, so I followed that all the way through and did graphic design at university because I wanted to be a game developer, and looked up to all those famous people, your Andrew Braybooks and your Jeff Minters and your Rob Hubbards and all of those guys. You want to be like your heroes. And yeah, so did graphic design at university because that was the only course. There was no courses in doing it back then. That was the nearest sort of thing. And at the same time, when I was going through university, my friend and I started, doing Amigas and doing, Lightwave and sort of teaching ourselves all of those things. We had a little video graphics company, and he did, wedding videos and those sort of things, and I would do the graphics and titles, and it would sort of, the classic early multimedia sort of business. And yeah, and so anyway, that was enough to build up a little portfolio of animation and little TV commercials and bits and dribs and drabs. And then yeah, eventually we moved to the UK. My wife and I moved to the UK, and I was applying for games jobs here and got a role at Codemasters, off the back of all that Amiga and Commodore stuff, and yeah, so at Codemasters I worked on quite a few games, a number of prototypes. Probably the more known ones was actually quite relevant to now is Mike Tyson boxing. He's only just had his fight just yesterday. Stole all of our audience for that. But yeah, so I actually got to study Mike Tyson in his prime and do a video game for him on the PlayStation 1. Alongside that, helped out on other projects. That was a main project we did. It started out as Prince Nassim boxing and then got turned into Mike Tyson. Prince Nassim is, for people who don't know, was a featherweight champion boxer in the UK who we licensed the game to go with. But of course, for launching in America, they managed to swing Mike Tyson, which is obviously, excuse the pun, or pun intended even, swing Mike Tyson for the licensing. So that was good. And yeah, I worked on some other things, helped out with some Colin McRae Rally, some micro machines. And yeah, anyway, yeah, then so Codemasters, that was based in the London studio of Codemasters, and they shut down. It's a very common theme that happens in the games industry over the years, studios come and go. I worked in many others, Elixir Studios. I worked at Ratbag Games in Australia for a number of years. I worked at a THQ Blue Tongue, and most recently at Rockstar Games. I've been there for about 16 years, and and worked on Max Payne's and Grand Theft Autos and quite a few projects, but all along that period of time. I've always had the love of the old computers, the 64s and the Amigas, and yeah. So more recently, I've had a little more time to get back into that a bit more, and so that sort of hobbies kind of combined with joining the CRX crew around the music stuff, which I'd been working on. I've always had my music as a hobby, and I, over the pandemic, like many of us, kind of put together like projects or whatever we did, and I was like, I've got all this C64 music I wrote when I was a 16-year-old, and teaching myself SID music and everything, and I've got all this music, and I lost the discs, and so I lost all the files, like most of us did. None of us did backups or anything. Well, actually, the truth is, I did do backups. I did have the discs, but I, for life of me, cannot find them. I do not know where they are, and of course, because we packed everything up and relocated to the UK nearly 30 years ago now, who knows where they are? So they're lost forever. But I did find a cassette, and so everything you saw yesterday in my Noodles set was that remastered cassette,
Nice.
digitized, cleaned up, and then all kind of modern, homage, Commodore 64 homage graphics to that. So that sort of turned into a little hobby YouTube channel for me. And then of course I think through that, that's how Sarge kind of got onto me last year and said, "Hey, you should be in the CRX thing, Bitscape thing." And I was like, well, it was a bit, I basically missed the email and then realized, and then he's like, "Well, we've already filled up and maybe we'll get you in next year." So that was 2023, and now here we are, 2024. And here, and then of course catching up with you guys are, I always had an interest in 3D printing as well. And, you just, with computers and that, there's so many things you can do. And I think starting out on Commodore's 64s and the Amigas and all that, those machines and the culture around them just inspired, like, what can't you do with your computer? Like that was the thing. These were really, multi-thing, very capable, super capable machines for their day. If you wanted to be an artist, they could be your canvas,
Yeah.
And so many careers and incredible things have come out of it. And, here we are today still loving and using the machines and keeping them alive and expanding them. So anyway, 3D printing.
Were those machines always out? So were these machines always out? I think you had an unfortunate event with your Amiga machines back in Australia, right? So they must...
Oh yeah, I'm not allowed to talk about that. No, yes, there was a lot of machine there. But yeah. So I had a number of 64s and Amigas, but obviously I got rid of all of those over the years, and I did keep one or two which were like, you know, the favorite ones, and I ended up losing one, which was unfortunate, but that's all right. So in a way, I was like, well, I can how I can the as many of us know, there's these 64 minis that got released,
Mm-hmm.
you know, a couple of years back, and
Right.
and quite popular. And my brother bought me one for my birthday, and I was like, oh, these are really cool machines. And of course, what you do is start pulling them apart and playing around with them, learning
course.
about them, and then of course, I got last year. I got at Christmas. I was chatting with you guys and seeing all the cool stuff you're up to. You guys like, well, let's um, I got to get a 3D printer, you know, especially you, Jim. You do so much amazing stuff with your 3D printer, and I'm like, this is look. I've spent a whole career teaching myself how to do 3D modeling and build video, you know, and the passion for building really rich, detailed, beautiful game worlds. But it's all stuck in the world. It's all stuck in that virtual game world, and you know, it's great to log on and get in the game and play those worlds and but at the end of the day, it's like, well, the idea that I can actually take these models now and turn them into physical objects, 3D print them and make them look really, really sweet, was like, this is incredible, you know. So I started with there was like the what's the guy, the Paraphractic guy from Retro
Yeah.
Recipes guy. Yeah, he had a thing on one of his YouTube things of like take a 3 1/4 inch floppy disk and turn it into a reproduction 1541. I might have one of those kicking around here. And so that was the first sort of thing that a friend of mine had a 3D printer, and I was like, oh, I'll make one of those. That'll be really cool. It'll go really nice with my 64. So, you know, and then we go, there's the set. Oops, hang on, let me get that in camera. So there's the set, and they look great. And then of course, one thing leads to the next. You're like, well,
so too, you designed it in such a way it actually fits a little 3.5 inch.
Well, I didn't design it. He designed it, right? So this was this was on the Retro Recipes thing that I saw, and I downloaded the model and got my friend to print it on his printer because I didn't have a printer at that point. But then I was like, this is really cool. I've got to do more of this.
Right.
And then of course, and then I've met you guys, and we got a printer and started going down the filament rabbit hole that is 3D printing, or the nozzle, should I say, the filament nozzle of 3D printing. And yeah, so now, you know, so you can't have a 1541 and a 64 without having a 1701 monitor. So that's, as you can see, that's my teleprompter right now. But you know, so yeah, I was like, well, let's design that, and you get on Amazon and you start looking for parts and bits and pieces, and you're like, there's so many nice, like, inexpensive Chinese 8-inch monitors. You can sort of design a whole thing around that, and so that's kind of where it went. And all of my 3D modeling experiences and that, you know, combined with the challenge of like understanding and learning how 3D printing works, and then, you know, mucking about and testing stuff and going through boxes of filament and you know, like so many people, I guess I feel like I'm in really good company here with so many other people that have been presenting who they're just these hobbies that kind of snowball out of control and turn into hopefully cool things. And so yeah, that's kind of I hope I'm at that kind of precipice, whatever the word is.
Yeah, I tell people that you're pretty modestly, because, you know, 16 years at Rockstar Games doing all this, you know, animation stuff, and you go from, you know, blood and guts GTA to making 1701 mini monitors. It's kind of a leap, but kind of not, because you're so good at, you know, concept and perception. And I think that comes from what you do in your day job, and, you know, you can perceive something you're going to be doing and what you have to do to make it work. And now I'm moving my hands like Yuri.
Yeah,
it's changed.
I didn't implement that feature, so I'm free to do whatever I like.
Yeah, really.
I'm keeping my hands on the table here. I'm out of this one.
My Zoom control is right here. Just grab the camera. Anyway, sorry, keep talking, Jim.
So yeah, I mean, just it's interesting that you start with 64 and you learn all the stuff through graphics, and then it becomes your job, and then your passion can come off of that. but you're very, very talented. I mean, we see this on the back end. No one ever gets to see it all. So we're curious. Can you share with us your projects and how you create them all? I mean, how do you what do you use for software and all that?
Just to put on the back of what you're saying there is, I think, you know, the big thing when you're growing up as a kid in that is you want to be able to, you want to try and, in anything in a career in life, you want to try and do what you love, really, and then it's not really work, it's play all the time. And being, I think we're lucky to be kind of, I mean, I do have I'm lucky to be a part of a creative family, I guess, but yeah, the inquisitiveness and like just go open a door and say yes and go through it and see where it takes you, you know. And I think in my career, you know, in my day job and in my hobbies, I've just tried to be like that, as like, well, yeah, you know, there's an opportunity, and, you know, I'll go through, say yes and go for it. And so in meeting you guys and seeing all the cool stuff you guys have done, I'm like, yeah, I want to have a bash at that. That's cool. And when I was all my times at the various games companies and projects I've worked on, when you start something, you're like, well, you've got to give it 100%. And because if you don't try and do it right, it's not worth doing, really, I guess. And yeah, so
how did that so, because what I liked is the comment that you made about, you made virtual worlds, virtual artifacts, and they live in the virtual world. And to even think that some of that can be translated to something tangible is, when I was young, I dreamed of, flying to the moon and flying cars and all of that. And that's pretty similar to a lot of people of our age and the way we grew up. What was not in my dreams was a machine that would 3D print my designs.
Yeah, exactly.
That was, I wouldn't, my mind wouldn't have been able to go that far. So to now be able to create something on a screen and then make a tangible object out of that's cool. How did that start for you, and how are you using what is your workflow kind of looks like for something?
Yeah, that's what I want to see.
It starts with being like I say, it starts with being like that childhood kind of fascination of like, well, yeah, holy crap, this is like magical machinery. And that saying about that any sufficiently developed technology is indistinguishable from magic. Well, I wouldn't say that's true of 3D printing yet, but it is kind of magical that I can just sit here and stitch together triangles, hit print, and there it comes. I've got to hang on. So I'll try and get some stuff together for okay. So working through the workflow, where do I start? So
you're gonna have to help us with that. I can't help you with that.
Yeah. So I mean, like in building game worlds or whatever, the starting point really is loads of research and attention to detail. So because again, with these machines being the beloved Commodores that I grew up with, I think, well, if I want to do a mini reproduction of it, I want to make it as really accurate as possible. So hang on, if I try and do it.
But does that literally for you start in this case, like that monitor, for instance, is that really like you get a bunch of pictures of the machine, or you get an extra?
Yeah, basically. Yeah. I mean, if I go to, hang on, let me find the video, press play. Is that playing? Hang on, sorry. Let me get my stuff together. Yeah, so I mean, like, there's a lot of, if I scrub through, there's a lot of like, this is for the SX64, sorry, so you haven't seen this machine yet, but yeah, there's just loads of like, this is me kind of getting together little clips for my build video for this eventually, but it's loads of collecting reference material, images, downloading pictures from
Whoa, that's an expensive SX64.
Yeah.
And so, for reference, what we're talking about here is a minimal an SX64. You do not own one, right?
No, I've never owned one. So it's all about following the reference. As an artist, that's what you do. You build, and here's my workflow. So I've collected a bunch of like coherent photos and set them up in my 3D software, and start with a cube. And then you start sort of just stitching the shape together and go from angle and the picture angles of the different elevations
Mhm.
3/4 views and top views and front views. If you can find that, that's the best starting point because it gives you all the details. And then I'm just positioning all the camera here and essentially just laying a transparent geometry over the top and then stitching it all together. And you'll see that once you've got it all cleaned up and aligned, I just start cutting in all the, this is sped up, obviously, I'm not this fast, but yeah,
Don't
so
we wish?
yeah. So, then you've blocked out the basic shape of the machine. So the starting point is always with the getting a really accurate reproduction as much as you can from the original looking machine. And then you'll start sort of working in details. So from here, I'm now starting to put in the floppy disk drive there, and yeah.
So remember, people that are watching this, he's never actually had a real SX64. They're sitting there with him.
Yeah, this is just a bunch of pictures that.
This is just modeling over the top of a photograph, essentially.
Yeah.
Is the workflow I'm doing for this one. There's all sorts of other ways you can get things into a computer. There's all sorts of 3D scanning you can do on your phone and things like that.
But you have to have one to scan it.
Yeah, exactly. So for me, but with the internet, you've got 1,000 photos of anything now these days, haven't you? So that makes it very, very easy to kind of then, once you've got.
So now, when you're doing this, at this moment in time, you're still just tracing, if you will, a unit. At this moment in time, you're not taking in consideration yet that this at the end will go into a filament or.
No, well, what if I pause the video? What you can see there, just in that shot, is that picture, that machine along the side there on the left is a previous model I've got of a 64 bread bin mini to scale at the right scale. So I've got the authentic proportion thing lined up to be at roughly the right scale, but just being made to accurate original proportions.
Right.
And then once you get through this, then the next part is this process of I'll go to the photos after this for this, a process of like finding parts. When I started on this machine, I had some parts I'd already found online. Like I always liked the idea of having an SX64 that was all working and self-contained, and I found a sort of 60% keyboard. I'm a bit like Jim with the obsession with keyboards and keycaps. I love that stuff. But yeah, I found a 60% size one that I thought, well, this would be perfect. And then I found like a 5-inch like flat screen, like Raspberry Pi screen. And I thought, well, that would be great. And I started out working with that, but then I realized very quickly that a 60% keyboard and a 5-inch screen is going to be basically as big as a real SX64. Whoops, hang on, I'm into printing there. We'll stop the video there. It's going to be as big as a real SX64, right? And so I thought, well, that's no good. I can't do that, and I had to go back to the drawing board. And I thought, well, look, at the end of the day, I'm probably going to have to hang on, let me get this slides going. At the end of the day, I'm probably going to have to, there we go. So that's the keyboard and screen thing that I had, and I had a model of that. I had that set up in my 3D software as well, because you've got to get that. You've got to not just model the machine, but also model the components. Jim knows this when he's using his stuff to get everything aligned and printing correctly. You've got to have a model of the components. So I take a lot of photos of all the bits, get them all in the viewport, and then again trace and block them out. Only very coarsely, but as long as you do it with accuracy for where all the dimensions and screw holes are, that's the key part. And so this was my 60% keyboard with the 5-inch screen, and that red part there in the back is actually the size of a mini ITX motherboard. And I'm like, this is way too big. This is a full size machine. So I kind of abandoned that idea. And then I went back and started looking at the C64 Mini, and I'm like, well, I've got to do a C64 Mini thing, and that's got to be in the motherboard. So here's photos of dimensions from the C64 Mini, and then working out the scale of it with the C64 Mini motherboard and the screen I had. But again, the screen was, and this is where you came and made the magic happen, Yuri. You were like, you can't have that screen at 16:9.
Oh yeah.
It's got to be a 4:3 screen.
Yeah.
So so I kind of was like, I was trying to build with that Oh, and also we had this discussion about the fact that it should be a boombox.
Right.
So that's where I've added the speakers.
Yeah.
And that was my original idea, was that it should be all well like the SX64. It should be totally portable. It should be all self-contained. It should run on a USB battery. So that's blocked in the back there,
Right.
and then the speakers in the top. And yeah, so I'm like, okay, so I've got this screen and I've found a battery that's about the right size. You know, again, a lot of combing around on Amazon for the right sort of components, and thinking, well, I'm going to have a USB that's going to run a screen. It's going to have to run the motherboard, and it's going to have to run a set of like PC USB speakers, and
Right.
it's going to have to run, whatever else I want to run. So you got to yeah. So it's sort of, and all my life I've really enjoyed, like, again, having Amigas and 64s, and like when I had my old Amiga 3000, adding RAM and things, teaching yourself how to pull machines apart and play with them and build them.
Yeah.
It's something I always enjoyed. I always built my home computers over the years, and upgrade the graphics card or whatever. And but living in London in a tiny little flat like me and my wife and our little puppy dog do, we don't have the big room for that sort of thing. So I'm like, well, this is a good way to have that at a small scale,
Yeah.
or a mini half-size scale. So so that then it's a case of, from here I'm modeling and I'm thinking, well, I'm going to have to do it as a mini and just reuse the 64 mini keyboard.
Yeah.
So I take that out. So that's the same as basically a SX keyboard, but different colored. So this iteration of the design is now using that keyboard and you see the highlights there of what the screens would be and where all the parts fit roughly. And then I was like, actually, the C64 Mini is not so great as a motherboard, and I should do it with a Raspberry Pi. So I found a model of a Raspberry Pi and started. And once you've got the model, this is the fun part. Once you've got the the structure of the model and the components, you can start assembling. And then, of course, that screen I had little side buttons, and I was like, how do I put little side buttons to control the brightness and everything? So this is a crazy little design of like springy kind of 3D printed springs for the switches, because it has to fit in this tiny little gap down the side, and you go down to these design rabbit holes trying to make it happen, and it's like, that's no good. And wireframe there, and you can start to see it coming together now. There's the on the left part in the white is the battery, and then those are the speaker boxes in the middle, and then on the right is the motherboard and the screen. And then so I was comparing it. Here on the left is my model, and down below, and on the right is an actual SX64. So a photo. So trying to, again, getting those components positioned and scaled correctly, but then also, can we tweak and adjust the whole thing to keep the integrity of the look, so that people have to double take and like, is it still, because if you have to start messing with the proportions, it loses its spirit, and it loses that magical kind of. And this is it, as an artist, that's what you want to keep. You want to keep the spirit and magic, so that people that love that machine look at it and go, that is that machine. And it's just a cute mini shelf size. So here it is, me doing test prints of the using the 64 mini keyboard pulled out.
And you and I keep on making the joke about banana for skill. If you could go back again, that is the mini keyboard.
Yeah, you can see you see a screwdriver and some pliers in the shot there.
Yeah.
That's the mini keyboard. Yeah. So hang on.
Well, you make it look all so easy and casual. I just want to assure anybody and everybody, you're not the only one thinking like, I'm not worthy. This is what 30 years of graphics design can bring you.
Banana for scale with that keyboard. There we go.
There we go.
So you've been nagging me about this for a long time. So I 3D printed a banana just especially. So there we go. Anyway, back to the slides. So where am I now? Okay, next slide. You've made me click off the thing. Slides. Yeah, okay. So so that's that. And then I realized it's not going to work. It's just, what's the point? because what's the point if it doesn't have a working keyboard, right? It's an SX. It's got because the SX has the folding keyboard out the front, right? So you got this big, just fake folding dust cover essentially. It's like, no, it's got to have a working keyboard. So then I went back to the drawing board, get on the line, start combing. God bless the internet and finding the stuff you can find on AliExpress and all that. And I found this keyboard that is a very, very small keyboard that is for scale. Hang on, let me get that back on the camera again. That is very. It's made for mobile phones. It's a Bluetooth keyboard for phones. So it's this very cute little keyboard for the portable to use with your phones and tablets. But it's Bluetooth only. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I've got hardware that is Bluetooth only to deal with now. So which kind of makes the 64 Mini completely out. So back to the slides.
Well, you wanted to do a Raspberry Pi anyway, so you
definitely.
just compounded your issues of things to resolve.
Yeah, exactly. So, and there you go. You can see the comparison that actually it's quite close to the size of the the faceplate of the 64 Mini at that proportion. I'm like, if I can, and that was already getting on the brink of what my print bed could handle because I haven't got the monster printer like a certain gym person has. I've only got the small printer or medium-sized printer. But anyway, I reckon I could push it a bit bigger. And yeah, so anyway, I had that. I got keyboard. I did a scan of the keyboard, and I'm thinking, of course, you've got to have the keycaps because you can't have these sort of flat modern plastic keys. It's not going to look authentic. So I then was like, okay, so if I make a little chin sort of underneath and then put the keys with, and then I could 3D print keys, and then I could super glue them on, and no one would ever know. It would look like a totally authentic keyboard, So that was where we got to. And yeah, and there's a close up. This is all obviously like modeling it in the computer, just as a like pre-visualization. And it's great. Modeling and doing this stuff is a great way to. It's prototyping in your mind, really, without all the making mistakes. Do all the mistakes digitally before you commit. So yeah, so yeah, that's the keycaps that were scanned, and then of course I've made a set of keys and smoothed them, and then projecting the glyphs on top. And then my thing was like, well, if I want to have glyphs, I've got to have they got to be readable. So I have to inset them into the key so that I can double shot paint them so that they've got colors, So they were inset, and I've got a very dear friend who's got a 3D, I don't have a resin printer, but he's got a really nice resin printer. And because filament printing, you just can't. I tried it. I tried to print the keys.
Yeah, it won't come out. That's too much.
Yeah, there's a test print, but it just wasn't. It was nice, but not good enough for readability. So we went to resin printing, and he gave me some help with that. So there they are. And yeah, and again, so testing, there's a 3.5-inch screen at the top. That's the model, and then that's a photo of the real 64 underneath. To get the look right. And then, there's the front and back shot, and you can see I'm starting to build out this is looking down the middle of it sort of thing. I'm starting to build out the inside design, and I've got these little graspy fingers that hold the speakers in place, so you can just push the speakers in. And that's the other cool thing about 3D printing is that it's got, especially going on to PETG. Thank you for putting me onto PETG, Jim. It's bendy, it's quite bendy, and it's very tolerant. So you can like make something that's quite a stiff hold, and then just pry the little fingers open, push the speakers in, and they come out really good. Here's a set of those speakers there. You can see them there.
Yeah.
So yeah, and so they're really nice little speakers, and it was just a nice that I can just get little clutchy fingers to hold them. So that was like, okay, that's that thing worked out. Oh, so I got to a point now where I could start trying to print one. So I was like, I'm happy enough with these parts, and you can see this is the bottom piece. These two parts are the battery holder essentially. So the battery's kind of positioned underneath at the back, and then the sides and the front. And now you're starting to see the shape of what it is. And yeah, so there it is. That black thing in the background is the battery. And then there's the back, and I've added all the fins and the extra details. Yeah, and yeah, then I made the front is essentially just a keyboard tray holder because these keyboards are incredibly thin and very light, and so it was perfect that I could just get the size right and then just push the keyboard in and it just snaps in place and stays there. And so that was the thing. So there's the design there. And then I've worked on doing some graphics and coloring and that to kind of, again, just renderings. But you can see now I'm starting to get all the components together and making it all fit. And of course, in a virtual situation where you're modeling all this, you're like,
Perfectly.
yeah, it all fits perfectly. Exactly. You know where I'm going with this, don't you? It all fits perfectly.
Yeah.
And then you don't sort of counter for like, well, actually, you know, uh, a barrel jacks for power and USB plugs and network stuff plugs all are quite chunky and thick shielding on all the cables. So and speaking of which, here's all the parts then. I've got them all laid out there. So you can see there's a set of 4 USB extenders that run the Pi to the back of the machine.
Yeah.
And there's a power switches and all the parts. There's the I'm using a Raspberry Pi 3B for this and the screens. And yeah, so that's the components. And then I'm sort of, I put them together on this particular shot. I put them all together and you can see where I had the Pi mounted centrally to keep it nice and weighted. And that sits underneath the speakers. But the USB extenders didn't stretch far enough. So I had to push the Pi to the left. And so, yeah, you end up doing a few prints sometimes if you get that bit wrong. But yeah, you can start to see it coming together now. There's the control board for the screen, and the other part is because these are like 20-hour prints for a whole case side. You very quickly decide I got to build little chassis parts. Let me get
More
those out.
modular type of.
Yeah, little modular chassis parts
Yeah.
to hang on. Let me jump over to the camera thing like this. So the oh, hang on. I've got to hit the transition button. Sorry, I'm gonna. So instead of printing everything, I just print that to get the Pi right, and then I can like know that my Raspberry Pi is going to fit neatly on that little chassis.
Right.
And then I could essentially just super glue that. I can super glue that in with confidence, knowing that that part works and it all fits.
Yeah.
And if I made a mistake, I didn't write off the whole, the whole chassis body,
20-hour.
Yeah, and especially like that because that's got this part here holds the screen and the control board. So you've got these lugs at the back here that have to screw in the control board for the screen, and then the front part that actually holds the little TFT 3.5-inch screen. So that fits. Hang on, if I show you here, there's a front piece. Whoops.
Yeah.
Oh no, drop it. Oh, that's good. Just drop it on the machine and
I had to
damage
print
it.
another one.
Yeah, I've got to print another one now. So yeah, so you see the front there, and then this little chassis piece will slot
hold the screen and slot over.
Yeah, slot in the back, and it all looks like magically like all fits like beautiful design stuff should hopefully. But when you're doing it with a computer, you can get that incredible accuracy. The real and of course the printers achieve it. In fact, the real design problem I find is that because you can zoom in virtually so fine, you start fixating on little details and things that oh well I have enough tolerance here and there and then you very quickly forget that I'm dealing with 0.2 of a millimeter here. The printer won't even do like nothing's going to fit in there. What are you doing? Just you've always got to pull back sort of thing. And appreciate the scale you're working on, don't you?
So to that point, what are some of the other lessons for someone? Because someone is going to watch this video and think like, okay, that seems doable. I don't know who would think that, but they think that. First of all, what do you use? What is your software that you've
because I'm a game developer, I've been using 3D Studio Max in the past a lot, but I'm moving over to Blender. Okay. But 3ds Max and Blender are the two sort of things I work with.
That you work
and then when I bring it into the 3D printing stuff, it's a Prusa slicer.
Okay. And the other good tidbit you gave already is you use Pet G because it's more a little bit. You can bend it a little bit before it breaks.
Yeah, it's. I started out with the PLA, and PLA prints beautifully, and it's really nice. Hang on, I'll go back to camera. PLA prints beautifully, and it's really nice, but it's I found it's too brittle, and because it's fine for, like, when you're printing nice little like cup holders or a phone holder
Yeah.
or something, absolutely fine. But if you have like this one here, for instance, I've done this 3000 mini, and because that's got the whole top of it, it's a whole computer case there, as you can see.
Yeah.
And so you've got the weight of the monitor, and it's not light, even though it's small. It's fairly heavy because it's got a bit of cabling in it. The weight of that can actually bend the top, and it's a little bit too brittle, kind of, and starchy, I suppose. Whereas
Yeah.
pet cheese got just this stronger, more strength to it.
Right.
And of course you won't sag in a warm weather, whereas
Right.
PLA will start to sag on a hot day, especially if it's got weight on it.
Yeah.
And it's a wide span like those cases are. So yeah.
So and then so obviously it comes out of the printer, in whatever color that you've got available. Do you typically like what you post process it?
Yes. So
or otherwise, what do you use?
so if hang on, let me grab some samples. So like like this would be like a raw print coming out. It's
Okay.
just that's just in the gray filament.
Yeah.
And they come out, fairly okay. It certainly helps to make sure you keep your nozzles fresh when you do lots of prints. And that'll get a clean thing. And here's the body parts here. Hang on, let me get the rubber bands off. Couple of body part pieces. Oh, hang on, my latches have
So
held
that's
together.
that's
Anyway,
a massive printer. That's
yeah.
using the
So
entire bed.
that's the whole body, and the back piece fits right in there. And
Now, and for people watching this, they may have picked up, but you don't have this is not a sinter machine or anything. You have a fairly reasonable, obtainable.
oh yeah, I've got a Elegoo Neptune Pro, a 3 Pro, which is a 225 mil bed. Very inexpensive. It was like under £200.
Because that's what people
Yeah.
like see something like this and think, yeah, okay, he spent $4,000 on.
No.
No, they're reasonable, that's for sure.
Yeah. So I take those raw prints. Usually they're pretty good, and they just need a light sanding, and then you just I think the best investment in, if you're trying to get a nice finish on something, is spray
Primer.
primer. Yeah, the filler
Yeah.
primer. Sorry, I'm having a brain block there. Is the filler primer, and I tend to do everything a bit with filler primer, and then let that really thoroughly dry and sand, and then onto whatever color paint you want, really. Yeah, so I've so this is here's a printed one. Whoops, this is the next one that I'm going to build. I've got a working one down the bottom there, but there's the next one I build, and so that one's been painted with the silver to get the SX64 silver thing. So that's just
silver, yeah.
That's just nice metallic silver spray. You can see it's still rough underneath there in that little bit in the middle where the speaker cover goes.
Right.
It's that's kind of essentially what the really rough print is, but because I print it upside down, that's kind of elevated, and the print bed doesn't like that so much. But you don't see that part once you put the speaker cover on it, which I don't know where the speaker cover is right now, but yeah, so those parts, and then doing the handle and the bottom parts. Yeah, so printing all the bits as the individual parts, giving them their colors and their finishes,
right,
and the side bits, and then inside you can see, and you can start to see now getting the buying the cables and gluing them in. So there's the power USB cable there that will then go to that will then feed in for charging up the battery that sits in this little nook in here.
Right.
Yep. So that's kind of where that's at. That's where that's at. this was quite a challenging one because printing in silver is very, very slow to dry, as we talked about.
So,
But
but what you, but given the output of the machine, really the colors come with the painting and after the primer.
yeah,
So don't worry too much about what your printer outputs because
I've done
Okay.
some of my other minis like this 64 that this is this Aussie 64 mini that I made. That's raw PLA, right? So that's not even painted.
Okay.
And like the finish is lovely on that.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get a beautiful finish if you find the right color, the right filament.
Yeah.
And this is the very first one I made.
Yeah.
Well, that was the finished kind of prototype. I've obviously made a lot of mistake ones that got thrown away. Hang on, let me show you some of those. They're always good for a laugh. You'll always have, if you do this kind of thing, expect to have a box of this kind of stuff.
Are you waiting for like a filament crusher or something that you keep those, or are those just
check. Yeah, I have this. I live in hope. I have this recycle bin at the back here. I've got two of them actually. There's another one back there.
Give no space.
I like to be an environmentalist. I live in hope because I don't want to see this stuff go into. But yeah, there are some good projects out there of people who are inventing these kind of heads where you can kind of grind it all up and refeed. But I don't think it's ever as good as the stuff that prints fresh like this.
Yeah,
right.
That's beautiful,
yeah,
and it's an Aussie case. That is
it's an Aussie
cool.
case, and I've done the labels and this one actually I took
the back there.
Rob Hubbard.
I took it to the shows. I took it to a show this year and got David
Pleasance,
Hubbard, Andrew Braybrook.
Yeah.
And so it's got a, but yeah, that's just running. You can see in the back there, that's running a 64 mini.
Yeah.
And the USB ports there.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it's in a slim case,
Yeah. It says it's a rewrap. That's nice.
Yep. So you can do raw prints, or especially with the SX64, you can't get a silver like that out of the printer. So
no,
that's the hard thing, because you make stickers as well. We haven't even spoken about the polishing of the glass that you've done, the monitors, all of that. This is like, and that's a good reminder to anybody watching this. This is a guy that has been making virtual models for decades.
Yeah.
Software packages on software packages, companies that don't exist anymore, but has created a workflow that, thanks to what software can bring today, is now something that you could undertake at a smaller scale and with lots of patience yourself as well. I think
it's. I mean, I think I was lucky to grow up in a family where having sheds and tools and things like that. And as you guys, I mean, looking in the back, your background there, Yuri, you've got plenty of tools, and your kids must get out there and make stuff, and that's a kind of really important thing for kids to have,
Yeah.
And we were very lucky to have that, and that kind of set a spark in us, I guess. And shout out to Mum and Dad, love and miss you guys. And so that's where I guess it all starts from, and you just keep, you see the world through those eyes, and you find cool tools, and the computers are the same kind of tools, and 3D printers are the same kind of tools, and you're just like, oh, what cool shit can we make with this? And as long as you go into it with that open mind, and stick with it, and the tenacity of sticking with it, it's amazing what you can achieve.
So Lee, I know, and I know we're
I don't think you have to be someone who's had 30 years of career behind you to unlock that. Every person's got that potential. You've just got to
now having said that, obviously what you're recreating now is obviously units that many of us would love to own in the real, or where their wives may have told them you should own them in mini. Why don't you sell yours and get yourself a mini version of it?
Yeah.
Are there any plans that you've got to perhaps do like small production scale type of setup or anything like that? Or is this mostly for your own pleasure and display?
Right now, it's my own rabbit hole of silliness, and but yeah, I the thing is, there is some. I mean, I'm I'm a member of like a few Amiga groups, and we go to the shows and that, and I love to take them with me and show them off. And people are like, "Oh, you should do an Amiga 600," and I'm like, "Yeah, okay, I'll get to work on that." And 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 so yeah, and I'm like, "Oh, you know, I've got the keyboard here. I just need to do it in the right colors, and it'll be an Amiga 600. You know, I got the paint and the colors, and
Right.
you know,
Right.
so it's that sort of thing. And so it's like, well, actually, I definitely have had many people say, "Oh, you know, shut up and take my money," kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so, but I'm not in a place to do that yet. But yeah, I would absolutely, again, like I said at the start of the show, I'm a person who likes to say yes and walk through the door. Um, so yeah, I would love to turn it into that. There's a lot of it going on here. You know, you see my floor is full, is
Projects. Yeah.
utterly full of machines to show off. Oh, it's a mess. I can't even show you. It's too much. But yeah, and yeah. So they are kind of approaching the point where they can be a saleable thing, but they are sort of, and stylistically and visually, I think they're very close to being like, people are just like, oh, this is lovely because I could have one of these and enjoy all the authentic, especially these days when you've got a mini Mega or Amy kit or all these other kind of, you know, packages, and 64 and emulations and 64 OS. You can have
Yeah.
all of this stuff running on a tiny single board computer, running in really beautiful, authentic feeling, you know,
Right.
palpable hardware, body work, you know,
Right.
and then when you're done with it, you can just put it on your bookshelf as a like piece of sculpture.
Yeah.
Whereas you guys know, with the original machines, they're pretty bulky, and
You take a
they're
lot of space.
they can
Turns
be
out.
very touch and go, and those power supplies
Yeah.
are dodge. You know, like for a lot of
Yeah.
people, they want to get back to these machines, and it's just it's the dealing with 40-year-old hardware and the dodginess of that is something maybe they're not quite ready to do. And in the pressures of life, they just want a machine they can have in their study or in the bookshelf, pull
Yeah.
down, play a bit, you do a bit of workbench and Lightwave or whatever, and
Yeah.
then bang it back up afterwards. And that's totally what these are going to be.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's making kind of ones that work. So
Yeah.
so
I really like. I really.
There you go. That's what I wanted to see.
Yeah.
yeah, here's the finished one.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's you can see this one's actually got a proper
Yeah.
screen. Oh, I'm turning it on there.
Yeah.
And there we go. I've turned it on at the back, and the batteries. Oh, hang
Yeah.
on, got the thing. It's
Well, the
turning upside down.
screen polishing has come out so nice, and the patience that you've had to get to that result is quite astonishing.
Yeah. So that's the finished, fully working machine. You don't need a banana for scale. You've got my head.
You got it.
And there's the keyboard there. And hang on, let me
Wow.
put this on my lap. Sorry, I'm juggling stuff here. But if I put this on you can get up close on the keyboard and see the keycaps. Oh, the focus isn't great, but the keycaps come out really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it sort of nests in a very nice hidden way. And I've tried to and this is the thing about the detail, is getting all the curve of the key angles right, so it matches like the old 64 kind of that we remember. But of course it's a PC layout, so to speak. But yeah, there's some tricky work to kind of get those keys to pull off the 3D print.
Right.
And stick on. Here's a raw 3D print of it. So that's the raw 3D print
Right.
with there. And I've had to pop those keys off and put them in a chassis, and then gently lower the keyboard down and glue it on. So that's that. The screens, here's a screen for the 1084 monitor. So that's a raw screen. Oh, hang on. Yeah, that's a raw screen coming off printed in transparent resin. And it's got obviously all the support, although Jim tells me that you can just print them vertically, although I just got my mate to do them like this. But yeah, that just comes away from the support material, and then there's a lot of wet rub to get them polished and get all the flaws and imperfections out of them. And then one coat, this is one of the monitors, but one coat of gloss of gloss lacquer after a lot of sanding. There's a couple of air bubbles in this one. You occasionally get air bubbles, but but it's good enough for the job. So you can see there the reflections. It's come out very glassy and transparent. And so yeah, and that's what's running on this now. You can see that. Sorry, it's only showing the Pi operating system there, but because it's a Raspberry Pi on this one. But yeah, so and that's all now running fully and self-contained.
It's just amazing.
And
It looks so good that
I've done a
the
working
mouse.
Amiga mouse too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and that's a functional mouse, right?
That's a functional mouse. So you can literally for like £3 on Amazon, you can buy these like really inexpensive, tiny little Chinese mice. So I bought them and I essentially pulled that apart and measured it all out and it built a chassis for that as well. So
Yeah.
hang on.
Sorry about making you do that.
No, it's cool. It's cool.
That
Well,
was my
but this is
my pet
it. You know,
peeve.
a real important part of this kind of work to push it, and you know this from your keycap campaign and everything, is that you've got like supportive people around you who are just like, hey, wouldn't it be better if you did this or did that?
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, look at Gideon's stuff, and you know everyone you've had on CRX and yourself, Jim, the that bling board. I mean, it's beyond anything a keyboard was ever thought to be, you know.
Yeah.
And it's yeah, and so that's what it's like for me. Hopefully, with these is that they're starting out as nice sculptures essentially because I love making props and things for game worlds, and now they're real world beautiful things that I've loved and grown up with my whole life, and hope others would like them as well.
Yeah.
And with 3D printer, I can just turn these into potentially a mass-produced thing for a lot of people to enjoy. But there's still a bit of work to get them all running nicely and behaving right. I'll turn.
Like on the
turn.
software side, you mean with that?
Yeah, to get the software side of that working and everything.
Yeah.
But I mean, like this Amiga 500, this Amiga 3000 works lovely, and it's running a 500 mini inside it. But yeah, I definitely want to get more into doing the Raspberry Pi or other emulations. That's my next thing is that you know the case stuff is one thing, but then you know what emulations and operating system setups and even you know optimizing away all this internal extension cabling and doing little PCB extender boards and things like that for the back, like you guys are the geniuses at that stuff. So I might be chewing your ears about that in future.
Yeah,
that's good.
So
yeah,
we'll talk again next year, eh?
Yeah, really.
Next year we get an update on that. Yeah, go. Let's see what we're at with that.
But yeah, I don't know what it'll turn into at this point. It might become a Kickstarter or something. I would love to get a little website together and put all the photos up there and see what people think and maybe see if there's any orders and make a few
Nice.
for people.
So people can harass you in the Discord then.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I've already the 1701 monitor. I've already put that out on the internet for free. The design for that and it's up on my Thingiverse page, and there's a full on my Noodles YouTube channel is a 20-minute detailed build video. And the Thingiverse also comes with all the decals, so you can print and cut out and do all the decals on your 3D prints and instructions that you were saying before in the last with your last presenter there that how documentation is so important. And in my job in video game development, we rely so much on good documentation. Job, as my job as a lead, I got to do a lot of documentation, so I really appreciate and enjoy.
Yeah.
It just wraps all the energy and effort you put into the product. It just wraps it up to be so people really appreciate it more.
You're originally from Australia?
Yes, Adelaide.
So yeah, we actually have our next person coming up is from Australia.
Yeah, I know you've got a few of us. I don't know what's going on down there.
So
but
we got Jake's in the waiting room actually right now.
I can only apologize. I don't know what to say.
Jake's in there, so we're gonna wrap this up. We get Jake in here because
a big hats off to Jake for doing his Retro Fusion case campaign. I'm very excited to
that's
be
what we're gonna talk about.
Yeah, I'm very excited to have one of those on order, and I've got that case up the top there. That one's going. It's going to be.
That's the spot. That's the spot where the other one is
That's
going.
the spot where Jake's.
You see what that is, Jake? That's
Remember
going to
what
be
I
your
said,
case up
Yeah,
there.
yeah, Jake. That's going to be one of your clear cases in that slot up there.
Nice.
It's going
I
to be.
remember, Lee, what I said. You got still space above that and below
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
And
Okay,
that's
Lee.
gonna.
Well, we're gonna turn you loose so we can get Jake in here. And
Okay, no worries. Thanks, guys. Cheers for
thank
having
you
me,
so much.
and
We appreciate it.
thanks for all the support and everything in doing this and running such a great show. It's been really good.
Yeah, always, man.
Thanks,
Okay.
Cheers.
No worries. Cheers.
All
Bye.
right. I'll let Jake through the door. We'll see if Jake pops up here.
Okay.
We shall see.
So,
Oh,
There he is.
hey.
Hi, Jake.
You have audio? No audio yet.
No
We don't
audio.
have your audio.
Okay.
No audio?
Oh,
yeah,
there it is. Yeah, there it is. It just
Well-
delayed a little bit there.
I'll say hi and hand over and have a great day. See you guys.
Thanks.
Bye.
Awesome. So, Jake, we finally meet.
We do. Pleasure to meet you
Awesome.
both.
So, people who do not know, I think pretty much everybody in the community has got to know by now that there was a Commodore 64 bread bin, not the 64C, because that was done before, brand new case that Jake, for whatever reason, decided to take on.
Exactly. Let's pause.
And so we're going to find out that as to why and some details behind it. I got a little bit of privy before the public knew because Jake had contacted me about my bling board and we talked about various things. And when he launched the day mine stopped, which was great. It was like just a nice follow through. So Jake, I got to know why.
Well, it's a long story, really, and it goes back probably to around where Dallas Moore launched his C64C cases. So he had the fortune of finding the new molds in the wild, which I think surprised everyone. Nobody would have thought that they'd still be knocking around after all these years. And that got a lot of talk in the local retro computing community about an Australian case that I'm not sure if too many people know about that outside of Australia. I know it was sold here as the C64C was released because we were a little bit late to get the 64C. So there was an Australian 64C styled case that was sold here in Australia for bread bin owners to sort of upgrade the look of their Commodore 64. And I know it was sold in the UK as well under Evesham Micros, I believe. So there's a bit of an urban myth, really. A lot of people looking around wondering whether this mold might still be out there in the wild somewhere. So I did a bit of sleuthing to try to see if we could find that mold because there was 3 companies actually involved with the Australian 64C styled case.
His video. We lost your video, Jake.
Hello.
We got your audio, but we just lost your video.
Oh, you may want to just disable and enable it again.
Sure.
Yep, it's back.
Am I back with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there was a lot of talk about the Australian 64C styled case and whether the molds might still be out there. And it seems we had 3 different companies involved with those molds. One of them was Micro Accessories of South Australia. That company's actually a stone throws away from me, just around the corner. So thought we'd do a bit of digging and see if they might still have the molds or know where the tooling might be. At the time I started to look, this would have been around 2020. Unfortunately, that company had just gone into receivership. They just shut their doors for good. So yeah. So we did a bit more looking, managed to get in touch with some ex-employees through LinkedIn. Unfortunately, nobody knew about the molds at that point. It had been so long since they'd been used. So the next step in the journey for us was to look at Adelaide injection molders, and I figured they would be the most likely candidate to have the tooling, being that they were sort of an injection molding company. I don't expect that Micro Accessories would have ever made the cases themselves.
Right.
So we had a bit of a look around, and again, it was similar. That company had just closed down.
No way.
Oh no.
Yeah. So they both just recently closed down, and that left one last company to look into, and that was Peter Barker Tooling. So Peter Barker Tooling was a company that specialized in the manufacture of aircraft parts and all kinds of tooling for sort of commercial use products, much like the case that we were sort of looking for. And unfortunately, I got in contact with Peter Barker's late wife, and she tells me that they too had just recently closed down a little while prior.
Wow.
And that they didn't have the tooling, and they, most of the stuff was sold through liquidators. And so, I mean, going down that rabbit hole, I found that there probably was no chance of ever finding those molds if they even still exist anymore. And so that got me to thinking, well, we saw your successful keycap campaign, and we know that it's possible to redo this stuff with a lot of hard work. So I thought to myself, why don't we look at remaking the Australian Commodore 64 case? And then it dawned on me that nobody's ever attempted to do that with the bread bin either. So I was kind of torn. I was thinking, should we go down the route of tooling for the Australian case or the bread bin case? And the bread bin for me is the quintessential Commodore 64. I think that's the case that many of us think of when we think of a Commodore 64. And though I do have an affinity for the Australian case, I thought, you know what, I'm going to take a crack at the bread bin. We're going to do one. We're going to do the OG, the original, the bread bin. And that led me to starting the process of working on the tooling, which at this stage has been about a 3-year process. So the Indiegogo has been up for around 6 months. Jim, you learned about the campaign a little bit prior to everyone else, but at that point, we'd still been working on the tooling and prototypes and 3D prints and all that kind of fun stuff for around 2 years at that point.
Wow.
So yeah, it's been a long time in the making.
It
takes a while.
When this project started, no doubt, you got a lot of pushback from the community saying, okay, here's another person that's taking on a way too big of a task.
Yeah.
And we kind of seen a couple of these failed campaigns. Obviously, you could ride a little bit on the coattail of Jim just having successfully done something. So people had seen that some of these campaigns actually do go through. But, there was quite a bit of pushback initially. I remember that people said, well, you're not communicating fast enough or this or that. And I kind of see you pivot at some point in time as well, and in kind of approaching the entire campaign and the people that were buying into this a little bit different as well. Can you talk a little bit about that, on how you had expected to launch a campaign like this and how that would go versus what you saw happening in the community?
Yeah, of course. And I think the pushback is very understandable. We've all seen some of the campaigns that have gone tragically wrong. And it was for that reason that nobody even knew about the campaign until the point that they did. So at that point, we'd already done a lot of the hard work. The tooling was done. We had some samples that were very close to production samples. So I think it was for that reason I worked on it for 2 years in silence. Firstly, I didn't want to be using anyone else's money in the community to put into tooling that for a product that might not come to fruition. So I thought that's my risk to accept. And secondly, I didn't really want to announce anything about the cases or the campaign until I was sure that I could make it a reality. So I didn't want to overpromise and not under-deliver or not deliver at all. So that was the primary reason for working on it in silence for so very long.
Yeah, I think it was masterful. I think everybody was even in disbelief. Like, okay, there's this dude here sitting in Australia that forked out a massive amount of money out of his own pocket to do all of this. And you said it in the Indigo. You actually said, like, hey, I'm already doing all of this. And everybody was like super skeptical about that. And then you started coming up with these photos, and everybody was like, whoa, this Aussie really has been drinking from whatever fountain, but it's working. Now, are you normally involved in this? How do you relate to a product like this? Do you normally work with plastics, or can you give a bit of a background on that?
Yeah, sure. So we've been in the retro computing space for around 4 to 5 years now. So during the global pandemic, I, like many others, lost my job. I was already an avid computer collector, collecting retro consoles and all that kind of fun stuff. And I had an abundance of equipment. I thought, you know what, I'm going to get rid of some of my doubles and triples and things that I no longer need. So I ended up selling a few of my old retro computers. And at around that time, a family friend had got in contact with us that someone he knew, an ex-Commodore technician, had a bunch of equipment that he needed to move on. He was subdividing his house and he had sheds and sheds full of stuff. I think in total there's probably 300 square meters worth of shed there, which is I think about 3,000 square feet in metric in imperial measurements. And he just had all of this stuff that he'd collected over the years, having worked for Cybex, which was South Australia's biggest licensed Commodore and Amiga dealership and repair center.
Yeah.
And then from there, he'd gone on to work for the South Australian government, and he was repairing a lot of the school computers. So he just kept everything over the years that was either not viable to repair back then, or things that were sort of, being like customers might bring in a repair project and never come to collect it again. So he just filled his shed up with tons and tons of this stuff. And we're talking like 300 CRT monitors and hundreds of Commodore 64s, and in all various states of disrepair that were broken back then when they were put in the shed, and God knows what's happened since then. So it was like a lot of repair work. I've come in and I've said to the guy, because at this stage, he was essentially just discarding everything. He was sending it all to e-waste, and I've said, stop what you're doing. I'm going to buy the whole lot from you. So worked out really well for both of us. I think I bought about 5 years worth of work and we're still working through it all now. So that's where the journey sort of began for me. And then from there, we just found that there's a lot of things that parts that we kind of need as replacement parts that just aren't available. So we've gone through and we've developed a whole range of different keyboard membranes, some of them for computers that membranes that just hadn't been developed before, like the Amiga 500 Samsung membrane. There's a TRS-80 membrane. There's a few different membranes that we've put together that just weren't available anywhere on the market. And that's kind of led me down a rabbit hole of wanting to sort of combine the new with the old, produce new parts for some of our favorite old retro machines. But coming back to your original question about whether I have any experience in injection molding, we have tackled a few smaller projects for some clients in the past, completely separate to the retro computing space. So the suppliers that we're working with, they're all tried and tested, trusted suppliers that we've worked with.
Yeah, because that became very evident in the campaign. These guys that you're working with are clearly didn't just fall off the turnip truck. They'd done this before. You could see even the very early samples. You knew exactly what needed to be dialed in still, and it was clear that this was something that you knew exactly where this was going to go. And I thought that was quite remarkable in the campaign.
Yeah, thanks. I think by the time we got to the campaign, we had most of the smaller issues ironed out, and there was no shortage of them. We did have our occasional, I think my chat's just my...
it's just your video. Yeah.
There we go. It's back.
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, so we did have our occasional issues throughout the campaign. This happened... Oh, there we go. It's gone again.
Oh, you're gone again. And you're back.
Yeah, so I mean, we're thankful to work with some great partners, and anytime we had an issue that's popped up, we've been able to develop a solution to it.
Right. So on the campaign then, because congratulations on the color choices. I think you got to go to Australia for some more daring colors, and it seems to pay off. Now, Jim and I have a little bit of a running joke. I like very loud colors, and for the keyboard campaign, actually introduced a few very loud colors just because he knew I would like it, which I'm still very grateful for. You did that right from the start, not even knowing that I would love them. Can you tell us a little bit about what have people been buying? So who've been buying, what have they been buying, and where is it going to go in the world? Gives us a little bit of a flavor of that.
Yeah, sure. So the colors actually really surprised me. So I was expecting that we'd see some clear favorites. Some would be considerably more popular than others. But what we've really seen is that the crystal cases were by far the most popular.
Sure, which we knew.
I think we sold Yeah, we sold like 3 or 4 times more crystal than even the nearest color.
Yeah.
And then from there, it was fairly even. We had a couple of colors that didn't see a lot of support at all. One of them, surprisingly, was the 64C beige, which I thought might have been quite popular because it's essentially like the 64G color. So I think we had 16 or 19 cases backed.
Okay.
But the color choices, they were fairly even across the board. Like with a few cases in it, I'm very surprised with how evenly the colors were sort of backed.
Yeah.
And coming to sort of the global dispersion, I think we've got about half of our backers in Europe,
Okay.
and the vast majority of the other backers are split between Australia and USA. And then we've got a few in New Zealand, a couple throughout Southeast Asia, but it's
Right.
primarily Europe, USA, Australia.
Yeah. Hey,
So you mentioned that your colors are pretty even. Did it surprise you that people wanted the original brown?
Not really. So for me personally, I really going into this, I wanted the browns, like the original colors, as well as the crystal. And I didn't think the other colors would really appeal that much to me. But after seeing the production samples, like I couldn't be more wrong. The SX silver is just fantastic. The neon green, it's really bright and vibrant.
Yeah.
All the colors are fantastic.
Yeah.
I was so stunned that people wanted brown keycaps because there was already 17 million computers with literally with brown keycaps, but it was a huge amount of people wanted them. So to see you have anybody interested in brown still blows my mind, because who would want the original color when you can have something new, which is why we wanted crystal in the first place, so we could have
Well, what
that.
surprised me was people wanting yellow cases.
Oh, come on now. Beautiful.
Yeah, yellow. So I thought, that's different. I never envisaged
Probably
anybody
all
would-
going to Europe. That's going to be my guess. They're all going to go to the Netherlands and all. They're allowed.
Yeah, possibly.
So the thing that surprised me is that you started even offering the colors for the little side bracket. I'm like, hey, man, you're gonna get yourself to an SKU nightmare here with all these different combos you're setting up. Is that something where you just, on a Friday you had been drinking a little bit and then to be on the website and thought like, why don't I put this in? Or that was
Well, we had a lot of requests. A lot of people are saying, can we get different colored badges? Can we get different colored side brackets? So I thought, you know what, we'll just make it all available. And it has turned into somewhat of a nightmare. I'm looking at it, and we've got 11 different cases, case colors, 9 different side bracket colors, 5 different badge colors, and 4 different LED colors. So the number of SKUs there is just mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no two orders that will be the same. I can say that much for sure.
Yeah, you're not going to be packing on Friday evenings, that's for sure.
Yeah, we've got a monumental task ahead of us in getting everything packed and prepped and trying to get this out the door.
So from a timeline point of view, where are you at right now, and what are kind of like the big ticket items still to resolve, if you will?
So most of the bigger work is actually done. We've got everything in a shipping container on the high seas on its way to our warehouse.
Okay.
When does yours arrive?
Pardon?
When does your ship arrive?
I think it's 1st to 3rd of December is the estimated arrival date.
Okay.
And given
Mine
that
arrives in 5 days.
Oh, nice.
So I'm gonna be busy. Oh man.
Yeah, I can feel your pain.
Oh.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then, so okay, and then it's gonna have to go through customs and go to your warehouse. So you have a dedicated space set up to kind of get to the next step.
Yeah, we do. We've got around a 200 square meter warehouse. So that's a fairly significant space that we're sort of pushing everything to the corner and making as much space as we can, because we're going to need a lot. We've got a 20-foot shipping container that's full top to bottom, side to side. So we need to get that all unpacked, organized, QC'd, and then start assembling some orders.
And then
but we do still have a couple of things in the work. We do have the side brackets and the badge sets that we're waiting on. They were supposed to have been finished and be in the shipping container.
Okay.
Unfortunately, each of the 2 companies that we're working with on those 2 accessories have had some delays that are outside of our control. One of the companies was shut down due to pollution. So
Okay.
they were closed for a couple of weeks. And then we've got another company that has sort of had their production lines commandeered for some government projects that apparently take precedence over what we're doing. So, but we're working through it, and it looks like we're going to still get everything on time. We're just going for air shipping on the last of the accessories. They should be relatively small and lightweight.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't really want to hold the project up just for the badges and side brackets if we can get them air shipped.
Now, I presume this is going to be the first time that you're handling kind of this type of volume and SKU volume as well. I know you had custom boxes created for this as well to kind of get this ready for international shipping, because a very large portion is going to go outside the nation. I think to remember, but do correct me if I'm wrong, that you even allowed in certain cases some multiples. Is that going to cause issues with kind of stuffing it in the box that you initially had thought, which was probably made for a unit and a side bracket and a sticky label, or are you seeing some odd combinations that are going to cause some logistics issues as well, even from a packing point of view?
Well, that's a great question. And when we first designed the boxes, we were designing them around sort of the maximum shipping size that we could go for without pushing the size and weight into the next bracket.
Yeah.
So we kind of got the boxes in that happy zone where we can ship internationally or domestically without the cubic size becoming too much of a consideration. But the boxes themselves are absolutely fantastic. We initially envisaged the box just to be a thing to protect the case. But after seeing Dan's work, many of the backers are saying, hey, I don't want my box to be damaged. Nobody's worried about the case anymore. They don't want their box to be damaged. But coming to the numbers, like we should be fine, because we can go vertically quite high. We're able to go up to like 1.2 meters in height.
Okay.
It's just the circumference that we need to worry about. And given that our boxes are all within that sort of happy zone, we should be fine for anyone up to about 10 or 11 cases. I think we can package together.
Okay.
We've got some nice sort of outer boxes to go over the retail
Sleeves,
box.
yeah.
Nice.
So people can retain the retail box as a prized possession display artifact.
Yeah, of course.
I did the exact same thing with the keyboard boxes. I sat there for hours trying to figure out how much physical space do I need? What could I get away before it goes to the next shipping rate? And people don't understand how much work there is on the backside, things like this, little details like this. But we have to give a shout out to Dan Tootle, because Dan's helped everybody in this whole thing.
It's unbelievable. He is in all campaigns and all putting his fantastic talent to work.
Dan's a superstar. He put together the case color selector that we had as well on the website, so that some of the backers could see the different color combinations. Did an outstanding job. So massive thanks to Dan for all the work that he's
which, by the way, for the buyer didn't make the job any easier. I had to go through the same pain again, and it costed me doing 2 more cases by the time I was finally done with the color. So next time I see that Dan is involved in a project, I'm going to already re-budget, because I already know I'm going to be buying more than I would need, thanks to indeed a tool like that. So I think that's really cool. Now, given where you're at in this project, Jake, what are you dreaming of next, other than this project being over? You're already next pay.
Yeah, that's a great question. We've got a few other little projects in the works at various stages of development. I'm not sure if you saw, but when we sent out the backers surveys, we did ask a couple of questions about what kind of products people might like to see.
Would you be interested? I thought that was masterful.
Yeah.
And we're going through and having a look at some of the most popular suggestions, and some of them are things like the replacement cases for the 1541 and 1541-2 disk drive, which is something I'm strongly considering. But as we know, there's 2 different variants for each of those drives. You've got the Mitsumi and Neutronic. So if you do one, we've got to do both, I think. And then
so let's talk about that actually too, because there's also variants. Oh, sorry, Yuri.
Yeah, no, they may fit. I may be able to help there. I've got a couple of hundred of them as well. So
Yeah. Let's talk about the variants of the 64 though, because that's one of the things that people had asked about. The
oh yeah.
C64 bread bin case had a couple different versions of it, and so you picked a particular version that to use. And can you explain why you did that and what the difference really is between them?
Yeah, sure. I think there's far more differences than anyone really realizes. There is two different distinct profiles,
Mhm.
but the more that you look at it, the more that you realize there's at least four different molds, potentially more than that again. So there's some subtle differences in things like the ribbing along the top. So the ribbing along the top is slightly inset on some models, just on the very sides. Other models, it's not. There's a difference where the vents are along that ribbing as well. The textures are different in different bread bin models. There's the obvious, like the profile height. You've got the slimmer and taller versions.
Yeah.
But there's a whole range of differences that you don't really see until you're actually going through and modeling one of these cases up, that you notice some of those finer details that would otherwise escape your attention. So that was a big part of the process for us. And then there was also the case clips, of course. So you've got the really tiny case clips at the back that forever seem to break. And then you've got the sort of the bigger and bolder case clips, which were the ones that we'd opted for. That was part of the reason for choosing the case design we did, is that we didn't want those tiny little hook case clips. We wanted something a little bit more robust to lock the case together. But that in itself caused a whole range of issues for us, because the bigger and bolder case clips, because of the thickness of the plastic in those areas, it
Stink
actually
marks.
creates a bit of shrinkage.
Yeah,
and
stink
sparks
marks.
along. Yeah. So I've actually got a case sample here from my first.
Oh, where you can see
first
that in the
design.
back. Yeah.
So yeah, along the back side, I'm not sure if you can really see that, but you've got some really bad shrinkage marks there. Of course, after looking back at some of the original Commodore 64 cases, I saw that they actually had the shrink marks as well. But with the texturing, it helps to hide that a lot. But I really didn't want that. So we'd gone through a lot of different simulations and different injection speeds and temperatures and pressures and all kinds of things to see if we reduce that or get rid of it altogether. And thankfully, on our production models, we don't have any of those indentations. They're not noticeable at all. So we managed to fix that as a problem. But there was so many issues that we just didn't envisage. Thinking that we have like a sort of a physical product that we're trying to recreate, I thought it would be much easier than starting something from scratch. But it turns out that Commodore likely had some of these very same issues as us, but they just worked through them. And we don't have the benefit of knowing how they did that. So we're just having to sort of tackle it ourselves and go through it one at a time.
Right.
Yeah. So talking with Leonard Chamel about the keyboards, because we know that Commodore had at least 4 different types of keyboards. You look at the total number of units that Commodore sold was 17 million, but that included the 64C. So there was roughly between 11 and 13 million of the bread bins. If you know how plastic injection works, you only get so many shots out of a mold before you got to make a new one. And because these were made by hand, literally, they didn't have like true CNC machines back in the day to replicate. It's not surprising that we don't find a lot more different versions of the cases. And I know Dan Tootle and I spent days and days going back and forth through emails about going through different keyboards. And then when your campaign came out with different cases, we were comparing cases constantly of what your markings are on the inside, because they're marked differently on the inside. They're stamped with different factories and all that stuff. So if you even, I mean, Commodore was pretty cheap about how they did things. If they could get 1 million shots out of a mold, that means they had at least 12 different molds. But the reality, they probably got maybe 250,000 shots out of a mold. And so you're looking at, they might have had 30 different molds for this thing. So there could have been literally 30 different, sets of different keyboards. So it's not surprising that you would find differences. And I'm sure the molds are made in different countries. We know that for sure. Different, so there were some that were made, I guess, in Germany. They were made in Japan, made in China, made in, I think one of them, they were talking about Mexico or something, but all over the place. And so the engineers that do those work, they're different how they do things. So for you to find one, that's why I was curious of how you picked the one that you selected. So you picked the low profile one, correct? Is that what it was?
Correct. Yeah. So we
Right.
picked the low profile with the text legends on the back.
On the back side, and the cartridge port surround is different for that particular one too.
It is. It's a little bit different. So you've got sort of the raised point over here.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different underneath as well. So there's a lot of subtle differences like that across the molds, as I've come to find. And there's just a lot of really small details that you just really wouldn't otherwise notice unless you were sort of modeling it up from scratch. And you go, hey, why is that one a little bit different to this one? And I think, like you said, because there's so many different regions that were likely producing these molds, and the fact that the mold life was only maybe 250,000 shots, they're potentially making subtle changes along the way. They might not have had a master mold to go back to and then recreate a sort of a new mold each time.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're gonna get your shipping container soon. You've seen the samples. You've gotten quite a few pictures and videos from the factory as well. So weather has been good so far. So the journey is going as planned. Thank goodness for that. You're going to be busy for a few weeks. You're going to have quite a bit of international shipping as well. Obviously, at the end of the year is an odd time to ship because depending on the country, you may have enormous backup at their borders and all of that as well. So it's probably going to be like late January where most people will have received and when you kind of can close out your shipments as such. I remember that you had quite a few people that had to do some colors and maybe had not selected yet, maybe for future sale as well. Are you stocking units for? See, I can't talk with my hands because this stupid camera will. What is the command to make it go the other way again?
Oh, use your fingers.
Oh, my fingers.
Put them up in front of your camera. Yeah, and then pull.
Piece of junk.
Okay, do this with your hand then.
My computer itself starts doing stuff as well. I'm gonna do.
Interesting.
Oh, and see, and Jake's camera stops working as a result.
There you go.
There we go. I'm keeping an eye on it now.
That's.
There we go, Yuri.
I'm using old school technique now.
I didn't even know that you could do that. So that's like is that a zoom feature?
This is a new camera. I got myself tricked into just before a show like this to get a different camera. It's like note to self, don't do that.
Yeah, okay. I have. Yuri got the same camera I do. It's a great camera, but if you can have hand gesture movements for zoom and all that stuff.
Talking with your hands like I do, you got to keep it stable, or turn it off. And I forgot where I put that because it comes with software. No, it's not like a C64. Simple thing, you say, especially the bread bin, easy accessible button. You turn it on, and you get the blue screen, and you're happy.
Yep, that's it.
So anyway, so all of these shipments going out, are you going to have these SKUs on your website as well? Is that the intent to make it a product that you're going to keep in stock?
Yeah, so we do have some extra cases that will be available to non-backers once backers rewards are shipped out. Unfortunately, there's not as many as we might like to have.
Okay.
And that's just due to the limitations of the shipping container. We're pretty much full top to bottom.
Okay, wow.
So yeah, we're going to have a small number of extras. I don't know how long they're going to be in stock for though, because we've had people continually reaching out to us saying, hey, when can we get the new cases?
Yeah.
And I just don't think they're going to last very long, given the number that we have relative to how many we had backed in the campaign. There's not even half the number that we had backed in the campaign. So for anyone who does want one, they'll need to be in quick.
So and is there thinking about perhaps starting to create a waiting list and see if you can get enough demand for a second run or something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the issues that we had in producing the number of colors that we've offered in the campaign is there was a bit of a communication breakdown or a misunderstanding between us and the manufacturer, our injection molding partner. So we'd initially estimated that we would do around 1,000 cases.
Yeah.
And they've interpreted that to mean 1,000 cases per color.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so it took a lot of back and forth and a lot of negotiating to say, hey, we've only
Yeah.
got 50 in this color, we've got 10,
Yeah.
19 in this color,
Yeah.
but we still need to go ahead with production. And we've added a few extras in where we could to try to bolster the production numbers. But the injection molding company we work with, they typically run tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of units in one or two colors.
Right.
They're saying, hey, can you make 1,000 in 11 colors?
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're
Yeah.
definitely open to the idea of running future production in each of the colors, but we just need to get the volume there to
Volumes,
support that.
volumes into certain colors. That makes perfect sense. Now,
yeah, I ran the same problem with the keyboard and the keycaps, where it's the same thing. I actually have to pay a fee for every color change, and that's how I went around that, which makes the price of the set more expensive as a result of that.
yeah.
Yeah, we had the same thing. So we had to pay like a fixed setup cost,
Yeah,
fixed cost per color change.
yeah.
Then there were some other costs involved as well because we were going through and color matching, which was another whole process in itself. We started off with some sort of base colors that we thought were somewhat close, especially for
Yeah.
like our bread bin colors. But of course, back when Commodore were producing these cases, there was no Pantone or RAL
They were
colors or anything like that.
Yep,
like,
exactly
Yeah, we
right.
had
Yeah,
to. Been a massive process going through and trying to match those up. Like we started off with some somewhat close base colors, and then we've had to do a lot of adjusting to dial it in and get them just right. So there was more cost involved in that than we'd initially anticipated as well.
Sure, and with all the different versions done with different colors from the factory, slightly different tinges of brown, and on top of that, what was brought to my attention, I had no idea, because of the essence of time aging all the plastic, the colors have changed. And so when I made some colors flipping upside down and looking at what the original color should be as opposed to the top side, because it's different because of patina, I guess you could say, and plastic, some people get mad. It's like, well, it's not the original color. It's like, well, it really was the original color. What you see today is you need to go retro bright your machine because it's wrong because of the oxidation that's happened.
yeah.
That's right. And it's hard to see because they gradually change over time. So, I mean, when your computer's sitting there on your desktop, you're not noticing that it's changing day by day ever so slightly. It's not until you open it up and have a look on the inside that you'll see the
Yep.
original colors are quite a bit different. So we tried to find some great samples to match to, as close to original color as possible, minimal fading, and then we've matched to the inside colors. So
Yeah.
what we should have is very, very close, if not indiscernible from the originals.
Yeah. Now the C64C Aussie version, I think, is that one you got there? Is that
It is, yes.
Yeah, I thought
That's
to
one
have
you
seen
saw.
already. Yeah, I got an original one here as well. A lot of people
Yeah.
won't have ever seen this. They'll just say, "Hey, that's a cool unit," but that was pretty popular in Australia as a secondary type of case, right?
Yeah.
It really was. At the time these were launched, the 64C had just come out in the US market, I believe, and there just wasn't any availability here in Australia. So a lot of Commodore 64 owners wanted to upgrade their computer to the newer look, of course, with the original bread bin hardware. And so this case was born. I'm told it was sold quite extensively in the UK as well through Evesham Micros. And there is a couple of little differences apart from the obvious, the aesthetic differences. This one had a provision for a reset switch on the back,
Yeah.
as well as for switchable ROMs so that you can install Dolphin DOS, I think originally.
Right, Dolphin DOS indeed. Yeah. First time I saw mine, I'm like, oh, that's a pity. Someone's been drilling holes. And I looked at it a little bit closer. I'm like, no, this is molded like this. That's interesting indeed.
Yeah, and also different to the 64C, it was built to accommodate the bread bin LED light as well, because it was essentially a switch over the
Right.
case.
Oh, right. So different side then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it doesn't have the rectangular light; it has the
Right, it's round.
circular cutout.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is nice as well. So you spoke briefly, but before we kind of switch topic a little bit, you had people choose maybe the 1541 type of case. What were some of the other items that you had put on your list to gauge interest?
Yeah, so we're considering remaking the 1541 case so that people can have a nice new disk drive case to go with their new red bin case.
It warms my heart, by the way. A lot of people in the US don't understand how important the floppy drive is, or I kind of like, who would want to use one still?
Exactly. I love the original hardware.
Same here.
I love
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm considering that if we do that, though, we're probably going to have to look at both versions.
Right.
So the Mitsumi and the Neutronics.
Yep.
Same with the 1541 too. If we do the 1541, we're going to do the 1541 too. And if we do the 1541 too, we're also going to do the data set, the C2N 1540 data set. So, I mean, if we're doing one, we're going to do all three. We may as well do all three.
Crazy. But that really sounds like a passion project at that moment in time.
It is. I mean, which do you choose really? It's like, how can you, it's like choosing one child over the other. You can't do it. So
I love your attitude. I love it.
the problem we have though is each of these have two variants. So the data set, there was a Taiwanese made model and Japanese made model that are slightly different.
Yep.
You've got the Mitsumi and Neutronics for both the 1541 and 1541 too.
Yep.
So we're really going to need, I think the 1541 too, if memory serves me correctly, it's just the faceplate that's different.
Right.
And the latch.
For the door.
Yeah, the door, yeah. And I believe the 1541's the same, though I might be mistaken. I think the same drive case could accommodate either sort of internals.
Yes.
But if you would keep it to just the case, where's my case here? I got a case up here. So let me just pull them out.
I got lots of cases.
All right, I got some 1541. So there's a 1541 there. It's the version that you'll want because the other one the head will die anyways.
Yeah.
Unless you want to remake the faceplate, this just comes out. The case itself will still accommodate both because of the frame that you've got. So there will be, if you would just make the outside case, there wouldn't be any worry about the two different models. Even though there's quite a few different metal frames and drive lengths and the boards and all of that will all fit. That they were surprisingly easy to swap.
Yeah, the same plastic case came from the 1540.
Yeah,
the original.
The colors will be cool then again, but you're gonna, oh my goodness, what a program.
Yeah, so I think the 1541 too, we would need to do two separate faceplates though, because of the difference in the drive mechanism, as well as the levers a little different as well.
Right, the clamshells are the same, but the faceplates are different.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Well, that would be a cool project as well. And while you're at it, you might as well make the little bezels for the monitor that always break.
Yeah, the 1701 doors.
The 1701 doors. Try and find one that isn't in disrepair yet, though. That's going to be the challenge. But Jake, it looks like, despite the fact that you've almost gone with it. Well, you haven't done the packing yet. It might, after the packing, you might think differently. But it looks like it ran well enough for you and smooth enough for you to actually consider doing a follow-on program like this, which is, is admirable.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it runs smoothly, but what we're really seeing on the Indiegogo campaign is the last 6 months. So we don't see all the hard work that went in to get up to that point. That was where we had all the problems. It's been a 3-year journey.
And I think that is a great point for anybody that's kind of thinking about backing these. There's so many people that have gone sour on backing Indigo or Kickstarter type of project.
Yeah.
I think anybody that would have kind of read the thoughtful way you had set this up and the evidence that you already put in there and how far you already had emptied your own pockets, the risk was really a very manageable risk because all the truly impossible work had already kind of been done. It's more of a logistics nightmare, if you will, now, and a planning nightmare than anything else. And I thought that was quite remarkable. And I hope people will kind of start looking at these type of campaigns that people put up a lot of their own cash to set up in a way that they say, okay, well, this person has put their money where their mouth is and pre-funded this, if you will, and put this forward. And Jim, I think your previous campaign actually helped a lot there. Helped you with your second campaign, but also helped someone like Jake to say, you know, there are people delivering in this platform.
Yeah, I had a lot of people contact me saying, "Is this guy legitimate?"
Yeah.
It's like, well, honestly, I've been talking to Jake we talked weeks before. I mean, maybe a couple months even before my campaign finished. It's so funny. So Jake contacts me and asking me all these questions. And I'm like, who is this guy? I have no idea what's going on, right? Like he was asking all these questions. And then one of the questions he asked me, which I thought was kind of funny at the time, and later on I realized why. He's like, "Are you going to do a bread bin case?" I'm like, no, thank you. I have no desire to do that. He's like, oh, good, you know. So yeah, I had a little bit of rapport with Jake, and we talked quite a bit through emails, constantly back and forth. Sometimes 3, 4, 5 times a day. And so yeah, I told the people in the community, like, I think it's legit. I mean, he's asking all the right questions, and I've seen some of the stuff behind the scenes. So clearly, this guy spent a bunch of money and a bunch of time to get to this point. And so the question people ask always with a campaign is, well, why do you need the money then if you've already spent the money doing the tooling? And you know, it's
That's hard to it's hard to explain to.
Yeah, it's hard to explain.
No, it's not a question that even people want an answer to, really. To me, that's
Yeah, truth be told, we essentially launched the campaign to gauge the interest in different colors. So there was no point in me going out with 11 different colors and getting, 100 of each if everybody wants green and nobody wants blue.
right.
So it was about managing sort of the production side of things. So we had the tooling done. We were ready to move forward with everything, but we're kind of saying, what colors do you want, guys?
Yeah.
And that helped for us because, I mean, at the moment we've got a full shipping container, and that's essentially just the colors that people want. If we ordered in extras in each color, we'd probably end up with too many of one color, not enough of another, and it just becomes more of a nightmare for us in production and holding stock that might not necessarily be as popular as the next color.
Yeah, I thought the
100%
most
right.
remarkable thing to that end was the crystal clear case, because that's a one-off. You can do that only once. You explained that well as well, where you said this is not going to come back because it would need us to create a new mold. And we're gonna adjust the mold once we shot the clear color. So I thought that was a very very adventurous step to do that, but it paid off because you said clearly it was the number one. It was by a long mile. You said the number one color that people had chosen.
It was. I found that most people who backed just a single case, it was always going to be clear.
Clear.
And for people who bought 2 or 3, maybe it would be a sort of a crystal case and maybe a blue or a original bread bin color. But most people really wanted the clear, and I think that comes back to sort of some of the other fantastic projects that are going on in the community, like Jim's Bling board. That's going to pair really nicely with a clear case. You'll be able to get the full benefit of the LEDs. Other people may be wanting to do LED mods. With the Ultimate 2 board coming out, people wanting to show that off. So I think the crystal cases, they're as popular as they are because of all the other things happening in the community as well.
Yeah, I think so too. I definitely
think it'd be worth a fortune too. I told Jake when he told me it's a one-off because they're going to texture after the clear is done. I said, hawk your house, hawk everything you own, and make as many clear cases as you can. Because when we see a Dallas Moore clear case pop up on eBay, there are hundreds of dollars just for one case.
See, but
So it's going to be super popular.
this is exactly what led me to do the total FOMO. I was only gonna do anything bright. So I was gonna do that green one, and I was gonna do that yellow one, obviously, and then there was the purplish color. I thought that's what I'm gonna do. And then I hear these stories about, you're never gonna get a clear case again. So here I go. If I order a clear case, I'm like, I didn't even have an intent for a clear case, but now I've got total FOMO, and I got it. So I think there's going to be good horse trading coming up in the future years as well, where I'm going to have a clear case, that I'm going to try and barter with someone, in this. And I think that's good. I think, again, there's another great project that just demonstrates how alive this community is. This Commodore 64 community is still as friendly bantering and everything like what we remember with a big smile on our face. Very different from anything before or after the Commodore 64. And I think that makes it really cool. And it's just cool that people like yourself step up and step in and say, you know, I'd like to do this. Call me the crazy Aussie, but I'm going to do this and I'm going to pull this off. So, you know, huge kudos to you.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah.
We've got some other really cool projects in the works as well. So keep an eye on this space. We'll share a little bit more. There's some things that we're working on in the prototype stage at the moment. And much like with the bread bin cases, like I want to make sure that we can actually deliver before we make all these lofty promises. So I want to see a working prototype. I want to see it in the flesh, make sure that everything is as we hope before we make it public. So yeah, stay tuned. We've definitely got some more exciting stuff in the work.
I'm not going to even try and pry anything out of you because I think it's just such a genuine good way of doing business. I think for many others to look up to and follow. So Jake, appreciate it.
So Jake, you got any other cases sitting there? You got any other colors you can show?
We don't really. We've got, so this was just one of our first production samples, and this was something we were using to test the mold and make sure everything was as intended. But all of our production, all of the actual production is on its way to us. So we don't have any of the colors in at the moment, unfortunately, waiting on the shipping container.
So you too are just looking at the pictures like all of us.
Yeah, so I've got a lot of pictures and videos and things so that we could check everything off. So the way we set it up is we'd match the colors. Once we were happy that the color was as it was supposed to be, then we'd run our first production samples. I'd get some photos and videos through, and then we'd give the tick to go ahead with production.
Yeah.
So did you get color cards for samples?
Yeah, we've got some color cards because we couldn't match to sort of original colors on. I think it was maybe one or two that we could use original colors. An example would be like Bite White, for example. That's just a white color, like I think it's Pantone 000C. So it's just a pure white.
Yep.
Yeah, so there was a couple of colors that we could match to, but even our blues and our reds and the purples, we started off with Pantone colors, found they weren't quite right. So we had to adjust them to get nearer to what it was that we were looking for. So yeah, all of our colors are kind of custom, but we've got all of that information recorded. So if we want to produce the same color again in something else, maybe the disk drive cases or something, for example, we can come back to that, refer to it, and make the same color mixture.
Right. You know, it's exciting. January, we're going to be working on a lot of putting a lot of things together again. We're going to probably see a lot of Facebook posts of people that are putting all kinds of wild combinations together, as colorblind as they are. And you know, and everybody's going to have a good time showing off these things and keeping these things alive. You know, it's good. The good thing is, you know, the Commodore community, they don't throw away a lot of stuff either. So it will all come into reuse as well. So for people that want to keep everything original, they're going to have an opportunity to perhaps buy another case that they've been hoping to get at a reasonable price. You know, it helps. The entire ecosystem is helped by these type of projects.
Yeah, I totally agree. There's so many cases out there that are yellowing and broken screw points and cracked, and you know, they've got all these issues.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about the fact that you have metal inserts with threaded for screws for, you know, real screws.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I was already so amazed by the fact that he took the right post at the back. I was already so pleased about that. I wasn't even going to mention the other. That's true.
Yeah, there's all kinds of benefits for the new case. So
yeah, it's just fantastic.
Yep. So listen, Jake, we're out of time. We've got to get Bitscape going, or Saj will kill us. So I really appreciate you taking the time to visit with us and, you know, have a face-to-face, so people that watch this video that are backers of your campaign can see you're a legit person and all this stuff if they've got any doubt still in their minds. So I have no doubt whatsoever. So
thanks for having me on. Appreciate the opportunity to join you.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll be emailing still. So
and then hopefully next year we'll have you on with yet another product. So
yeah, some
cases you're in already.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, you take care. Have a good day.
Have a great one.
See ya.
Bye now.
Yeah. Cheers.
Jim.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna hand over to you for Bitscape.
Okay. We will start up Bitscape. And I got Saj's little image here. And so what's going to happen now is that CRX is going to end for the day, and we're going to hand it over to Saj, who has a separate YouTube live link, which I'll put a picture up with a QR code. And the link is already in the Discord, and I need to change it to the website probably as well. So I'll go do that. But coming to you right now is Bitscape, and we'll see you tomorrow for the last day of CRX.
Have a good one.
See ya.